cut off the knees was saying Pleasantville.
That sounds familiar.
Which, yeah, there's probably been several shows that's touched on the subject of people not knowing the difference between right and wrong, and then a few being able to see the truth. Because I guess They Live technically did that too. But the show I'm talking about, basically this guy would pass on all the knowledge of humanity. I might be mixing up two shows. Now I need to watch the whole movie. I guess in Pleasantville, okay, they change color when they start, their views change. They start seeing the world for what it is, I guess. That would be a really good one to watch too, then. Yeah, this one came out a little bit earlier than the one I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about, I think it came out after 2000.
Well, they made a Brave New World movie as well. I think in the early 70s or late 60s. I think it was black and white. But yeah, it's more like robotic, which even the new one's kind of robotic, but But
Yeah,
it's also, I mean, like modern time, and there's a lot of.
I'll have the answer to the question in about an hour or two when my wife wakes up. I gotta wait for the other half of my brain to get up. She'll access her database and probably know it off the top of her head. Like, hey, you know that movie, that one that was about this? Oh yeah, it was this. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she'll probably know.
I've only got half the data right now.
Shit, half my brain's asleep. I think I've been awake for over 24 hours. So
but I'm just saying, like, when it comes to those who've been married or been with somebody long enough, you know what I'm talking about. Like, a lot of your data will be stored in your spouse or your significant other, and it's like, hold on, I gotta wait for my brain to wake up so I can get the rest of my data here because we share info.
It's like I haven't been married for a long time, but I do miss it. I miss it. I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's like I get annoyed sometimes because she'll quote unquote clean up things with her OCD self and put it away, and then I don't know where it is. But also, she knows where all my stuff is. So.
Well, it's just like it's where it always is, but it's just like, no, it ain't.
Yeah, where you put it, I don't always put it there. It's funny though, but it's great. It's awesome. It's one of those things that's simultaneously the most annoying thing in the world and awesome.
I miss.
Yeah.
I miss having someone that. So, shit, it's been a long time for me. Maybe 10 years, I think. I've been single.
Yeah.
Not even dating.
Not good for anyone to be alone.
Single and celibate. 10 years.
Yeah, but not alone. Surrounded by good company. Lots of good friends that you've made over the past 10 years.
I'll be fine. Shit, I'll be 50 this year, so.
Hell, if you were, you may have been distracted away from all of this and not even gotten as far learning all of what you did. Like, as far as all the FE stuff and everything that came after that, I know you're already,
I was married to my second wife when I found 9/11. We were both just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
We were like, I think it was about 2005, 2006. We were like, what? And I've never.
That was the most surreal day.
I've never been the same since,
Yeah, that was the weirdest. I remember I was in high school and they wheeled in all of those TVs and everything, and everybody was just tripping over it, like freaking out. Like, some people were crying, calling their parents, like not knowing what to do. Other people like, whatever. And then other people just watching it like it's a fireworks show or a
I'm
train
gonna
wreck.
talk about like a few years later, finding out that it was
Yeah,
it was a staged event. You know,
yeah.
I was like,
Like jet fuel can't melt steel beams and other stuff like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. It wasn't. I mean,
Or how did Building
I
3
already knew
fall
about
or
Federal
7?
Reserve. I was already kind of like into the the anti-government kind of stuff. You know, but when I figured this out, I was like, shit,
Yeah.
it goes way deeper than that.
That's the thing is, so what before I ever got into any of this, I was already very much sus of the government. Like I'm listening to like System of a Down and stuff. Like I'm just saying, it was pretty easy for me to question the narrative when the cracks started showing.
I even
These clowns don't even know what they're doing. They're just making it up as they go.
you know, some people know exactly where they're leading us, including the
Yeah.
flat earthers. So,
Well, if it's the blind leading the blind.
Even with the all the information out there, they know that we exist. You know, flat earthers. Just be careful and be aware of the information that you consume, because
Yeah.
they know we're here and they have control ultimately.
And they know what the real narrative is. That's why they're doing everything they can to undermine it with all these fake versions and all this controlled opposition. And make everybody look dumb by like that's another thing is one of the tactics is to make people look stupid by just posting the dumbest crap ever. I'm a flat earther, and then they'll say some stupid shit that has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, Toby Dog said when he saw Loose Change, dude, I was the same way, man. But that shit, man. When I saw Loose Change, I was like, oh my god. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Totally, I get that, man.
They start adding up the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Things don't add up. It's what I think is messed up is what was it, $2.3 trillion was missing, and then it just so happens that the actual location where the server is storing the data related to that money, that's what gets blown up in the Pentagon. Come on now.
The same place where
exact location.
7.
Yes, because the terrorists are, they're really concerned about our national debt and people knowing where the money went.
Rumsfeld just shrugged his shoulders when he was asked at the hearing. He just went, "I don't know."
Yeah, it's right. What about that 2.5 trillion dollars or $4 trillion, $7 trillion, however many trillions, it doesn't matter. You're like, well, I mean, it's just $7 trillion. I mean, shit.
Actually, shrugged his shoulders. That's it. Didn't say a word. Just went.
Oh, you talk about Donald Rumsfeld?
Yeah.
Yeah, that piece of shit.
That sticks out in my mind. Like when Hillary was on.
What's going on?
We saw he died. That's one of them moments that just sort of.
Oh, and then she laughed.
Hey, we came. We saw several $1 trillion just disappear, and fuck it, we have this major crisis.
Yeah, it was $2.3 trillion, and then like the next day, boom, and then everybody stopped talking about it. Like nobody bats an eye. It's just gone, poof.
It's like, hey, they're asking him on 9/10. He's like, hey, ask me tomorrow.
This is another one, completely different. Says the Pentagon made $35 trillion in accounting adjustments. What the hell does that even mean? They shifted around $35 trillion. What accounting adjustments? What the fuck's an accounting adjustment?
Fucking 12 zeros. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, we had a negative account, so I deposited $35 and we added a couple zeros to it.
Jeez Louise. Visa la visa.
Somebody spent the last of our accounting money on Starbucks. We had to make some adjustments. No, they buy stupid crap though. They
we have to buy coffee for the entire Pentagon. Come on, man, it's in the budget.
No, there's keychains, flashlights, other shit like that ends up taking millions, billions, even trillions of dollars just for trinkets and bullshit for stupid promotional crap. I'm serious.
$8,000 toilet seats. Come on, man.
They waste money on the dumbest crap ever. And then they'll go spend expensive ass amounts of money for these people to go have their little feasts.
They also use that passage of time as one of their tools. Is that they know if they make enough gobbledygook and blah 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 as the months and as the year go by, people just tend to forget about it.
Yep, they overload them with information. So if there's too much news, then they're only going to pay attention to the most important stuff, not all of the whatever. Like you said, the gobbledygook, all the stuff in the middle. And most people don't vote with their heads, they vote with their genitals, male or female. I'm just saying, they're using their basic, lowest level instinctual stuff, like just animals. Feelings, not even emotions, just feelings.
I don't know, as far as you talk about national votes.
I'm talking about in general, just people, like just in general. It like, and it has not even voting, like voting with your money, buying things, like performing actions, direction.
Like, well, you're married, right?
Yeah.
And if I don't know if you vote or not, I don't vote, but
I've stopped.
But if you do, are you and your wife going to vote for the same person?
No, we are in full agreement that it's, well, for one, before we were in full agreement of whoever we voted for, but now we're in full agreement that it's garbage. We don't even like.
I don't.
She's even more like adamant about not voting than I am.
Because, like married couples, they're either Democrat or Republican.
No,
they're going to vote Democrat or they're going to vote Republican. They're mostly in agreement.
Some married couples will probably just vote for these nuts, and that'll be all right.
There you go, these nuts. Yeah.
I'm more like politically neutral, and she's a political atheist. She just does not care at all.
Well, and there ain't no sweat, no sweat off my nuts.
It's like, what else? I don't care. If you don't care, I'm not stressing it.
Well, it's just like, and then some people try to be like, "Oh, you don't vote, you don't have anything to say." It's like, bitch, I got plenty to say. I just don't vote because I don't think they're participating correctly in the whatever this political bullshit is. They're taking advantage of it.
I'll vote if they make me one of the electoral college members. Then I'll vote.
Yeah, there you go. I'll vote as one of those.
And I know my vote counts.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I know for a fact my vote will count then.
Yeah. But hey, Helio, who you voting for?
I'm voting for me.
All right, Helio for president. I'm gonna run as your vice. We're gonna fix this shit. We're gonna get we'll get Professor Flat Earth Dude in here as Speaker of the House to tell these Mongos what's what.
Tell them what's what. Hell yeah.
Tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, tell them.
Fuck off. No, actually, I'd have India as president.
Cut NASA's budget and have him announce it. Like, hey, NASA.
I'll be vice president. I want to nominate India for president.
There you go. Yeah, but yeah, India can be president.
I'll be vice president.
Shit, I don't want nothing to do with any presidency. I just want to be one of the clowns that run around the White House acting like an asshole.
Me too. Well, I mean, either way, I don't know. Yeah, I don't desire power or anything.
No. Put me in charge of NASA. Put me in charge of NASA.
No, Flat Earth Dude definitely has to be head of NASA.
Yes. Yeah, that would be hilarious.
He'd be head of the Mongos and
Start the Mongo Space Force.
That's why you need me as vice president so I can delegate. Flat Earth dudes.
You make a custom patch that has like
The head of
a space ball with a monkey's face on it. Send the little space monkeys out there. Like, go on, Mongos, get in the tube.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Jay. I hope all is well with you, bro.
Oh, it is. I think I just realized I'm watching some cartoons with the boys, and I think I finally realized how the heliocentric story came about.
Uh-oh.
Somebody must have been taking a bubble bath, and while they were on a little chronic.
They were stoned in the bubble bath and saw the bubbles.
I don't know. They had to be on something more than cannabis. Cannabis kind of usually gets you level. They must have been on. This is like in the 1920s. A dude does a line of coke or something, and then hops in his bubble bath.
The next thing you know, bam, there's the heliocentric.
No, he tokes the old opium pipe.
And makes you wonder what Aristophanes was on.
He probably actually just tripped, tossed his knees, and said, "Oh man, a stick got stuck in the ground."
Tripped across his knees. He's like, "Oops."
Oh, man, that's a shadow.
Well, what they're not telling you is he actually tripped and fell in the well.
He fell in the well, and he looked straight up, and he's like, "Oh man, there's the sun. I see it. This must be high noon."
Hit his head so hard that the whole earth started curving. He could see the curvature from the bottom of the well.
He's like, "You know what? I wonder what it looks like in a well over in Cyrene right now. While I'm staring straight up at the sun after I fell in this well."
Hop down here. The closer you are to the center, the more you can feel the turn of the earth.
And the Aristophanes guy, he's one of the smartest dudes that ever lived.
I still want to know how he got the sticks level without a bubble.
He had a well at a stick, and they were how far apart, Barrington? Like 70 miles or 150 miles? I can't remember how many.
It was a long distance, and they weren't even on the same longitude.
Same longitude, same time. I think 150.
Now, if you look up those towns, they're not on the same longitude.
What was the name of the town? Cyrene and what else?
Cyrene and Alexandria.
Oh, God, yeah. Of course not. They couldn't be on the same latitude. Alexandria is on the coast.
Wasn't it? Am I right about that? Alexandria is where he claimed to have seen the bottom of the well because the sun was at high noon. Right, and so that made him think of the test. It's like when the sun is at high noon and I can see the bottom of the well, and somebody in Cyrene can put a stick in the ground, measure the shadow, that will tell me how far the angle.
So what I'm trying to figure out is, did they have like a telegraph that, like, okay, it's noon here in Cyrene, what's that shadow there? Did they have like Pony Express or something?
Mr. Barrington, you are thinking too much. Stop doing that thinking. Pull the story apart.
Come on, brother.
He's absolutely right.
You got stinking thinking, Jay Barrington.
Just believe. That's all you got to do is just believe. When we're told, we just believe.
You guys remember that video a couple of years ago? The guy in Canada was like, I'm on my bicycle. Look, I put a stick in the ground. Now I'm driving over here on my bicycle. Look, I put this stick in the ground.
Eratosthenes on a bike. Yeah, that was brilliant.
Dude, this is how freaking whacked out everybody is on this. And if you can see the bottom of a well and 150 miles away somebody has a shadow, it absolutely proves that the sun is a lot closer than 93 million miles, and it has nothing to do with curvature of the earth at all.
It just shows. It's funny how everything in this world is answered by gravity and refraction, except refraction would have absolutely nothing to do with sticks and shadows.
Station
Stop thinking so hard. Shush.
It has nothing to do with it at all. I mean, absolutely everything else in this world is described by refraction and gravity, but not that. It's
No.
it's kind of like, I love how the Earth spins under a bullet and a football, but it doesn't spin under a hot air balloon or a aeroplane.
Yeah.
Again, just stop thinking so hard and questioning stuff. Just believe what you're told like a good little citizen.
Well, that's right. I mean, our leaders would never tell us wrong. What they tell is the truth. There would be no lie to what they say.
Bluetooth connected.
Dang, I forgot to mute myself.
I tell you what, the lobby in here really gets some really interesting globies in it.
I haven't checked it this morning.
I say that sarcastically. I certainly say it sarcastically. That it's funny how it's almost like there's one AI account that they just tweak a little bit and keep sending them back in. It says like the same thing over and over and over, and maybe just worded slightly different.
I wish it was AI. Unfortunately, there actually is a large group of people that are that identical. It's terrifying.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, but it's like, because I mean, like literally, it's the exact same formula, the exact same steps. It's like you know exactly what they're going to say next, and then when you say, in the moment you show that you already know what they're going to say, they're totally flabbergasted and blown away. Somebody would know what they're going to say before they think it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said it's a bit terrifying because they're so identical. Like, holy crap. Like reading off of a script and they don't know anything about their own script either. That's what makes it worse.
Yeah.
Like, hey, can you give me some info related to your own beliefs? What? You're a flat earther, you're dumb. Okay, but can you explain the globe to me? Like, as though you understand it?
Did you ever hear the Mr. Obvious show?
Yeah.
Mr. Obvious, like most of them just seem about like Mr. Obvious. want to see if I can share a. I want to see if I can share a link here. Give me 1/2 second.
Gosh. Good morning. Good morning. Still chilly outside.
Yeah. Now, if anybody doesn't know what I'm referring to, I'm referring to that Mr. Obvious show. And I mean, it really, really sounds like lots of the Globies that get in here. Especially if you listen to the episode "The Critter" or "The Gutter," and let me see if I can find one more here. Yeah, the new car. The new. I think it's no, it's not the new car. I'll have to figure out the other one. But the Critter and the Gutters, the first two are really good. The Dishwasher is actually pretty good as well. But it really, really makes me think of 99.5% of the Glovers that come in here.
I don't have an account here, and every ounce of me was like, I'm not going to sign up. And then 1% of me is like, let's sign up. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do it. And now I'm like dragging out through this. It's only 4 things to fill in, and that took that long to do it.
Are you talking about on Last FM?
Yeah, but now I have an account, so it's cool. I couldn't play any of the stuff you linked, but now I can.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I was going to say I can try to look on YouTube real quick.
Nah, I was just being lazy. And I was like, I'm not going to be lazy, so I made an account.
Yeah.
It's always good when
I
you can
have or had
choose to
one.
not. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, gutters and dishwasher. I'll go with gutters first. Oh. Maybe I could have downloaded it without making an account. Now I have to hear. I got a soundbite of that, it's them saying that if somebody dies with it, they're counting it as it. And I'm trying to decide, should I censor the C word or leave it as is?
Put
Leave it.
or put like some sort of funny sound effect over it.
I was thinking about putting like a clown squeak over it. Like if somebody
Right,
dies,
exactly.
yeah. Or Tim Allen from Home Improvement going, like with that weird grunt noise.
Or when you listen to the Critter episode of the Mr. Obvious show, there's a really good sound effect in there that would be perfect for it.
I like Tim Allen. Not only is he a funny guy, he also doesn't like the woke crowd.
Yeah, they kind of booted him from the scene, I think, but he's fine. He's not suffering. I'm sure that he can wipe all of his tears with his $100 bills.
Yeah.
Which guy is that?
It's Tim Allen.
Home Improvement.
Freaking Buzz Lightyear. He has like a stack of $100 bills next to a fireplace. If he gets to cry, he can just wipe his tears and throw them in the fireplace.
And I've seen the news on the news the other day there about hang on a second. What do you call the Canadian professor? Very, very smart guy. Refused to use pronouns at the universities. He's now massively. Oh man, I don't fucking mind block. Jordan
He will
Peterson.
come to you.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson. The other day,
He's an interesting guy.
You know, the university, now they're thinking about, and they probably are going to remove his doctorate or whatever. You know, they're going to take away his credentials. It was somewhere anyway, and I just put down, yeah, I'm sure he's going to be very worried about that. Same thing as kind of like he wiped his tears away with the $100 bills he's making every day.
A lot of their attempts at canceling backfired and caused people to only gain more traction.
Yeah.
I mean, you throw enough stumbling blocks in front of somebody, you're building them a road.
That's kind of my theory on gun control here in the United States. In a nutshell.
Huh. How can you stop something that can be manifested?
Well, you know, the key is, interesting enough, that every time there's even the slightest bit of talk from the leftists of banning more guns, that they end up with record gun sales for a few months. And
They don't want to ban
if
guns.
I were a conspiracy theorist, I might think that actors in the gun industry may make sure that the leftists talk about that every now and then.
I'd have to concur with you. I think that they're setting up for something more. They don't want to take guns away. They want civil war so that they can trigger a martial law scenario, and then they can shut down everything and say, all right, we're going to obey these particular rules for an indefinite period of time. And they already ran an experiment for that. And how many people obeyed? Like, sir, yes, sir, whatever you say, sir. 6 feet?
Well,
we'll say 24 feet away.
And as far as I can tell, there in the history of the United States, we've really only had 3 different types of concentration camps. The first one's when they took Native Americans and concentrated them to reservations, which is still ongoing. Second is when they took the Japanese during World War II, let me talk without stammering there, put them into concentration camps. And 3, when the police were kettling these rioters, they kettled them into areas, cordoned them off, didn't let anybody in and out, and called them autonomous zones, and waited until they were out of food and were shooting each other. And then went in and started arresting. And the leftists celebrated that as autonomous zones, when come on in and get some of your freedom and the freedom from the police in the autonomous zone. Well, the police are the ones who put them there, and they were very happy about being there.
In that time, actually, like as far as the Japanese, they probably actually were safer there than just out in the open. I mean, think about it. There's people like scared Americans doing stupid crap versus people who have certain rules that they're supposed to be following. You're more likely to have random chaos if, oh, look, it's one of them, and throw a brick or something. And so when they rounded up, they probably actually, even though it offended so many people, hurt a lot of people, they probably actually saved some of their lives.
Oh, well, there's no doubt about it, but I think what it did more was it kept the evil Hun away, so that way you didn't have them as your neighbor. Say, hey, wait a minute here, my neighbor's this, and they don't actually believe that their body and soul belongs to the emperor. They don't actually this, they don't actually that,
Everything's always about making that person that looks like you over there a demon in your eyes so that they can tell you, hey, we need to maintain this border right here. By the way, give me some of your money.
And, here in our history today, they tell us how awful Pearl Harbor was. And there's no doubt about it. It was a brilliant military attack. And, a lot of our potential grandfathers and died in that and were permanently injured. No doubt about it. But we then said, oh, great, you know what? We're going to respond with the military attack by attacking civilians.
I'd say that the official story is incredible.
And with the Zimmerman cable, the Washington, D.C. already knew about the attack.
There was so much wrong with the official narrative, is all I'm saying. Like, people died, yes. Yeah, but there is so much shady about that it's not even picking a place to start. But then again, you could say that about every single year since this government or any government's been created. There's so much shady about that. We wonder how history is written by the victors every year as the news is written right before your very eyes until it becomes history.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to bounce out here for a while. Mama's coming down, so I'm going to help her get breakfast ready, and I'll be back a little later.
Understandable, man. Stay blessed. I hope y'all have a good one.
You too, brother. Talk to you in a bit.
Yep.
Looking for breakfast. That's what I want to know.
I'm sure he'll come back with that information, plus more. They'll probably have another parable for us. I love when he does that. I was just hanging out with the kids and just talk about just this story that he came up with while he was hanging out with the children. It's just, I guess it's like a dad thing. I recognize. Like, yeah, I do that too. Just be thinking about stuff.
Well, imagine having children with access to the windows and the internet, and they will come across stories like Pearl Harbor and that kind of stuff, and they eventually will bring it up. It'll be a conversation.
I mean, before when he first came in, he was watching a cartoon with them, and then he was talking about gravity, and well, he always has like a joke and a story that he'll come up with before he enters in, and I think, well, not always, sometimes. I just think it's funny. But yeah, it's to me, it's the same thing with the moon landing and every other thing. They just frame a narrative and say, this is what we want our people to think. This is what we're going to go with because this is what works best for where we're going. It's kind of like this, man. Like, everybody knows it. It's the way we all, the parents are in the car going on vacation. The kids are like, are we there yet? They're not going to break it down and tell you every stop that they're about to make or the exact directions on the map and all this stuff. Kids don't understand that mess. They don't care about it either. They just want to get there because we're trying to get to Disney World or whatever, or go to the beach.
Actually, I had the map conversation with children, and they asked me,
Well, I mean,
what is it? And then you go in and explain, and they like it. Like, oh,
yeah. Even if you explain that, it's the same. Or okay, but are we there yet, or when we're going to be there? It's taking so long. It'll start. So it does, like, the information doesn't even matter. It may as well be classified.
yeah, they want to know the ends to the means.
Yeah. Kid just cares about, can I go to the bathroom whenever I want to? We got to pull over, and do I have something to eat or drink or entertain me while we go there? And that's what the government gives everybody. Here you go, kid.
Yeah, if you're gonna have a trip, you definitely say, everybody go to the restroom to get before we leave. Like right now, go to the restroom right now. You're gonna have a long trip, and then don't let them just be peeing themselves.
Yeah. Like, but
why? Have good timing.
I start asking questions.
Anybody needs a restroom? Do you feel like? How do you feel? Do you feel like you're gonna be needing the restroom in the next hour?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you grab your coat?
There's a gas station in the coming up 10-mile radius. Let's go there.
Yeah, and then they'll ask, like, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet?" But it's exactly how it is with the government, though. All these citizens want to know where we're going and what we're doing, and the government doesn't give all the answers. They just have this map, and if they try to explain their giant map to you, you wouldn't even understand it anyway. They've got so many plans.
I think the thing about maps is that when you actually look at practical maps, you will never be able to put so many of these maps together to be able to look at them. I don't think you will be capable. When you look at maps that are very specific, very like describing the terrain, like there's maps that describe, water, rivers. There's huge maps, dude, and to look at all of the terrain.
And they're made by so many different people and systems. So that's like if you were to take every cartoon in the world and combine them all together and say, look, it's the same cartoon. It just doesn't work that way.
There is so much land, and to look at one map and say, you see, that's the map of the whole Earth. No, thank you.
I believe it's possible to achieve some kind of image of the entire Earth, but wouldn't that just be another idol? Like, what's the point? And you couldn't even navigate by it. It would just be something pretty to look at. So what's the point?
Yeah, maybe to make a in-mind version of the terrain, but the best version of that is going there and looking at it. You could have some type of mapping system that you can expand and open and see the whole terrain in a 3D mapping or whatever, photography and video, 360 degrees. You can definitely have that about all the terrain that we can access. But what we have today is a bunch of limited amount of regional photography and limited areas. And then we have it all wrapped up into a sphere.
I was just thinking that it'd be really cool to take all of the geographic land surveys, like high elevation maps and stuff, because those are level measurements, and then combine them all together on an FE map.
Yeah.
Like in Unity 3D or something, and then like walk around, like make a scaled character to about the height of a normal person, walk around in this huge map. That would be huge. Oh my god, that would be a huge.
It would be huge, right? That's what I'm telling you. Imagine you going through this whole map. It would take a lifetime.
That would be the biggest map ever made, really. Like, I mean, not counting procedurally generated and infinitely expanding maps and stuff like that. But as far as if you were to make one game that had one and use the Earth as the.
You know how many rivers, water canals, lakes are out there? Bro,
you would never explore it all. Like, your children would inherit your account, and they would never explore it all. And then their children would inherit. And they would never explore it all.
That's what I'm telling you.
That is a huge game, and you're in it. You're born into this thing.
Bro, once you figure how big the world is, you will not want to do it. You'll be like, all right, I'm gonna stay local.
This is what, like, I need to get this audio clip from Adventure Time. Finn says video games are for turbo nerds who can't handle how kick butt reality is. And I'm like, that's exactly true, though. Like, reality's awesome, and staying stuck on the digital thing all the time is kind of lame. I just go out and look at stuff. There's an anime where the guy's like looking at a butterfly. Is this a bird or something? Like, people don't know what the outside looks like anymore.
Is that serious? Somebody looked at a butterfly and asked if it was a bird, or was it just a joke?
Oh,
Is that
it's an anime. I'll send the meme so you know what I'm talking about. It's a meme joke.
sounds really funny?
I'll send the meme format one actually. But basically he's just like looking at a butterfly and asking, is this and then people change it from bird to whatever.
Oh wow! Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to interrupt.
In fact,
That tickled me. That was amusing.
no, it's fun. I want to find the original though that actually has the.
Of course, yeah. Ooh, an aeroplane.
Okay, is this a pigeon? This is the original one. That's why I remembered bird. I've never actually seen that anime, and I just didn't mean to send the tagged part either, but whatever. That's where the original thing apparently came from, and then that's the meme, and then people would change it and put a bunch of other I should put, is this gravity?
Is that curvature?
Yeah, or is this curvature? Like, is this gravity?
Oh, look, the Earth's spinning.
Is this Coriolis? Yeah, there's just, I don't know, people stuck to the screens. They don't know what anything is anymore, and they find entertainment more valuable than education, so they can tell you everything about their favorite celebrities in the same way that a child could quote every single one of the Pokemon.
Yeah.
And all of their Pokedex entries with all the data, like verbatim. But they can't tell you anything about the real world, not anything tangible. Like maybe how to make like a hot dog or microwave some macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd be surprised if they could make a grilled cheese sandwich on a pan. Ramen is the go-to for a lot of these people. That's another thing that just gets me. Okay, so there's a lot of people, it's like a joke, but people actually do it. They'll survive through college just eating ramen and junk food. And I'm like, how are you storing the information that you're supposed to be learning?
That just reminds me, that's literally the currency in prison. Apart from drugs and stuff, it's ramen and, you know, whatever else you can buy. But this, like, noodle stuff in Great Britain, that's currency in prison.
It's practically styrofoam with, like, flavoring.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah, I know what it is, for sure. It's the same thing in prison as it is at high school, right? Got to be worrying. People think this has value. No, prisoners eat this stuff. But it's quick and simple, right? Fucking hell.
Prisoners get more healthy food than what you would get in a school cafeteria.
Sheesh.
Comparable, but healthier. And better access to education, which is weird. You can, if you go to jail, you can get your GED because there's a program there for you to be able to go. But and you can easily just ask. Oh my god! Here's the thing about that: the high school diploma is the same thing, right? So if they were to tell freshmen, hey, you can just go and get your GED. So if you study for all that, like through like 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, you can just go get your GED and you don't have to worry about high school. And now high school's gone. And you have more intelligent people. Can't have that though. Too many people would quit high school and try and get their GED, which they would easily. Children retain information. Adults have trouble, especially if they've been putting substances in their bodies and eating garbage food. But children are like sponges.
Yeah.
And they have a tendency to retain more. You train children up to be able to pass this dumbed down version of the GED, and they can bypass high school. Pro tip. Then they can either go straight to doing their own version of college, or they can just go ahead and start their business because, dang, you got the internet. Do what you want. Just glorify him and all that you do, but do what you want. Go ahead. And make sure it's true. The funny thing is I'm not just talking out loud. Yeah. So I was in high school, and it was my senior year. And I decided just randomly to go to the guidance counselor's office because I had time. And I knew the guy from my first year. He's a pretty cool dude. And I asked him the question, what's the difference between the GED and the diploma? And he already knew that I was going to graduate in like a couple months. It's whatever. And he's like, there isn't a difference. I'm like, so you could just basically drop out, get your GED, and it would be identical to going to high school. Like, there's no difference. He's like, no. And then he went on to tell me that the reason why they don't tell people that is because people would drop out and go get their GED, and there would, like, it would decrease the, yeah. They're literally hiding this information from children to force them to go to high school. They're hiding it from parents and children on purpose.
So they have longer years of indoctrination, plus high schools make money as well, too. So.
Yep. It's all about the money, and it's all about the minds. In fact, if it ain't about the money, it's about the mind. They don't want an intelligent populace. They want a working populace.
Absolutely.
Smart enough to work, and work long enough so that you don't have enough time to think. And when you do, you're spending all your time thinking about what you truly care about, your family or your entertainment, to distract you from the pain of having to work all the time until you die. And then they constantly flood all that fear. Sorry, PMAC, my bad.
No, so I was just going to say, what a wonderful world.
Yeah. And then they're constantly pumping all this fear into everybody's heads through the TV, and then these little scrying mirrors everybody carries around in their pockets, puts on their laps, has on their desk. Oh no. What's the next fear? Well, we can just speculate on tomorrow, and there's probably a 50% chance we're going to be right. It can be anything. They want everybody in a constant catatonic state of either perpetual bliss or fear, like just terror, like afraid of this or trying to entertain themselves and distract themselves with that.
It tells you it's some kind of a system, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's money on both sides of that. Fear and sex are the top, like the number one selling things. Why horror movies and porn are like top. And then gratuitous violence, gore, stuff like that. It's all fear.
Yeah, but fear-based mind control is the most powerful, apparently.
I think that they combine both of them together, and that's what you got right now. People either having fear of the population diminishing to nothing, fear of overpopulation, fear of not having control over their own sexuality, and then all these other fears that are pouring into people's heads about various infections and racial divisions. They get everybody so...
Sorry.
You're good.
Fear of addressing somebody with the wrong pronoun.
Yeah, You use the wrong sound. If you make the wrong sound effect out of the meat in your throat, somebody might get offended. Or somebody might take upon the fence upon themselves, even though somebody else isn't offended, just in case somebody gets offended.
Did you just assume my gender?
Yeah.
Fuck off. It's a flat earth dude would say to them. Fuck off.
By definition, white actually would include not having freckles. Like being actually pure, perfectly, flawlessly white, and anybody else who isn't that is other. You get back with the whole racism thing, you take it all the way back to black and white. Like, I actually looked up those terms, and when they were created, I should have wrote something down because I didn't actually say my facts. I'm pretty sure it's like 1800s, like around 1860. I might be wrong. But all racial division, they divided everybody into categories. Like, these type of people are black and these type of people are white. And it wasn't just anybody who was this was black, anybody that's white. And it was to keep the white women from messing around and the white dudes from Yep. It was all about that, and it had to do with inheritances, monies, people not wanting their stuff to go over to those people. And it had to do with government control, just keeping people divided. Same crap that we see now with all these other micro divisions. You keep it split that way. And what's funny is it's, well, not funny, haha, funny, like, peculiar. The same exact thing happened in ancient Rome. And further back.
I was kind of thinking of Julius Caesar with the divide and conquer thing. I mean, that guy, he made calendars, he made this, he made that, he made divide and conquers, he made kind of a...
And back then it...
The most important dictator in the history of fucking the world was JC. And it just so happens that his initials... JG,
yeah,
sorry. Yeah, Julius Caesar, yeah, he... Man, I don't know. He was some boy.
It's something that people don't realize is everything that happened with Jesus was like a couple decades after Caesar had just been stabbed. Like all that rumor, all the rumors and stories, everything related to it had already spread across the entire empire. So everything's all in disarray by the time Herod's doing his dumb crap. If people don't know history and they think if you talk about the Bible that you're just talking about the Bible, it's like, bro, these guys had contemporaries who talked about them. There's a big story here. But back to the black and white. It had to do with slave trade too. Like it's directly rooted in slave trade and identification of value and where people come from. And the other part that most people don't consider, because everybody wants to jump to slaves and racists, royal bloodlines. Knowing genetics and royal bloodlines, like genetic features and traits, like that was important to these people, especially after there's this King of Kings title going around. Everyone wanted to inherit that. So maintaining royal bloodlines was important to these people who began as warring tribes and became warring kingdoms. Everybody wanted to be the King of Kings. We got the Crusades and Knights Templar type stuff that rose like well after that. People wonder why race is so prevalent. It's mostly because of the enslavement of humanity, obviously. And it's not just about one of us. And that's funny though, they want to take it so personally. Like just micro groups, because there's so many people who don't. It's micro groups and mostly in America, and it's like there's one thing that pissed me off, okay, with the whole BLM and all this other stuff, like I really wanted to tell people to shut the F up. There's modern slavery going on right now. There's trades. There's children working in shops right now, making your bullshit that you're probably going to buy next week. And these people want to bitch about how bad America is, or they want some kind of cash from the past. STFU. Practice what you preach. Stop buying your crap. Boycott. Vote with your money. Stop expecting somebody to freaking fix it for you, and stop buying the garbage. Like, buy things that matter. Help people that you care about. Stop caring about garbage. Let me go spend like $1,000 on a pair of freaking shoes that I'm going to put on the dirt, get pissed off if anybody touches, and just use to flex with. Yeah, a kid sewed that. A child. Probably younger than your little sister or brother. But go ahead, keep flexing. Crash people. And we wonder why people don't like America. It's not because we're better than it's because we use everyone. We feel better than everybody because look at all the stuff we've got. But then what happens? And the funny part is it's not America's fault, like as far as the government, who's buying the crap.
It's funny you should mention that. There was a guy on Joe Rogan the other day, wasn't he? He's talking about we should just open the borders, and it's not right that Americans should be living in this little pocket and where they're better than everybody else in the outside world, and everybody's down. Just let them all in. And
God,
the guy is a complete idiot, but he believes completely what he's saying.
You gotta have borders. As far as
what he's saying is, it's not right that one nation should have it so good. We should just open borders and just so that everybody can share in the same misery.
That's the funny part, though. Even if you did, who's paying for them to get over here? It's not cheap to get over here. So the ones who do get over here, if you were to open the borders, are getting paid to get over here. They have somebody who's paying their foot in the bill for them to be able to make it here. So then the question comes into play: who is bringing who, and for what reason?
And just to be clear, I believe in immigration. I believe that not multiculturalism, but like you should allow people from Poland and Africa, whatever, to come into your country in the right way and become a productive member, but not 2 million of them in one fucking year.
I can give you I can give you a good reason that would be for the protection of everybody else other than Americans why you shouldn't open the borders. What happens when you open the doors on a Black Friday and everybody's ready to trample in there before the digital Mondays crap? Everybody's ready and they're trampling each other over a freaking TV. Now you open the borders here, what's going to happen? Supply and demand. The coyotes are going to be trying to help people get over the border to get into here far more because there's going to be a market for it. And you think people aren't going to trample each other to get just across the border into here? They're going to die out in the open ocean just trying to get here on some stupid boat that some idiot doesn't even know how to actually. I'm just saying, it's going to get people killed.
Yeah, and also one of the main reasons was that you're vetting a person.
Yeah.
You have to go through the process and make sure that they don't have a criminal record in the country that they're coming from, et cetera, and that that's perfectly normal. That's one of the main reasons you do that is because so you're not letting out when you let 2 million people in a year, 60,000 of them have criminal records. So.
But for you and I, that kind of goes without saying, but you have to say it so the listeners can hear. There's reasons why they shouldn't just be able to hop over here. Like you don't say somebody goes on a serial killing spree, escape from jail, hop the border, and hop the next border, and nobody knows who they are. And since there's no borders, you can't, where do we go investigate? There's no government. I guess we'll just round up a posse and maybe we find them.
Yeah, and it's not because you're racist, because you're not. Just the other day here in England, there, where they come from, Afghanistan, was discovered that he already shot 2 people in Poland came into England, stabbed the boy in the chest. The guy wanted to become a Marine. He was going through high school. He's perfectly normal. He's, I don't know, white father, black mother, a good guy. And something erupted, an argument erupted over these e-cycles that they have. And this guy from Afghanistan, who they just let in because, he says he was a kid and he was from Afghanistan. Yeah, come on in. No vetting at all. Stabbed him in the chest and killed him dead. And you're like, what? That guy shouldn't even be in the country in the first place.
Being a kid don't mean nothing. Oh my God, that doesn't mean anything. Remember there was a story from decades ago where these two kids lured like a dang 2-3-year-old off into the tracks and killed him and did a whole bunch of really vile things to his body, like while we tortured him and stuff. Being a child means nothing. They bring somebody over thinking, oh, you're just a kid. He's not going to hurt anybody. These kids seen war. They're over in Afghanistan, like post-Iraq, post-Afghani, post-9/11. They've seen war. You have to get them psychologically evaluated before you just let them go run amok.
Yes. But this guy wasn't actually a kid. He pretended to be a kid because
he
looked like he was maybe 18, 19. He pretended to be 15 or 14, and yeah.
Oh God! So he probably had some kind of psychological stuff with him too, to be able to lie deadpan to people like that.
Oh, he was already a murderer before he even came to the country.
Yeah, I just, oh man. That reminds me of something. And there are people like that. They look way younger than what you would think. In fact, there's a movie that was based off of a true story where this woman was pretending to be young and she got like adopted and stuff, and ended up being super crazy. But that actually happened. Like there really was a woman who ended up in a mental institute and stuff.
I mean, there's so much stuff you hear in life. You couldn't write this shit, bro. You just couldn't write it. It's truth is stranger than fiction.
It definitely is. I think ironically, one of the strangest stories that's the truth is stranger than fiction type thing is the fact that people believe in cartoons. They believe cartoons are real. I see a cartoon like that. I live there. I was watching, I was trying to find original footage of Sputnik, right? And all the stuff that I can find, it shows a rocket. I'm like, cool, there's a fireworks show. And then it's a transition and a cartoon that shows like a little circle with lines going off of it, and it's beep, beep, beep going through. And that's a cartoon, though. Like, what? And they'll show like this launch thing where it's supposedly separating Sputnik from the rocket, but it's so slow motion that there's no damn way that they could record that for one. Well, it's something that you could do in a room. You set it up in a room and just separate the two pieces, and that's it.
You got me. Remember one of the first spacewalks where the guy turned his head, and then somebody went to research the spacesuits in those days. You could not turn your head in them suits, but this guy did.
Yeah, he had the ability of like this full range of motion that you don't have now. Oh, why don't have wait? So if he can turn his head, why can't they do that in suits now? Because they lost that technology.
lost the technology.
It'd be a painful process to build it back, so they're going to go with the original suits that there's something based on that where the head doesn't move.
Well, then you have a leak. It's funny how many times in a lot of conversations throughout the months, years, Mr. Dom Pettit has come up. He's just like the most worst thing they could have done to themselves.
That reminds me. There's a spacesuit in one of the towns nearby, the next city over. I should go take pictures of it. Stick the camera in the helmet, get like close ups. I'm 6'5", so I got like I got reach. This thing's suspended above a stairwell though, so it's like hard to get access to it, but I'm really tall. So. There's like a space, well, it's not a space thing, it's more like a science thing, but they do have a planetarium or whatever.
(6'5").
Yeah.
You must have some of them ancient giant genes in you somewhere, bro.
If you saw me, you would probably confirm your hypothesis. I have like long red hair that kind of looks like the.
Shut up. I was about to say, you're not a red-headed fucking 6'5" semi-giant, are you?
I was born with Beckwith-Lehman syndrome, so I do have a form of giantism. It's weird. Creates a bunch of medical problems.
That sounds a little bit like an Irish Nephilim then.
Yeah. It's funny too, because we have Irish ancestry. I have Irish and Scottish. Amongst other things, I'm a mutt.
Aren't we all?
Great joke. Toast.
Yeah, pretty sure everybody's a mutt, except for these supposed L-lights who think that they're pure blood or whatever.
You have a good day.
With their weird royal pedigrees. That's cool.
Etherrest, did you see my comment in Cogdis?
Did not. I haven't been there. Oh, there we go. Well, that seems like pretty solid evidence.
I think it's time to shut the server down and we
I'd say it's enough to form a hypothesis. Now we need to go get the globe, and we take the globe. And now we need to fly up in space and see if the Earth looks like it. We hold it next to what we look at. Like, does that look like this?
Hey guys, how's my Bluetooth down? How's my Bluetooth?
What's up, man?
Little echoey, but you're all right.
How about now? Same?
Just a bit, but it just sounds like it's echoing off the walls.
Oh, okay. Well, what evidence were y'all just presented with that I stumbled in on?
Well, we have a member of the Cogdis room that proudly proclaimed to us that the Earth is flat. So, what more do we need?
Yeah, but
Sorry, I
that's
said that wrong. No, I said that wrong. Sorry. The Earth is not flat. Sorry, that's what he said. The Earth is not flat. I misspoke.
His exact words are, "Earth ain't flat, bro." To which Martoth responds, "What do you think is the best evidence of the globe?" And
I just figure that's all we need is his declaration. What else do we need?
it's a pretty solid statement. Earth ain't flat, bro. Oh, okay.
Did he answer the question?
His evidence is the globe. When you buy a globe, it's round.
Why do all these Zoomers talk like boomers now? Like they try and like hand out this like giving it to you hard wisdom, like Earth ain't flat. You sound 60 when you do that. They've all turned into the crotchety old men who are giving them advice, because that's a direct quote from Phil Nye. Earth ain't flat. Like, and it's also, do you know why people like in academia or like science communicators will sometimes sound who are usually from like, Minnesota or the Midwest or California or Boston. They are not from the Southeast. They are not from Texas, but they'll drift into this folksy way of delivering talk. Did anyone notice that? Start using
100%.
contractions.
Yeah, it's kind of cheesy.
Yeah, and what it is they're operating off of an ancient playbook that's way out of date. Where you give so-called salt of the earth advice. It sounds that way because it's supposed to sound that way. The problem is it's not 1920. Half my vernacular is British, and I'm 42, and I grew up in Georgia.
Yes, that's the well-kept secret of the South is that most Southern U.S. dialects are have a descendant of British English.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Except Arkansas, we don't claim them. Arkansas is our shame.
Well, I don't know about Arkansas. Those got a right fine accent over in Arkansas.
It's nice to know that Americanese still speak the Queen's English, but you should hear some of the people here speaking English. I mean, it's like you can't.
Yeah, especially what they call the Tidewater accent, which is mostly, but not limited to, it's mostly around Eastern Virginia, Eastern Carolinas, and even down into Mimas's country.
Yes.
That Tidewater accent is very, 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 and I think that's what they based that Mid-Atlantic conjuring on, is that Tidewater accent. And
the 1940s. Talking about the 1940s Hollywood accent?
Yeah, exactly. I think that was primarily derived from the Tidewater accent.
Yeah, probably so. Now, where I'm at, I'm down in Savannah, so we still have like legitimate like Southern Belle dialect down here. So you still have people that talk in that kind of smooth Southern honeysuckle way.
Oh yeah, honey. Oh yeah. When we get in the car and go down to the road.
Oh no, we still say reckon and yonder. So those are old English words too.
And they also get haints that come visit them.
If you're north of Mason-Dixon line, that means you got the accent down, boy.
Hey, reckon is a biblical word.
Yes, it is. it is, but it's a biblical word because who wrote the King James Bible, or they used the word reckon, right? And it was a Shakespearean word, right?
On rotate.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's weird because I don't really have a Southern accent. I was raised in the South, don't have a Southern accent, and I say things like reckon. And I'll be talking to somebody and say, well, I reckon so. They look at me for a second. Like, did I just hear reckon?
And as embarrassed as I am to say, I find myself drifting off to non-roticity land from time to time without any intention, and then like it's once you get around some of those, it kind of gets into, and it's hard to get it out.
Yeah. If I'm around a bunch of my fellow countrymen of the South, sometimes it does peek out. I can't really help it. So. But I do not have what is classically called a drawl, which is like that twang.
Yeah, not every Southern accent has a drawl.
Right, they don't. All right, you're going to hear a drill for a second. Here we go.
I agree. But yeah, it's definitely interesting because, especially when you travel through the mountains of Appalachia, it's interesting. Yeah. Some of those dialects, like my grandmother, some of the things that she would say were interesting, like like she would talk about yarn, and so I had to figure out what the heck yarn was, and obviously it's a derivative. I don't remember if it was from a German dialect, but it's a derivative of the word carrion. So she'd say, "That smells like yarn."
Sounds Gaelic. God.
It sounds grody.
Y'all from Florida?
Florida's a whole mishmash of accents. It is, because it's got the Georgian accent, it's got the Alabama accent, and the rest of them are all transplants or from Cuba, which I consider Cubans to be legitimate Floridians.
Yeah, so now, do you know the 6 boroughs of New York?
The 6 shithole, rat-infested, cum-filled boroughs of New York. No, I do not know all of them.
There are 6 boroughs. You've got Manhattan, Yonkers, Brooks, Brooklyn, Yonkers. I miss Queens in there somewhere, unless it said. And then the 6th one is Florida.
Florida? Oh, yeah, you're right. I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, but they're all Hebrews in Florida.
Not really.
Not anymore. It used to be like that in the 60s. Like you were rich,
like Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in the southeast part of the state, like especially from like North Miami Beach up to say like West Palm Beach is where a lot of our Hebrew brothers are concentrated. There's plenty throughout. Say again.
That poor choice of words.
So there's plenty through the state, but the biggest concentration really, because I knew a few where I lived, which was a little bit north of West Palm Beach, but There weren't, there was just a small handful.
I knew a bunch through somebody, through a Jewish friend of mine that I would see down in Pensacola. But it was like all the Jews he knew lived on the east coast of Florida.
Yeah.
But not in or above Daytona, because nobody respectable would live there. Daytona is fun. If you have like some white trash in your blood, it is one of the most fun places you'll go. And all of us got a little bit of white trash.
Yeah, and down in Florida, you have a pretty big representation of Chabad Lubavitch.
Chabad Lubavitch.
No, Chabad, the Chabad Lubavitch. They're a really, really interesting sect who more or less believed that their Rebbe Schneerson was a Messiah, and they believed, and he's a really, really interesting one because he was a strong proponent of what he called geocentrism, which he made very clear was his way of talking about flat Earth.
I see.
He got a lot of flack from the rest of the Jewish community, but he held very, very strongly that he held very, very strongly to the biblical view, and they won't. And they don't like to talk about it. You have to really, truly get them. You have to really, really get them going because they don't. They'll deflect from the topic if you ask them.
Yeah. Well, I try not to argue religion with anyone anymore. I'll talk about religion with someone all day long, but I won't argue about it. I love talking about it.
Oh no, yeah. Once you get them talking and they realize that you're not, that you're sincerely trying to learn about what they believe, they'll typically share with you a lot. They're one of the Jewish sects who do a very, they do a very good job learning and knowing. A lot of the Jewish people, they learn what they need to know, just like most religious people. It's not.
Yeah, and you're right. That's just most religions.
But the Chabad Lubavitchers do a very, very good job with education, and a lot of times they'll be the ones that get hired by the rabbis of Reform and conservative synagogues to teach Hebrew and Jewish history and things like that.
Conservative synagogues are always based.
Yeah. And you are right. Arguing religion is like administering medicine to the dead.
Yeah. I don't really see a grand purpose in it. As I call myself a Christian. For convenience sake, I follow Christ. But I don't recall him instituting a religion.
Yeah. So the problem with discussing or arguing religion is there are so many semantics that you can sit down and argue, and you end up just arguing over semantics compared to, and that's the problem with it. So you never end up in an actual fruitful conversation of.
No, you're right. There's no fruitful conversation. Judge a tree by its fruits. And when you get into like if the results of your arguments or someone is always angry or someone is always dejected or sad, then the fruits that you are bearing are negative.
Absolutely. Well, and far as I'm concerned, Jesus says you will know them by their fruits.
Right.
And I think it's very clear when you look at most people who want to argue religion that they are very angry people, and that's why they want to argue rather than listen down and talk about what we agree on.
Yeah. Or just ask questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
you know,
I mean, what did Jesus do? He used illustration and asked tons of questions, right?
absolutely.
And that's how you talk about things. You don't preach, you listen. Because when you listen, you can respond.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when you respond, you don't preach.
Right. A response is not a sermon.
Somebody once told me
sermons are bad. Go ahead, Jay.
Somebody once told me that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should listen twice as much as we talk. And I said, no, sir. If we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, then we need to talk twice as much. I was, of course, being sarcastic, but making the point that, indeed, that in modern times, we want to make up for that deficiency of having only 1 mouth.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I come across that has been kind of chugging along in the back of my mind for many years was when I was studying Spanish, I came across an article that where they took the various rates of spoken languages, and then they compared the actual semantic meaning that was trying to be sent across. And what they found is that nearly every language described the same things in about the same amount of time.
Yeah.
And so the truth is if I get up and give a 10-minute sermon, or if I get up and give a 30-minute sermon, I'm probably going to give the same amount of information. I will give that same amount of information in about the same amount of time, and
I'm fairly certain. I am fairly certain, and a lot of I'd say Christian and nominally Christian, and Muslim and Jewish sects do this, where they have an operational procedure where they bombard you with sermonizing, because it's almost like being in the military, where they just kind of make you numb, break you down, and eventually you're more accepting. And I think that's what long preachiness is all about. Like, you can get a point across. If you can't get a point across in 3 minutes, you failed with anything. And I'm not even talking about the modern age and because nobody has an attention span. It has been like that throughout history. If you can't, and it's always been, if you can't make the sale within like the first, 30 seconds or a minute, you've lost it. You already lost it.
So the truth is, in every sermon I ever gave, I first started from the scripture lesson of the day. I took 1 to 2 sentences from that, and that was the main point of the sermon. The truth is, we could have all stood up, heard that point, then we could have all sit down and went about our business.
Yeah.
The truth is, everything that I said from then on was secondary and should have been thrown out the window. And that's how I always took it.
That's how we were taught, because I was trained in public speaking and stuff, and for something similar. And like that is one of the things you're taught is get the point and use 2 or 3 other points to hammer it home, so to speak. And when you think about the language that you used when you trained in public speaking, hammer it home. Oh, so you're hammering it into the person. Yes, that is what you're doing. You're hammering something into a person that they're not, and you're doing a mass appeal thing. So they might not be receptive to it, but that's why you keep repeating it to them.
Yep.
Which is funny because if we show somebody within 3 minutes, we show somebody there at this flat, we give them the math. What happens if in that 3 minutes they immediately start denying it? We immediately get hostile with them because we know, okay, they're a waste of time. You can tell right away almost. There's very rare exceptions. And it's the same with anything. Like, why don't we apply this logic to everything and we'd stop wasting everybody's time? But like, I think a lot of, and I'm specifically talking about Christianity because that's like in my wheelhouse. In the early centuries, a lot of different church and Christian, nominally Christian sects depict like preaching done at people's houses, and like these big groups all listening to one guy give a sermon. And it's like, no, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It was fellowship. That's what they were there for. They didn't have out all the ancient scrolls and were doing all this other stuff. They were there for fellowship.
Well, and that's one of the points that I always bring home is that you are correct that they went to the synagogue
Oh, you cut out there, J.E. Or is it me? Is it him or me, y'all?
They were doing their best to not be seen as to why they were together. So heck, you are absolutely correct. They weren't sitting around. They were off. They were off fellowshipping, and yeah, they would share the word, but they were also doing their best to not be caught.
Yeah. Guys, is it him or me that keeps breaking up? Is it him or me that keeps breaking up?
It's him that keeps breaking
No,
up.
it's me.
Okay.
Oh, they got to put more. This area that I'm in, Elon Musk doesn't put enough helium in his balloons.
Okay. No Starlink over there, huh?
Yeah,
it's funny because you're not roboting. You're just straight up cutting out. Usually when you get to the edge of like a cell signal, it starts roboting because it's intermittent. And what you're doing is you're just cutting out completely, which is not as annoying. It's definitely not as annoying as the roboting. The roboting is infuriating.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I agree. Welcome to our digital life.
Yep. But
yeah,
I agree with you.
Oh, sorry.
I agree with you. Go ahead.
No, I will say, unfortunately, I never got to spend any time in Savannah because I was always buggying down 95. So I've been there to that Chick-fil-A in front of the Walmart and such. I've been to a few of those little restaurants there over the years, but frankly, that exit there is really the only exit that I've been off of. And then there's a exit down a little bit just south of Savannah where there's a Food Lion and a Bojangles, and typically we stop at that Bojangles when we pass through in the morning.
You need to come to Savannah when the wisteria is in bloom in spring. Oh
yeah, absolutely.
And
I bet that's wonderful.
It is like you have stepped into like I hate to say it, but like a Japanese fantasy anime, because you know how they take 18th and 19th century stuff and turn it into fantasy and make an anime out of it. And the wisteria bloom, it looks like cherry blossom, kind of. You know, it has that same effect on you when you see the wisteria bloom. and all these just oak-lined streets filled with wisteria. And I mean, it's like caves of wisteria all over the city.
Oh
It
yeah.
blooms for about 2 weeks, but then you get the other side of the bloom, which is rotting dead wisteria flowers everywhere.
Right, of course. But yeah, I wanna get there at some point. That's kind of the problem of living a spread out life is I've got so many people to visit in Indiana, so many people to visit in Kentucky, so many people to visit in North Carolina, a couple in South Carolina, and then Florida. So it's kind of like talking about that. The faster you talk, you get out the same amount of information, even the slower you talk. So
Yeah.
so pretty much that's been my only problem visiting Savannah. I'd love to spend about a week there and head up to like Beaufort as well and see the a lot of the Gala stuff there as well, and all the Garden of all the Midnight and the Garden of Good and Evil stuff. I'd like to see all that.
Oh yeah, I've been in that graveyard a million times. That was one of my. That's always was one of my go-to take a girl on a date things was the Savannah graveyard.
Oh yeah,
because it's that's weird and grim. No, it's not. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, and then oh yeah, and that's a good picture. That's actually a really good picture.
Somebody post a picture of Savannah. Let me see.
No, I'm talking about Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And everyone goes to the park bench where Forrest Gump was filmed. Trafalgar.
Oh, yeah.
Let me find it. Let me see if I can find it.
You know you're in for a good story when at the very beginning you get the he/she going, "Oh, my shots are kicking in," and the reporter's got to figure out what that means.
Yeah.
You know you're in for an interesting story.
Looking for some pictures of the wisteria bloom here.
Yeah, Savannah, although it's larger, seems to me to be very similar to Wilmington.
I was going to say Charleston.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. I'm sure. I've spent a good bit of time in Charleston, but Wilmington's where I lived. But like in Wilmington, you have in the spring you have the azaleas, and they have an azalea festival, and everybody plants these azaleas everywhere, and they're really nice for a few weeks, and then you've got all the dead, rotting azaleas. All this, them falling all over the sidewalk and everything else.
Yeah.
You got a lot of nice, genteel southern things.
Yep. So that picture I posted, that's Wormslow Plantation. That's over there by Bonaventure Cemetery. Oh, I'm sorry, Bonaventure.
Which picture?
The picture I posted. Oh, wait. Here it is. Let me hit send.
Yeah, that's nice, yeah.
This is extremely typical Savannah. And if you cut a tree root in Savannah, you will get a $20,000 fine. I am not joking.
No.
They do not. it is extremely felonious to cut down a tree in Savannah.
Yep.
Yeah, we've still got the colonial oak rows, and they're on the main roads, and we have not gotten rid of them. And I complain about the historical society here, because I've had to do a bunch of work for them, like restoration work. But at the very least, they are doing their job.
Absolutely. You know, it's good. It's good that they're hysterical about history. There's no doubt about it. That's
yeah.
My interesting contradiction was in Wilmington that a lot of the hysterical society people were all part of the leftists then that were all into trying to redact history and everything else, especially during 2020 when it was time to take down statues because they would offend frail sensibilities.
Yeah. Well, in Savannah, I think if you tried to take down a statue in Savannah, people would be worried about being haunted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh. And as you can see, I think we got the most beautiful creepy city in this country.
From what I know about it, I can imagine.
Yeah, Savannah, I watch a lot of ghost stories and ghost thingies and ghost this and ghost that and the graveyards and the stuffs and the houses. It's very, very prevalent in Savannah.
Yeah, Savannah is what they call it. Do they call it the most haunted city in the U.S.?
I think they do. Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah. You live here long enough, buddy boy, you'll believe it too. Trust me.
Yeah.
How much of the Gullah and Geechee are there in North Georgia?
There's a Gullah community, but it's mostly ancestors, and a lot of them work for the state, doing preservation on it. So, if you're looking for authentic Gullah, it's really already integrated into the surrounding culture with the food, and like with language and stuff. So you can go learn about the Gullah, like in the area of the Low Country, but
that's mostly in South Carolina, not Georgia, isn't it?
Yes, mostly South Carolina. Yeah, but it's in what's called the Low Country, so it goes all the way up to like the Beaufort area and the islands off the coast of South Carolina, down a little south of Savannah.
And a lot of people go there. Just it's a tourist attraction, the graveyards. Just like some places in Mexico, it's people go there just to look at the sculptures, the gravestones, the whatever they call them little things.
Well, I love monuments.
Those little monuments, but there's a name for them in graveyards. It doesn't matter, I suppose. But
well, I mean, that's what we call them. We call them monuments. You've got gravestones and you've got monuments.
Yeah.
And markers.
What about all the little squares? On the tours, they talk about these little squares and they have the story. The story is that's where everyone gathered under these savage attacks, quote unquote. How accurate do you think those? You know what I'm talking about? Squares.
None of that's true.
Yeah, it seemed like well, this is kind of a small square to hold off an attack.
Savannah was never part of any war. It was able to avoid every single decimation and every single conflict.
So why is that why is that in the tour story? Because it seems like they're really pushing it during the tour.
Well, you know what? I've never taken a Savannah tour ever, and I've never heard that. When did you hear that?
Well, why would you? Well, this was about 5 years ago.
Wow,
I had a couple really good friends who were tour guides on the show, and they were in Wilmington, not in Savannah. So I'm speaking from my experience, not from specifically Savannah. And they were trying to get me to do it because I had a unique voice and interesting character, that sort of thing. So I briefly considered it, but I said, so he was kind of telling me that he said some of it is actual genuine history, but a lot of it is made up on the spot.
Yeah.
It's entertainment. It's not fully history. So, like, they'll make up ghost stories as they go along. They'll make up, this happened during the Civil War. This happened during the Revolutionary War. And then they'll, anybody with, like a discerning mind would say, that's probably not true. And then, but they would always weave it into their entertaining tale of how they're telling a place. So I'm guessing, now, again, we know that sometimes you might as well just shut up if you're guessing, but I'm guessing that the Savannah tours are probably a lot similar in that they're just entertainment more than fiction. I mean, documented fact.
If you tell people, if you were to do a tour in Savannah based solely off of historical fact, you're going to be bored. Because unless you're into shipping and religious tolerance and just really mundane common sense things for like why people design a city and lay it out and build a port and get a bunch of businesses in and like that's Savannah's history. It's a port city.
So that's why they were passing out ghost meters to keep us entertained.
Yeah. Now that's part of the entertainment, but I will say Savannah is. If you're a spiritual person, Savannah's a strange place.
Yeah, they literally held out. They literally handed out ghost meters.
Okay, well that's horseshit. Obviously, I don't think it. I would doubt it works like that. There are a bunch of paranormal groups here, though. And you could throw a stick and hit a coven here also.
I find it fascinating, no doubt about it, that the whole paranormal ghost hunters and things like that, and they have ghost meters and such like that. And I like shortwave radio. I have a little. Actually, I just had to throw it away. I keep buying these cheap shortwave radios, so that way if I go out in the woods somewhere and lose it or whatever else, it's not a big deal. So I just had to get rid of one because the dial quit working out, so I got to get another one. But you can walk around with a shortwave radio, and the signals get stronger, and sometimes if you take where people are talking about having paranormal experiences or whatever else, a lot of times the signals will come in much stronger. And so it's interesting to me that they interpret things, this means it must be a ghost, but it's interesting that they don't allow for a more sensible explanation that, the creepy feeling might be because of
electromagnetic,
static electricity or magnetic
or natural radio waves that exist in that area.
Yeah. One of the things I used to love to do is if I was in an outdoor gathering, I'd take my shortwave radio and I'd walk around the gathering and I'd stand next to people who were lively and the signals would be stronger. And then I'd go over to where people were more quiet and just sitting around. The signals would be not as loud, not as strong.
Yeah.
But continue.
Well, did you ever see that episode of Top Gear where they were using the key fobs to unlock the cars?
I did not, but I will look that up because that's...
Okay, so they're like, he's saying, look, Jeremy Clarkson's out there. He's saying, look, they're at like 100 feet. Look, I can unlock the car from here. You step back here, he goes back another 20 feet or so, and it's out of range. He said, but now watch this. He puts it to his head and clicks it, and it unlocks the car.
Yes, I used to do that on the car lot a lot.
Yeah, and then the other guy, Richard, he comes up, he does the same thing. It doesn't work here, steps back, it does, or he puts it on his head, click, car unlocks.
Yep.
So there's weird stuff. There's weird stuff, and I'm happy and fine saying a lot of stuff is just plain weird. It's not to say I don't believe in like the supernatural. But at the same time, I think it's incumbent on anyone who's looking into it to rule out the natural variable before they go forward.
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick about what you just said?
What's that?
You said they put the key fob or whatever to their own head?
To their own head, yes.
So what you can do, here's how I did it when I sold cars, is I would step out the front door and I'd hit the horn button or something to get it start blowing. And then what I'd do is I'd hold it underneath my chin. I'd just touch it to the bottom of my chin, and then I'd press it again, and then nearly wherever it was on the lot, you'd hear the horn beep.
Yeah.
Which direction pointed it towards you?
Oh, somebody's roboting real bad. Who was that was roboting?
I think that was the same gentleman that was asking about putting it to your head.
Okay. I do believe the answer that they have is your body acts, when you ground it to your head, your body acts as like a biochemical antenna. That's the explanation. Yeah. Sounds reasonable.
Well, what you're doing is it's you're capacitively coupling the little transmitter inside of it to your body, and your body is the antenna.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try that.
Yeah.
I wonder if it works better or worse if you're barefoot.
I would think, now you give it a shot and tell us. I'd love to have an experiment on it, but
my guess barefoot it'd work better.
Well, my guess is the other way, because with the insulator on your shoes, it is not grounding out. So if you don't have the insulator and you're barefoot, then it would just go around.
Yeah.
Try it both ways.
Yeah, but which one of us are right? You'll know until you test it.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Are you going to still try it, knowing you might have to put on shoes?
Yeah. I think that if I don't have shoes on and I do it though, and it works that way, then it can't be good for the human body.
You guys
know
talking about Neuralink?
No, we're not talking about Neuralink.
All right, sorry, I just came back here. Sorry.
We're talking about using your key fob and pressing it to your head, and it increases the range by a few feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's on an episode of Top Gear.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Wait, it was on a what?
It was on an episode of Top Gear.
Humans are the strongest emitters and transmitters of signals and receivers of signals human mind is that we know of. It may not be the best memory device ever. We have more memory space on computers, but not better transmitter or receiver of signals.
That's because we don't have memories. We have experiences.
Oh, that's fair. I never thought about it like that. But yeah, my point is like the human mind is amazing. That's all I was trying to say.
Yes, you're right. I consider the mind to be like the signal and the brain to be the router.
It's Sunday somewhere, so I'll just go on the fact that it's Sunday somewhere. So for my early version of Speculation Sunday, I would say that I'm convinced that humans more or less are connected electrically, EMF somehow, and I'm convinced in my own speculation that you are correct that we have ways of transmitting and receiving that we're not consciously aware of, and so using something like a key fob or whatever else, I think, is probably superfluous until it would be superfluous once we have the full understanding of how to harness said communication. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe sometime in the next 1,000 years somebody will figure it out, but that's what I'm convinced of anyway. Because when I've been around lots of very heavy duty transmitters, I can tell you one thing is at the radio station I worked at in high school, I used to always feel very gooned out at the radio station, like I was being watched and stuff like this. And then we got a new transmitter.
I want to back you up on that. I want to back you up on that. I was reading that a lot of radio stations are reported as being haunted.
Yeah. Now, once we switched, once we switched to the solid state transmitter, never had the feelings again. It was only with the tube type transmitters.
I like how you did. I like how you did speculation Sunday somewhere. Oh, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Speculate. No.
Continue on, Mimas. I was just trying to finish my thought, but continue on because I think I know you're onto something there.
Oh yeah, I was going to say there used to be Art Bell. You remember Art Bell used to have a show, and
absolutely.
He would have the call-ins, and so many people called in from radio stations or wrote in from radio stations, and he commented one day that he gets a massive amount of reports that radio stations are haunted, and people see like images. Like lingering images of like old dead DJs that they never met and stuff. So I do imagine that it has something to do with the big transmitters there. So because when you switch to the solid state, all of a sudden it all goes away. So it may be a complete fabrication in like the mind of the experiencer. But the alternative to that is that the radio waves amplify something that is actually there.
Kind of like a naturally occurring hologram.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would go so far to say there's two possibilities here. One is that especially when Art Bell was on, there were still a lot more AM radio stations with tube type transmitters. And so you have the one explanation, which is no fun, which is just that the tubes emit some spurious EMF that mess with our cognitive or our cognition. But the second one is, like you said, is because the first stage of a transmitter is called an oscillator. And the second stage of a transmitter, more or less, is the amplifier. And so the amplifiers are not perfectly amplifying what's coming out of the oscillator. So what else is being amplified?
Right. I'm not immediately dismissing the supernatural by saying it's being caused by the radio equipment.
Oh well, I'm saying right, exactly. It could be either way. It could be that
it could actually be either way.
Yeah.
You may be. It's kind of like you shine a light in a room and you're illuminating what's already there. It may be that the radio transmissions or the equipment, the tubes that you're talking about, are emitting this and revealing what is either like I don't know what you would call it, like the spatial memory of what happened there. I don't know what to call it.
Well, I would say that there's.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what I would say is that whatever the spatial memory or whatever else is probably EMF related, and so that's being picked up by the amplification stage of the transmitter, along with what's coming out of the oscillator, and more or less amplifying what's continuing to happen there. So you don't just get whatever's there on its own, you get it times several thousand. So people who would normally might not, but go ahead, my friend. There was somebody else trying to say something.
I was just saying, people who wouldn't normally be like prone to like seeing ghosts or whatever would, have a ghost experience there. See, the only piece of doubt that you can have about it really is in the amount of experiences that are too similar, in which they see older employees, like employees that have died. They're all having very specific, like they were all having this very specific same experience. Now, if everybody's different, right? So why would they all be experiencing that kind of similar? Not just a feeling, like they get the feelings of creepiness. Okay, I can write that off. But when they start seeing the things, and then suddenly you're like, oh, a bunch of different people are specifically seeing persons. I'm not saying that is what is happening, that they're seeing actual ghosts or anything like that. I'm just saying this is the other side of that, like that argument, in that you have these numbers of people who are all seeing the same thing.
Well, and a lot I've forgotten because I worked at the radio station from 1993 to 1996. But from at the specific radio station, the story that sticks out to me was that I always had this feeling there was a dog around. I always had this, like, I could almost catch it off in the corner. And then I've been friends with the engineer of the station ever since. I knew him before I went to work there, and I've been friends with him ever since. And finally, about 3, maybe 4 years ago, we were talking about the station, and about the first time he went there before the present owners bought it, more or less, that he told me that the daughter, which he thought was the owner, but I knew was the daughter, he said that the place was a big pigsty and that there was dog food everywhere, and there was this dog just on the loose that was stinking and disgusting and matted up. And I'm like, oh, I knew. But there was somebody else trying to say something else, I think, a moment ago. Was there somebody else trying to add in? I don't want to cut somebody off if somebody was trying to say something.
No, you were fine. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, but that's what's interesting, like maybe it was just all happened coincident. Maybe it's just like the medical coincidences we hear about. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but I don't know. The other thing I'll add in is that I do know that when you take a all-band radio, like all-band HF radio, where you start getting down to, say, like just above the AM broadcast band, and you start getting in there for where all the international shortwave stations are, you really start dialing around some stuff, and it can get really, really creepy. You just it's hard to describe until you do it, and then like you start dialing around, and you start getting a really, really creepy feeling. And if you just dial around the frequencies where you start getting a creepy feeling, eventually you'll start catching some odd transmissions.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to describe. Other radio people I've talked to have talked about it too, but not like in great detail. But like once you start working with your radio a little bit, you can just start to feel there'll be something somewhere, and then all of a sudden you'll pick up something you've never heard before.
Yeah. Hey.
And a lot of those transmissions on there are covert intelligence transmissions.
It has to be electric universe or electrostatic universe.
It may just be like he said in Hamlet. There's more under heaven and earth than in your imagination. Never know.
There's nothing new under the sun. So, like, quite a few years ago, I started getting into like ghost stories and stuff, and then I realized to myself, right, it's one of two things, right? It's a replay of what happened, or it's an intelligent haunting, or it's an intelligent something, and lo and behold, fucking 10 years later, they're all talking about that thing. I'm not sorry, I don't mean to fucking bum myself up or anything, but was trying to find an explanation for why these things happen, why people see the same ghosts move down the same hallway at the same time, year after year, whatever. It's like it's a replay. It's a replay of something. It's just there. It's always going to be there. But then if you hear whistles and you hear screams or somebody talking to you, that's different. That's intelligent. That's like somebody trying to come through in that present time. But anyway, that's speculation from the. That's for.
Well, if you think about it, if time is just a concept, right? It's just something we use to measure like the environment and the movement of the environment. Does that mean everything that has happened, is happening, and will happen is in a sense all simultaneous?
Could be.
I mean,
could be, could not be.
Now I'm going to go off in the weeds here, so I don't actually think this, but I think it's a really, really fascinating thought experiment, and is the question of how do we not know that the universe was created 10 minutes ago, and we were all given all our memories of our life and everything else, and we just kind of magically came into existence 10 minutes ago. I don't actually believe that. Let me just disclaim that a moment. But the interesting thought here is sometimes these things have a bit of a deeper concept, which kind of could come from the idea that everything is happening in the blink of an eye, and we're living our little fraction of a second of that, or fraction of a millisecond of that existence, and we're doing the things we're doing. I know 100% that I'm sitting in a chair. I don't have to sit around and I tell you that the chair is an outside chair, an inside chair. If I say I'm sitting in a chair, I'm sitting in a chair. We know all that, of course. But my point is I think there's a lot of validity to the fact that everything is happening now. Because I look back to, I was off in training for 3 weeks last fall. And I remember at the beginning of it, and this 3 weeks just took forever. And then I got through and done, and I look back at this, and with everything else that I've done since then, it's almost like it's a distant memory.
Yeah.
But yet at the exact same time, it's all we have is our experience, kind of in our memory. We put kind of time. And as I get a little older, I think about my older friends when I was like in my 20s, who could never tell you approximately when something happened. Oh, it happened a few years ago. And then you find out it was like 30 years before.
Yeah.
And so I think I think there's something to be said.
Well, God says he's the beginning and the end, right? And that he knows everything from the beginning to the end already.
Yeah.
And maybe what we're experiencing, we have a linear experience in temporality as we exist. So that we have the time to experience everything whatever I'm saying.
I think what
my point is.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you first. I want you to interject.
Yeah. I was just going to say, okay, so is it beyond the realms of speculation, or would you say to somebody, maybe we see things reoccur, goes, and things like that there. Is this perhaps that we're caught in a loop? And the reason why, and that's why you see what you just said there now, fucking kind of blew my mind, is that the reason why God is the beginning and the end, because he knows the beginning and he knows the end. It's all already laid out, bro. And we're just, sorry to sound like a 1980s, 1800 Georgian there. But,
well, if you, let's say you exist outside linear time, like we exist experiencing linear time, right? If you existed outside that and you experienced everything as a singular moment and time was nothing to you, right? It's not like it's on pause. It's that time does not exist. That means every single moment is the beginning and the end in your consciousness. And if we describe God as being, or not God, but the creator, the outside creator, yes, we would describe him as a consciousness. We would not describe him as a physical entity, as an entity, as anything except a very like this consciousness. And a consciousness can experience all these things all at once, beginning and end, because there is no beginning or end. There's just a moment that passes, and that is the beginning and end of everything.
Yeah.
It's like Stephen King even wrote a book called The Langoliers. I don't know if anyone ever saw it.
Yeah, I love that picture. I've got the DVD of it.
Yeah, it's silly. It's silly, but it's super creepy because what happens to the past? If you get it, like when everything happens, what happens to the things that happen? Well, the Langoliers come and eat it. Like, where is everything? What is the past? There is no past. There is literally no past. It's the stuff. It's the experiences, like collectively, that we write down, and that's it. The only thing that exists is the instant, is the moment of existence.
Yeah, shit. That kind of explains things a little bit better when you think of things that way. Like, no time.
The self-existent one can't be thought of in terms of time.
Yeah.
Right.
Ridiculous.
And only a consciousness can know the beginning and the end of its own thoughts. I'm not saying we're just thoughts, but...
I got to back out of here, guys, so have a good morning, and I'll talk to you soon.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, Jay.
Yep. Yeah, when you get rid of the concept of time, it does actually simplify a lot of issues that people have.
Most ideas of time are... Go ahead, P. My bad.
No, you first. I've been waxing.
No, I was just going to say that once you get rid of that concept, things will start making sense, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I was just going to say that most of our ideas of time are heavily tied to ego to begin with.
Yes. Yep.
Correct.
And that's one of my favorite subjects to wax on about is ego. So, because even our memories, like those aren't what we are. Those are things that our ego has experienced. Like if I call our ego our spirit or our soul, whatever it is, and there are all these events that happen, but the ego existed before all those events happened. Yeah. So you were you before all these memories and events happened. And so none of these things actually really matter to the soul that exists. They are just experiences that the soul is having. And the soul has a choice to let those define them, to let all their experiences define them, or to say, no, those aren't who I am. My ego, my soul is who I am. And that identity has no relation to these things.
The most traumatic thing that can happen to an eternal soul is physical existence, and acceptance is the final stage of grief.
Yes. That is actually why I have absolute zero, complete, total, no fear of death at all anymore, whatsoever. I don't seek it because now it's it's easier to live life. It's actually, if you accept your death, it is so much easier to achieve something.
I believe that it's an appointment and you literally cannot, like, if you're about, you can do stupid things and, make it sooner, but there's an appointment set where you cannot die before your time. You're pretty much immortal until it's your time to go. And then when it's time to go, you can't run from it. It'll be like Final Destination. He's coming for you.
Yeah.
Angel of Death is knocking.
I like to call him the accountant.
Yeah.
Once you've accepted it, once what you said there again has half blown my mind. Once you accept the fact, you no longer actually, and that actually happened to me a few years ago. I mean, it's hard to get it back sometimes. Sometimes life fucking drags you down. But I mean, I went through like 2 or 3 years where I did not have any fear of basically anything.
Yeah.
Because I fully accepted that everything's going to be okay. You know why? Because everything ends in death. So everything's okay.
I'm not.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, death is our definition, right? Like, you aren't going to die. The ego, the soul, is not what dies. Your meat bag is gonna die.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of death, but what I do fear is not having truly lived.
Right. That's what happens. That is what happens when you lose your fear of death. You're like, now I want to live. Now I want to live. And I'm going to just squeeze every moment out of it.
Yeah, the time left on the clock, and I've got things to do.
Yeah,
and like you were talking earlier, there, Ether Gress, about what this system does, and I know that we can be our own worst enemies, and our minds can fuck us up ourselves and drag us down. But what you were saying earlier there about the system and the way it's designed and the fear base and this, that, and the other, it's an opposition. But once you free yourself of that, you're good to go.
Yeah, you're good. You have to write. You end up writing that fine line of not giving a shit and giving every shit.
Yes, not giving a shit about the things you should not give a shit about.
Right.
Things that you should, like other people, like your family, like people close to you, like making a difference, like doing a few good. Doing a few good things for people every day.
I'm in agreement with what's said about like how we're all the NPCs, but that point right there, what y'all are talking about, that's when you kind of you log out of being one of those just reactionary NPCs, and you get to choose your own adventure. And it's like the options open, the story becomes so much cooler.
It's extra programming. You're like, oh, I'm still an NPC, but
there are options now.
Yeah, but now I have more options, and eventually you get, the ultimate option.
Yeah.
But like, that's neither here nor there. I do love the idea that we're all the NPCs.
What happens when let's say the NPCs are like AI and they get intelligent enough to become friends with the creator of the program? And what happens
exactly.
when he says, "This is my friend"? What next?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that
well, we got room up here. You're going to have to leave your little NPC body down there, but come on up.
Upgrades.
Yep.
I'm so glad we moved on to Speculation Sunday. This is great.
Yeah.
When we started talking about Sunday, I started downloading audio clips from these various things from the 90s where people are like, Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. And I'm just going to get a bunch of them.
But yeah, I like, to me, flat Earth is a fun subject, but like, the most important for me, the biggest realization someone has to come to in their life before they can move on, before they can get right with God or wake up or whatever it is the death of ego. That, to me, once someone can let go of their pride and their self-identity and all that shit, everything is simple after that. Like, I know what I want. Like, it is so liberating and free to know what you want.
I think
It's so
that's the
much more.
purpose.
Sorry.
I think that's the purpose is the death of the ego. I think that's the purpose. I think the ego is probably adversity, the adversary or whatever the fuck's going on in the system. I think the death of that is the freedom of your soul.
Yeah.
And not only that, but not only will you know what you want, but you'll know why you want it. And you won't be in denial about any of it.
Yes. And that's funny too, when you're finally honest with yourself. Like, even if that honesty is, yes, I want this, and it's a selfish want, but that's what I want. When you fully are that kind of honest with yourself, you can do it.
Yep.
And to me, there's nothing wrong with it.
There's a reason why you're told to forgive. There's a reason for that, because if you hold any kind of angst or revenge thoughts or hatred or anxiety against what somebody has done to you in the past, that's just going to eat you clean up. You're never, ever going to find a way out. There's a reason why they tell you, just forgive.
And living rent free in your head?
Yeah. Yeah, they're living rent free in your head. Why? Fuck that, bro. That's fine. Okay, you've done this to me, you've done that to me, blah, blah, blah. But unfortunately, there are people who live like that. And I see it every day.
Army psychologists in World War II identified the absolute most effective and best soldiers. And it was the soldiers who accepted their death. He said they were the single most fearless and effective soldiers ever in combat. Because to them, there was a bullet with their name on it, and they weren't going to worry about it. When their moment came, it was going to come. They couldn't stop it.
That's exactly why one of the most dangerous things you can do is try and hurt a child in front of their parents. Like, they will give their life, a lot of them, for their child. Like a soldier.
Man.
Like, they will lay down. They already have accepted, I will die over this.
Yeah. Would you die? Would you die for your kid? I'd also kill for them.
Yep.
Of course.
Do anything to keep them alive. It's whatever it takes. Especially in the moment, you don't think, you just do. It's all reactionary at that point. Like, must save my child.
Yeah. See, I view children as an extension.
Yep.
I guess in ancient times they would have called it the thread of fate. When you have children, you've extended the thread of fate. In a sense, yeah, it's because when you have children, you have extended your spirit out.
Yeah.
And there's these new little souls. And so, and so that is definitely a part of natural growth. Like, that's why there's this selflessness that you have to have, even with the death of ego, and you can finally see yourself and be honest with yourself. You know, you do still have responsibilities because you have created life.
The self-sacrificial love is the truest form of love.
Yep. That's why I tell people, look, for me, getting close, the ways that I've gotten close to God are not through rigmarole and dogma and stuff like that. It's walking in the forest, growing food, raising animals, and having children. Most spiritually satisfied, oh my God, building a house.
Observing the actual world we live in, and the heavens and the earth declare his glory. That's all there is to it. You just got to look, and if you're not looking, you won't see it.
Yeah, and to me, that's your ultimate spiritual growth is not going to be the rote memorization of scriptures or scholarlyship like that. It's actually living as a spiritual creature.
Isn't it the wee gems that the Bible comes out with now and then when it says, no man has greater love than this than to lay down his life for another man, because your life no longer matters. His or her or another person's life matters more than yours, because you no longer are worried about your life.
Yeah.
I love that clip that they use that exact quote in the Jungle Book when Bagheera says that after they think that Baloo has spoiler alert, they think he's dead, but he isn't.
when we still had a nominally Christian country. So
that's funny. Disney's always been a little, but they were not nearly this bad.
No. Oh no, they used to be. I would say Disney had like cornered the market on morality Americana style. Absolutely. Yeah. They preached morals and
they made their audience.
They did. The problem is the new audience is very loud, but doesn't make them money. And they're like, oh shit, we should have not tried to get away from the 50s people. The truth is, Disney's just obsolete.
I'd say that one of the last good movies that came out of Disney was Tarzan, but maybe I'm just partial to the soundtrack.
Oh. I think when the new art style came out, I kind of checked out. Although Beauty and the Beast was absolutely beautiful. It was a beautiful movie. The artwork was gorgeous. So, and I'm just saying that as an artist.
I'd say the deviation from the hand-drawn frame-by-frame style, that really ruined animation.
It did, because and Disney's not too guilty. They don't try and mix the mediums. Mixing the mediums is the ultimate sin. When you mix 3D and regular animation, like when you mix 2D and 3D together.
Oh God,
and
yeah.
99% of the time, it's terribly done. Like my favorite, I think, I'm going to sound like a weeb, but my favorite manga is, second favorite manga is Berserk. And when they make movies of Berserk, of the different arcs of Berserk, they did this thing where they made a 3D movie, but cell shaded it. And it looks like ass. It is awful looking. It is awful looking. And there was a 90s cartoon that, in my opinion, it had a poor frame rate. Some of it was just stills and music. And I was like, that's better. It was better.
Almost everything cell shaded sucks.
Yeah. So one reason I say Beauty and the Beast was a beautiful movie, a lot of people don't even know that they used 3D in that movie. And it's for the ballroom, but they did it in a very good way, in which it was utilized as a tool and not a crutch.
And they just made it as a feature of the movie, like one part. It wasn't the whole thing. Because it is really... your brain doesn't like it. Your brain does not like seeing two-dimensional art wrapped around 3 dimensions. Because then it's just like, I'm wearing somebody's skin. If I recall, the only reason why it even works is because they're using it as the crescendo for the musical number at that moment. And so it just kind of goes with everything. And then they transit back into the 2D cartoon version of the movie.
It helps that they spent they had like 200 artists and a year just on that scene.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, when all this technology was kind of new, like you'd look at Jurassic Park, 1993, and you're like, it looks better than modern films. And it's because the technology was new and they had to put a ton of work into it.
To get into the conspiracy thing, though, like dig a shovel into the ground there, this is one reason why we call complete bullshit when there's a frame that is quite obviously inappropriate, and it's clearly, like, they've been through all this production. They've seen every single frame of that movie. They went through
every frame.
They know exactly.
They know.
So, like, one comes to mind. It's on Lilo and Stitch, and Stitch gets on the surfboard, and he's like climbing up to stand up, but when he turns his head, he's like looking directly into what's her name, like Lilo's big sister's. Yeah.
Oops.
No, the backside, like staring directly into, and then he turns his head and kind of makes like this big, like dog panting smile. Like, oh,
see, well, to me, that's not like hidden. That's like, we're going to throw some adult humor in here for the parents watching this.
It is, but it's like hidden in plain sight because it'll go right over the kid's head. And even some of the adults won't even notice it.
Yeah. Oh, adults like me would notice that. I'd be like, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. But it was like, it's on the music video thing, and it was just playing, and I looked up and I saw that happen. I'm like, wait a minute, and I rewind it, and I'm like, oh god,
Wait a minute. He just wants to eat ass.
he's oh jeez, it gets just. But then there's other ones that are like the
obviously the dicks on the Little Mermaid cover is obvious, and people say that wasn't real. The artist finally fessed up to it. Yeah, I hid that in there.
It's quite obviously real.
And I think I want to say it was him, but he said, "Look, you draw the same thing every day, all day, all day, all day, and a lot of these are just regular guys who are animators. And what do guys do when they're at work? They, like walk around with the PVC pipe. Hey, look at my dick. Look at my dick. War never changes. I mean, it's inevitable that it's going to happen. Now, how much of it was planned? I couldn't tell you that. How much of it was like directly planned by like the black robed Disney exec saying we need more penises in plain sight.
You don't even need that. You just take away morals. So you got people who think that just the low level stuff's funny, and they slap it on there and put it out in the public, and boom, you've got a viral joke.
Fight Club.
Yeah, it's anybody.
Fight Club. He just is a guy who wants to cause chaos. And so in the family films, he splices in a single frame of hardcore pornography.
And
everybody in the theater doesn't know they saw it.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah, exactly. And it's everywhere. It's far more places than people would think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But when they asked the question... Oh, sorry, man.
How hasn't Fight Club been animated yet? How has that not happened?
Oh God!
No, that's not what they do nowadays. Everything's a prequel. We need an origin story.
No,
we gotta find out how he became schizophrenic.
I do not want a reboot.
I'll watch origin stories of that too. I'm sorry not to interrupt, but I was just going to say, have you guys ever seen I stumbled upon some documentary about these two Russian animators. They've been working on the same film for 40 years called The Overcoat. That's a pretty... I'll post the link. I'm sorry. Go carry on.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that about the little Russian girl who dies in the snow?
No, it's a guy. It's a guy who is a... I forget, but he has a coat. It's called The Overcoat. I'll post it.
I've seen what you're talking about, but I've seen so many like different art projects that are like that I cannot remember which one it is, but I know I've seen it.
Yeah, this guy's pretty much he's pretty much admitted that he'll never finish it, but it's pretty beautiful.
Oh, yeah, and that video, I've seen that video. Yeah. Yep, it's beautiful.
You know what's funny, guys? I'm just sitting here again. I wasn't listening to the previous conversation. I hope I'm not like interrupting anything. Just wanted to say Guten Tag. I just wanted to say this one thing. Lately, when I look around YouTube, I watch a lot of Globe videos. Like the Globers trying to destroy Flat Earth. And what the similarity is that I see a lot is they literally are so, what is it called? At a point of being so pathetic that the only thing they can use as a counter, as a proof, is the sky. Like everything for them is now about the sky. Like look at the moon, look at the stars.
That makes sense.
Is absolutely like literally like that's the only little branch they're holding on to is like, oh, but what about the sky? What is the sun? What is the moon doing? And look here, the shadow on this moon crater, and it's
yeah.
Well, Clay, have you come up with a better model, sir?
Yeah. I have a theory. Okay, so
I came up with a better model. I don't need a model. I see. For me, the moon is a light in the sky that it rules the night, and as simple as biblical scripture tells me, as I am satisfied with. I don't need to know if the moon is a ball in space or whatnot. It isn't. I mean, that's what I know for sure.
What were you saying,
I was just gonna say that a lot of the FE folks have been pointing out Where's the measurement for the curvature? And point to the ground, right? Tons of ground-based arguments. They're the antithesis. They're the opposite. So obviously, everything they're going to say is going to be, well, what about up there? And point up. They're going to do the opposite.
Always about the sky.
It's by design.
Look, Dad. I see. Look at the sky. The Earth is a globe.
Here's the question: are you arguing with somebody's facts, or are you arguing with an ego?
Yeah.
Everything comes back to that in the end.
Yeah. Imagine trying to justify water curving around a sphere and having sea level on a globe.
Why would I imagine that?
Makes sense. Because it's completely unlogic.
I don't want to imagine that.
Yeah, I know. But it's just, these people don't think. That's the problem. It makes absolutely no sense. No matter how great the story is, no one can give me a story that will tell me the opposite of what I observe. Water finds its level. That's why we have the horizontal lines on the sea. And that's why it's called sea level. Because it's level. Level has this distinctive definition. Like, what is wrong with these people? I just don't get it. They're just trying to
but levels curve now.
Yeah.
No, it's
all those other definitions.
What's wrong with them? It's not
level in relation to gravity.
What's actually wrong with them is they have a spirit that can't let go of its identity. That's it. It's got nothing to do with facts. It's got nothing to do with argument. It's got nothing to do with logic. It's got nothing to do with what they see with their own eyes. Right. Their problem is that they have an obstinate soul that cannot let go of anything.
Right. Their problem is spiritual.
Yes, their problem is literally spiritual. Yes. It has nothing to do with any facts presented to them. Because if you show somebody a truth and they deny it, if you show somebody a truth that is plain and simple and it is just basic reality, no matter what it is, a single truth, and they deny it, right then, they have the soul of a liar.
Right.
Or it's a corrupted, they have a broken soul.
Yeah.
They have a spiritual problem.
Right. There are many Globers who, from the ways I have listened to them discussing this, and whenever I ask about it, they have a problem with the Creator. They just can't accept the fact that there might be an entity who is the author
of all things. Are you putting dishes away, Mimas?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm done. They're all away. They're done.
Imagine living your whole life thinking there's absolutely no consequence for your action, and that you're just a speck of dust and never explain the universe. You don't want that to be taken away from you, right? You don't want to be a man and take responsibility. You want to be in that fantasy land of where there is no responsibility, and ultimately all the actions that are happening on Earth are just relative, and no one is watching me. I have privacy, but you don't.
The biggest irony to that, and I'm going to tell you this, is if you are who you are, and it's not because of your experiences and stuff, and you are able to let your ego die, you can still achieve all your vices after that. And you'll probably do it better. You probably, once you stop fearing the existence of the Creator and your own death, you can achieve anything. So all they're really doing is shooting themselves in the foot, because all the vices and things they want to do will be completely opened up to them once they stop fearing death.
Yeah.
It's not essentially about fearing death. Death is something that in every paradigm everyone knows is a definite thing that will happen to everyone. But it's just important to get out of this la-la land of fantasy where there is literally, everything is just relative. As if you're holding a gun to your head, and the only thing that is left to do is pull the trigger, so to say. There is no hope, there is no left or right, no up and down, no truth, no lies, no false, no right. no male or female. It's just all relative. It's just all things happening, and life is essentially just meaningless. You know. That's what most of them live. You know. That's what they live in. That's why you have this depraved minds in the globe community. You know.
It's just a statement of fear. That's just a statement of fear. That is their fear.
Here's how good the system is. When you say 2 words, flat earth, the NPC mind cuts you off completely. You're a moron. And when you say Bible, cuts you off completely, you're also a moron.
Yes.
Now, yeah. And this might sound contradictory, but what they are trying to do is make you feel like you're a speck of dust and fucking nowhere. But in actual fact, when you come to the realization that your life is exactly that, it's not that important. It's only no, hang on a minute. It's only important to you and God. That's it.
Yep.
Your life is not really that mean. Well, it is to others around you and everything like that there. But when you feel like it's that important and you start worrying about death, something like that, that's the road to destruction. When you realize that it's only important to you and your relationship with a creator. That's it. To everything else and everybody else and everything else, it doesn't mean anything. It's only between you and your creator.
The thing is about the NPC mind, right? What we call NPC mind is essentially what I just said, right? There is no distinctive hope, there is no route, there is no meaning, there is no left or right, no female, male. It is a mind of depravity because it cannot seek anything else. If there is no hope, what will you seek? You will seek the very depraved things of the world, which might be, I don't know, a lot of money and fame, a lot of consumption of material things and so forth. That's what they want you to be part of, right?
I'm on your side with this. They want you to worship those things, right? They want those to be the focus of your life. And what I was saying earlier was the irony, the great irony, is that once you let your ego die and you accept, like your death, you accept the creator, all of those things become achievable. Because fear is no longer...
If you're pleased to have that achievable, right? I mean, if you want it, I personally don't need much of the world, you know.
For me, the pursuit of wealth. I don't find that inherently evil, right? It's how you pursue your wealth that's evil, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't think that being a man that has a house, his wife and kids, and having a sustainable income is bad, or even not at all, or even having a little bit more of money. I mean, we see that also in scripture, you know, that there were people under the hand of the Most High having a lot of influence, money and wealth, right? But what is essential is that you don't identify your personality from the things you have and what you are.
There you go.
Yep.
And also don't do the same thing with others, right? You don't look at someone else and maybe he lives in in his car because he likes to travel or whatnot, and you think, oh, that's I can't imagine this. You know, you just don't. You look at who someone is regarding the heart and what comes out of the mouth and what the person is within, not what you see from the outside. Because the same as the creator is, he's also not.
Like the content of their character.
He doesn't look on the outside appearance of man, right? He is not. Oh man, I forgot this word. Anyways, you get what I'm saying.
We know what you're saying. I was going to say, God says, or Bible says, everything you do it for God's glory, right? So if you're going to be a businessman, or if you're going to get rich, don't get rich because you love money, right? Just
Exactly.
be the best. If just do it and then give that glory to God.
He
And what's
doesn't say
funny is
that money's the root of all evil. It says the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil.
yes, the love of money.
And it's not
The
even
love
all
of money.
evil, all kinds, like a bunch of different kinds.
Yeah, all kinds of evil.
Yeah. And everybody's like, oh, money equal evil. No, that's not what it
No,
says.
that's not
Funny
true.
evil. It's not true. That's that fundamentalist claptrap,
Yeah.
which
Yes.
I don't consider myself a fundamentalist by any stretch.
Another one is like you were saying, whether therefore you eat or drink or whatsoever you do all to the glory of
All for the glory of God.
Exactly.
So be the best. Be the best at what you're doing. Give me an activist. Be the best one. You're going to be a businessman. Be the best one. You want to be a traveling gypsy-like person in your car and explore the states? Do it. And do the best at it.
But don't do it for yourself, right? You're doing it because you're doing it for glorifying the Creator who has made you to be who He imagines you to be, right? Like, so whatever you do through your hands shall be to be giving the glory all to Him, right? So if you have wealth, and with that wealth you can help the homeless, for example, you're not seeing yourself as the author of establishing this wealth and this kind of let's say influence you have on society, but you give the glory to Him because through grace He has given you the ability to have these tools. For example, helping others. You just
like I was saying earlier.
Really go away from the ego-based mind, right?
Yeah, in the Christian concept, we would say that you only achieve those things through humility, right?
Yes.
And that kind of humility, when you hear humility described, it's the same exact concept of as the death of ego.
Right.
It's where you stop. It's essentially surrendering and saying, I am just, my spirit is the living part of me, and all of these memories and experiences and these things that I'm holding on to, like grudges and hatred and anger, none of that is actually me. Those are just things that me as a soul has experienced. And when you can finally do that, all those other things become achievable. And that's why it says that.
Yes, if you put your trust in the Lord, that He provides for you, that He will feed you, that He will give what is needed in whatever situation you might be in right now, it works. Like, it works for me, man. Since I don't think about money or what about the future or whatnot, it's just there. Like I for some reason it is just, I don't have any problem. It comes and goes, and that's wonderful. You don't need to worry. Don't worry. Trust Him.
You have the same problems as the guy with all the anxiety. It's just that you don't. It's just minus the anxiety.
Yeah.
Most problems, most, not all, but most, have a way of sorting themselves out.
Yes, exactly.
There's always a way out of them, and it's not to any advantage to worry that any of it matters.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of things are like trying to stop water from finding its level. Like if you just let it go.
You know what the funny thing about us humans is? If there's no problem, we're also not satisfied. If there's something, a struggle, if there's no struggle at all, it's even worse than having something where you might struggle with.
Because we
define
our lives, we define our pity lives through the struggle that we overcome. It is necessary to the human experience. It's necessary.
Problems aren't actually problems. They're only situations that require solutions.
Right.
Yes. It's funny, I have seen that with myself. I get bored a lot if there's nothing. For example, right now, I'm a lot at home because I'm working seasonally, and the season begins in April again. And because I'm so bored, I just got a little job I'm going to make next 2 months just to do something, because there's no problem. There's nothing right now that really where I say, okay, I need to have this finished. Or when I went to school, for example, there was always you need to have this project finished, blah blah blah. And I always thought during that time, when I had so many projects and things to do for school, for example, I always thought, man, how nice would it be to just sit here now and have free time and don't worry about anything. And now I'm sitting here, there's nothing to worry about, there's nothing, no real problem in advance, and still I feel like I need a problem, I need, or something that I need to solve or whatnot, and that's why I even go on Discords and have this discussion with Globers, because I want to help people who have problems with reality, for example, that they might get clarity about it and to solve it for them. I don't know, it's just weird, man. The human mind.
Do you want to hear something? Hear something funny? All right. So turns out that a bunch of very successful people are low intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of them. And it's not because of favoritism or anything. And you look at their history, and it's like, did you just stumble into this? And in a sense, they did, because they were so dumb, they're so stupid, they didn't know how to properly worry. And so everything they did was kind of like tard strength. It was bullshitting their way into things.
What they call dumb luck.
Yeah, dumb luck is very real. They're bullshitting their way into things that they're not qualified for, and they end up succeeding because they were too stupid to assess any risk. And it turns out the risk was not that bad. But the problem is when you have above average or higher intelligence, what do you end up doing? You end up thinking about everything that could go wrong. This could go wrong. This could go wrong. This could go wrong.
Spend more time thinking than doing.
Like the dumb guy, the stupid guy will have a 2-year plan. And he's so stupid, he'll stick to it. The smart guy's like, no, I need to be flexible. I need to be able to change directions. No, maybe you should take a lesson from the moron.
2 years becomes 20.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not saying Kid Rock's an idiot, but he said he faked it till he made it.
Who said that?
Kid Rock!
Anyway, can I just quickly go back to the problem situation?
Kid Rock.
Sure, man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many of us sitting here today look back in our lives and thought, Jesus, I had a big problem. I had a big problem there. And as you said, Mimas, what happened? The problem, life sorted it out. It wasn't actually a problem. Do you know
the perception of the problem is always far worse than the actual problem itself.
Yeah, and people will fucking worry themselves to death because of a problem. And 2 months later, that problem no longer exists. It sorted itself out. You went along with life. You did this, you did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but another thing I realized, having this feeling of a little bit of anxiety because there's a big problem, you imagine, you also kind of, when there's no, like I said, when there's no problem, you miss that song. That's the weird thing about it. Like, this kick of anxiety you have if there's a big thing that annoys you is also something we somehow, even if we don't really realize this, seek forward to, no human being wants to be completely released from any problem. Like, we kind of search for problems sometimes, some people do it in a very rude way towards other people, some people do it towards material things,
Without opposition, how are we going to grow or learn or become better?
I think so. It's a natural process that somehow your mind is automatically trying to search for problems to learn.
The problem is when your mind plays that over and over and over until it actually fucking destroys a lot of people, man. I mean, it becomes so big and so massive, that's all they can think about. And you're like, dude, stop, man. It's not that.
This is one reason I stopped being mad at the elites. Because if we didn't have the elites and we didn't have lies everywhere and all we had was truth, how well defined would life be?
Well, you wouldn't be on Earth anymore.
Yeah, you wouldn't be on Earth anymore, for one. So just the fact that you're living in a flesh skin means that you are living under a certain level of some kind of delusion or deception, where everything is not revealed to you already. So just material existence itself is that, because there's 90% of reality is hidden from you. All you can experience is the material part of it, and in that material part, it's filled with corruption and lies and all sorts of like conspiracy. And the question is, if that stuff wasn't in it, what growth would you actually have?
You know, it's funny you should say that too, because I'm pretty sure that most of us here too as well. We turn on the YouTube some days and we listen to about Republican parties, FTX, Ukraine, lying about the shape of the earth, things like that. And you just kind of like, not just one day, but a few days, you go, man, I don't even want to hear this shit anymore. It's just like it's building upon your anxiety and what's going on in your brain. You're trying to steer your brain in a different direction. You're trying to be more.
It's like this. It's most fish in the stream swim with the stream, okay, and or they swim with the river. All right. No fish can change the river. They cannot change the river. The river decides if it's ever going to change course. The river decides, everything.
God, I hate how my brain works.
That's a very good analogy.
But if you're a fish, you can change your details. You can swim in your own direction, but you can't change the river.
Mimas.
Yeah.
Due to the way my brain works, the audio from that dang Pocahontas movie where it's talking about the damn river.
Have you ever?
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, I hate how my brain works.
Kids. Thank you. Now it's stuck in my head.
You're welcome. Oh, here's another one. But what can I say except you're welcome?
Welcome. Yeah, for real. So anyway, like that's why. Like, what are you gonna do? Are y'all gonna be like mad at the river? Like, I don't want the river to flow like this. That's the river. Deal with it. There's literally nothing you can do. It's almost it is as though, like, if you were to be, have the vision of Alpha and Omega outside, you're like, oh, this is exactly how it has to be. I understand now. I completely and totally understand that these people are necessary. That these people are necessary. That these things are all necessary.
The river is necessary.
Must happen.
The river is necessary. Like, I have not watched a flat earth video in 3 years. I do not watch political videos. I do not keep up with the news. Unless if Trump does something, I watch it because it's entertaining and it's hilarious. Right? Yeah. But like, I don't care about any of the other stuff. I literally care about none of it. I don't.
Yeah, I think you've already decided it's bullshit, and so it is. It's
bullshit. And a lot of flat earthers make the mistake of every day they're like, "I watched all the latest flat Earth videos." I'm like, "Come on, man! You already know the measurements. What more do you need to know?"
I'll check out what some bros share me if somebody wants me to check out their vids, but I don't go looking for it. Like,
yeah, I'll give somebody views if I'm asked to, but it doesn't mean I'm watching it.
There comes a time you have to stop arguing with people when you know what the truth is, when it's obvious, when it's in front of your fucking eyes. There comes a time you have to go, right, stop. Just stop, bro. It's just, you're only hurting yourself.
And that's the thing. It's when you realize. It's almost like that meme about the low intelligence, the midwits, and the high intelligence, like the intelligence curve meme, where the moron and the brilliant guy agree with each other.
Another thing, some of these videos that are coming out, they're being made by people who learned from people who probably learned from some of us. So
yes,
it's like, why would... Hey, cool, I'm glad y'all are doing it, but there's nothing that's just kind of like watching the tutorial again. Like
I've seen images. I have seen images and concepts that I came up with in videos.
Yeah, exactly.
And they have no idea. They have no idea where that image came from.
I've seen the same thing happen, like a friend's image. It was like from years ago, and then it's shared in some other guy's video, and I'm like, they're still going around.
Like the whole idea of convincing and arguing, and like I've said before, you do not get woken up by the information you're given. You don't. There's not a shred of information you can be given that will wake you up. You are a person that was awake already. And I don't know if it's fate or a predetermined time. I don't know, or just a type of soul. Whatever it is, you were awake. And when you heard the information, because you were awake, you realized it. You
That's
saw the truth.
You know how you were awake the entire time, anytime you were put under anesthesia? So you technically experience all of that. You just don't remember it.
Right.
Every surgery, every cut, every bit of pain, all of it, it's in there. You just don't remember it.
Yeah, a lot of people are awake and they're still kicking at the pricks because they're awake and they know something. Like, let's say you were a person who was awake and you had no access to any information, but and you believed everything like you were told, but you were still awake and you just didn't have the information. That's all it is most people are not most people, but a lot of people are awake already. They just don't have the information.
If the computer's
to
on,
realize,
there's no software. What can you do with it?
Right. But all they're doing is waiting for that fated moment where they get that piece of information.
They need the download.
Yep. But they're already awake. You're never going to wake anybody up. Waking up is spiritual.
Neither would I try.
That is totally internal.
Sobriety.
I would never ever try. It's not my fucking place to try and wake somebody up. I might say a wee piece of information. They can take it as they will, but it's not my life's mission to wake somebody up to shape the earth. No way, bro. No,
right. And I don't want to brainwash somebody.
You know, they say don't wake up a sleepwalker.
Yeah. If you argue with somebody for 10 hours until they finally concede, did you really win?
You just wasted 10 years of your fucking life.
You just wasted 10 hours that you'll never get back, and that person is not going to be solid.
You just made them weary of the conversation so that they were just like, okay, whatever you say, man. In their head, they're agreeing to disagree, but they're not going to say that.
That's fine. It's little bits of information. Here's what drew me to a certain way of thinking. Take it or leave it. Do you agree or disagree? No, I disagree. Well, why do you disagree? And then you what? Why would you do that to yourself?
What's funny is you'll see groups of you'll see construction crews, right? And you'll see arguing and bickering and stuff like that. But then you find this construction crew, and they are completely silent, and they are working together in absolute perfect harmony. There's a joke cracked here and there, but somebody just holds out their hand. They get tossed a hammer, hit something, toss it back. Nobody's talking. Everybody knows the measurements. Everybody's working. It's like harmony. And what's happened is those guys work together, and their egos are not in it, and they are just able to communicate perfectly.
They really don't even have to actually fully know the same language as long as they know the job that needs to be done.
And that's actually what I'm doing is I'm giving my personal experience on a mixed Mexican-American crew.
Yeah. I guess that's what you said to begin with, and I missed that part. But yeah, that's...
No, I was going to lead up to that.
Oh. Yeah, it's just one of the most amazing things, just the body language of the situation. People just know what to do.
Yeah. Like there's no establishing dominance or anything like that. And if somebody gets put in charge, nobody argues. Everyone's like, he's in charge. We do it. All egos are gone. Everyone's just a machine moving forward.
This is the guy with the instruction manual on the Lego set. Let's put this together, boys.
Yes. And the guy with the instruction said, okay, Dick over there, he's in charge. It's his responsibility to get this done. Y'all make sure he does it. And then the whole crew, doesn't even have to say, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. Everyone just grabs their piece and moves off to what they know that they're already going to do. And what's funny is it took pain and suffering to reach that level of communicative ability to have a machine so finely greased. But through all that pain and suffering, you learn, this is going to be a lot easier if we just stop fighting and arguing. And all of a sudden, the whole crew together decides, okay, we're just going to cooperate. It's like a foreign word to everybody. We're just going to cooperate, and nobody's going to have an ego. And all of a sudden, every job, perfect. 103 foundations, 3 months. It's nice when egos can be left out of things, and you can just, on a small scale, the ego can be left out and you can get jobs done. On a small scale, the ego can be left out and you can get over a hurdle that was presented in front of you because you're not worrying about it. So, just my thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Milo, do you have to lay on my artwork? Do you have to lay there? There's a million other spots you can lay. Come on. Come over here. There. Lay there. Get off that. Get. Okay. Ugh. It's not even my dog. It's my ex-wife's. Why do I have it?
Oof.
Yeah.
Well, it's only for here and now. It's funny. My mom calls animals here and nows just because of how short-lived they are.
Yeah.
So,
I always wondered.
I was gonna say it's not so much he's your dog. It's more like you're his human.
Yeah, I'm his human. Yeah, I know. I'm his god, his temporary god.
Yeah.
Although I'm not the best god. I always wondered, how humans each have an individual soul?
Yeah.
Or humans, mankind is an individual soul. I'm trying to word myself properly. You don't have a soul. You are the soul. It's the you, right?
I believe that. Like we're fragmented versions of Adam that was broken down into little, like Adam being like a giant rock. We're just little grains of sand.
Right. So I always wondered, because I write a lot, and I've been writing this mythology for years, for my own thing. And I always wondered what an animal spirit, if there's a big giant canine spirit that fragments into all the dogs everywhere. And it's just one. And it's just like a mechanism. And it's just a mechanism. It's not it's a special spirit or anything. It's just a mechanism.
I like to think that's true, or within the realm of possibility, and that's how instinct functions.
Yes, this is the canine life force, and it fragments out into all the new dogs.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a consciousness of God, just of dog.
There's certain inexplicable instinctual things that occur that are just bizarre.
Because I certainly do. Yeah, to me, it's conceivable that dogs are little dog egos from the dog spirit, and when they die, that little ego goes back to the dog spirit and just gets recycled. To me, that makes sense.
They'll also get a unified mind on certain things.
Yeah, they do. Oh, all the dogs howl all at the same time. There's no
Or if
noise.
prey and they're all chasing the same thing, they'll all get into,
Yeah.
and they're all working together to try and get this target.
Yeah.
And some of them, there'll be dogs that fight each other, but now they're working together because we've got to get that.
Yeah. Yeah, and dogs are going to be, when there's a bigger predator, rival dogs will instantly be loyal to each other. How does the dog know? The dog is just a dumb, slathering animal. How does it know that it needs to side with the other dog against the cougar?
Yeah, let's put aside our differences so we can take out this so we don't die. Yeah, that sounds
right.
Yeah, they did not have that discussion. They just know.
No, they just know already. And the cougar and the dog already know their enemies. They already know it. They're both predators, but they know their enemies.
But on the other end of the spectrum, weird stuff like they'll know that they're friends. Like I've seen a bear take a crow out of water and like lift it up and save it, and not even eat it, just kind of like set it down so that it can get up and go away. Like
or like the crocodile. Oh, excuse me. The crocodile finds the baby turtle, puts it in its jaws, and takes it to safety, lets it go, goes back. What the hell?
I've seen like lions protect a baby gazelle or something, and I'm like, what in the? Like, they're just doing what they need to. They do what's right. They only eat when they're hungry. They don't actually care about that. It's the hunger pains that they have to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, there are certain things that very instinctively will pounce, but it's mostly instinct that's making them do what they do.
You know how twins, they say twins like share like a similar soul or like a twin soul or something like that? Because twins who are separated do a lot of the same things. They require a lot of the same taste, and somehow they reunite with each other without even knowing they exist.
So many weird twin stories about
super weird.
Know things from a distance, never having interacted or not having communicated like in any way, and just have similar.
It's so weird. It's so weird that the government in the 1960s authorized the most unethical human experiment that lasted over 20 years. The most unethical human experience, where they separated all these twins at birth to study what happened over the course of like 2 or 3 decades. And they got results.
I think this is the true form of quantum connections. The words they have for that.
Is that the Minnesota twin studies?
Yes, that's it. That's them.
Yeah, what was interesting about that is that the idea that these people who are genetically similar do things because of their genetic similarity, and that's very difficult for a lot of people to accept.
Yep.
Yes.
I believe in if anybody here knows about Assassin's Creed and the Animus and how that machine operates, definitely.
Yes, I know about the Animus. Yeah.
Like exactly. In fact, almost exactly.
Yep. Yeah, I think like your genetics, that's the physical part, right?
Yep.
And that determines a lot of how you're going to interact with the temporal world. And so when you have an ego that inhabits a body, that body is going to be its vessel. That's how it's going to interact with the world now too.
Hey, Mimas. Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about then from the premise of Assassin's Creed, to take the storyline from that one step further. Because right now, like the whole storyline covers them just going through the bloodlines of all these Templars. What if they actually found this is their hypothetical in their narrative? They got the bloodline of Christ, and they put that guy in the Animus, and now you've got all the memories all the way back to Jesus. And then it's going to end up being some kind of weird, wonky thing. I was just telling you, because it's not going to be the real one. It's whatever that is. It's going to be weird.
Technologically, what could they do with something like that? They could give everyone the same dream, right?
Okay. I'm talking about basically forming a grand delusion that creates an Antichrist type mentality for people.
Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed went off the rails at some point, like plot wise.
Yeah.
Like oh, this is like the demiurge and all that stuff. Yeah, it's like somebody opened up a book on Neoplatonism and was like, oh, this is the plot we should use.
Yeah. I know that there's a lot of mockery in there, like tons of blasphemy and mockery towards the actual truth. But the machine itself and the concept thereof There's a reason why they did all of these genetic testing things where they're getting, it's not just for spitting in a freaking. They collected a whole bunch of info.
Isn't the basic story of Assassin's Creed that mankind was a genetic experiment, or like Adam and Eve got out of the laboratory?
Maybe I forget.
I believe so, because it's in one of the. If you go past all the credits in one of the Assassin's Creeds, that happens.
Well, now I want to look it up and watch the cutscene.
Yeah, it's very much like the Gnostic Demiurge. It's the Demiurge, 100%. That is what they're that
some Prometheus stuff too.
Yeah. Well, Prometheus. Yeah. Well, I mean that's also part of the Greek Gnostic tradition too. Prometheus, the Promethean figure. So I think they made their first game and were like, this plot's kind of stupid, isn't it? It is a stupid plot too. It's stupid. Like I still cringe at it. It's like, oh, come on. Just go back in time. Don't do the thing where you transmit your thoughts. That's stupid. Just go back in time. But they wanted to science it up. We're going to science this shit up. And so then somebody's like, I read this book once on Neoplatonism and the Greek Demiurge. And maybe we should just use that as a story.
Yeah, I haven't.
Pretty sure that's what they did.
Played the because they made a whole bunch of different games off of that.
And what's funny is I think the only series that does like a Gnostic story that I really, really, really enjoy is Berserk. That's the only one. So.
This weird melting pot of creativity version of entertainment these days is getting kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I'd like them to create something that's actually historically accurate, because some of the truth is stranger than fiction history that's out there would be badass as a video game or a movie.
Well, that's what we have fantasy for, because that is the truth.
Yeah.
I don't think you could get historically accurate, but the Silmarillion is going to be about the closest you can get.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much things where they're trying to reboot and rehash stuff in the lamest way possible, and it's like, if they just use the actual content that's there, it would be so much cooler.
Oh yeah, it was like when they made the series Picard, and they had to contrive a reason why the Federation was supposedly bad. It's like, you didn't have to contrive a reason. Just go watch the series. The Federation is bad.
They would like to ruin everything with their reboots.
Yeah. Part of me likes to see everything being torn down and destroyed, because it's going to teach everybody a lesson that they need to learn. And when everything crashes and burns, that's when there's going to be opportunity for like people who are actually like, all the people who created all the cool shit are dead.
Yeah.
Like, this is just rehashed shit by mediocre writers. So it doesn't matter anymore.
There's nothing new under the sun. These jokes have probably been told for thousands of years.
Yeah, there's dick drawings on bathroom stalls in Roman times. Come on, we're exactly the same. So the thing is when all this does finally crash down, for the actual creative people who are waiting in the wings, who are the starving artists, who have nothing, who have actual good ideas, when all this crashes down, they're going to have an opportunity to build something completely and totally new and fresh.
And nobody else will know how to do anything because they never learn. They just, it's like kind of the content creators will rebuild the world as the mindless consumers. Kind of like, okay, what do we do next?
Yeah. There's going to be the people who think, oh, this AI art image generator. Oh, wow. It's like, no, if you think that's going to get you anything, enjoy this very short wave you're having right now where it's a novelty. But just you wait until corporations start losing money over that.
Yeah. I think it's fun as a toy to play with, and it's definitely
hilarious.
Better and like higher quality. But like you said, when people start losing money, it's going to get narrowed down and controlled.
Yeah, like just type in like Hillary Clinton with a penis head or something, and like, yeah, okay,
I'll
AI
tell
is
you what's
funny.
going to do it next year, because I've already said it when it first came out. And see what I've said: the memes from the next election are going to be hilarious. I guarantee
Oh
you,
my God.
it's going to be great.
They're going to be multi-layered meme esoterica.
Yeah,
Like,
and
this is 32 memes deep.
And that's going to end up causing Congress to take a look at deep dream memes and stable diffusion, all this other stuff, and AI and everything else. Like, it's going to trigger a huge thing, and we'll be talking about that until 2030.
Yeah, you want a rabbit hole, you go down the memetics rabbit hole. And you're like, oh my God, we all share a brain.
I think what they'll put is, I think there's one of two ways it can go. Either they'll just ban AI entirely, which I think is actually more likely than a lot of people think.
Warhammer, yes.
Or they'll just say, yeah, it's totally fine, and then just put everyone on universal basic income. Because I don't think it's really going to affect us. I think we'll be dead by the time AI really becomes robotics, because that's really where it becomes worrying for us, is where AI, and then because at the moment all it's doing is interfacing with this digitally, so it doesn't really matter. But when you start being able to actually have AI controlled robots in the real world, at that point, then we're basically going to see corporations using those because they won't question anything. So they will be the military, they will be the McDonald's workers and all this other shit, right? I don't actually ever think AI is going to really replace creative thinking, but I think they're going to be able to replace a lot of things. And I think that's probably why it's just going to be banned. They're just going to say, well, if you have 90% of your population not working, and now all they have all day is to think, that's a very dangerous population to have as a government, So I think they're just going to ban AI.
Low key, I want Trump to get elected so that he can ban AI, so I can say the God Emperor has banned AI. Because then I'll be living in my 40K universe.
Right.
Because in 40K they banned AI. Of course, they call it, and I think we should call this abominable intelligence.
Yeah. Well, it's not really intelligence, is it? I mean, at the moment, ChatGPT, it's just Google 2.0. If you go in there and you say to it, "Is the Earth flat?" and it's like, "Nah," and then you ask it why, and you get it to contradict itself, and basically when you say to it, "Well, how do you know that the Earth is a globe?" it appeals to authority. It just says, "Well, there's lots of these scientists who think so." It's
it turns into Joe Rogan.
Well, yeah, literally, it's like you're no different to the average midwit glober, at this stage.
I'd say it's automated science, automated worldly science knowledge.
I would argue that science, as we understand it today, is largely already, at least a human automated process. It is not. It doesn't exist.
The empty internet theory applied to the scientific universe with all these peer-reviewed articles.
Yeah,
we agree with ourselves because we agree with ourselves because we agree with ourselves.
Yeah, it's just a factory.
Yeah, but a lot of history is like this as well. I mean, I don't know if Andy's still in the call, but we were talking about this. A certain event in history that I shan't name, that Meme already knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
A lot of the quote-unquote documentation around this event is just 6 or 7 prominent historians citing each other. None of them referring to the actual original source material. There was a guy who did refer to the original source material, and he was promptly outcast and called names and all the rest, right? So basically, the problem with AI is that it requires
Well, you broke out. You broke out, Crypto.
The AI is cutting them out.
On 7 historians citing all of the other historians with the same opinion.
The AI got to you. We missed the last 20 seconds.
Oh, sorry, say again?
We missed the moment you started saying the AI is going to require SOAR, and then it cut you off.
Oh, so I mean, as you guys know, AI requires training, right? Whenever So basically, what's going to happen is that it's going to become one of the other 6 or 7 historians in my example, and it's just going to be citing the opinions of experts that trained it.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be anything objective. It's just going to be, again. Well, Microsoft tried to come up with an AI that would actually learn from its responses from Twitter, as you guys know, Tay, right?
Yes,
Tay, extremely right wing, very quickly.
Gone but not forgotten.
So all these politicians want to try and blame China, right, for TikTok's algorithm. Like, oh yeah, China made this algorithm that'll make like Americans stupid or whatever. And I'm like, you idiots. These are artificial intelligence algorithms that are being trained by us using our searches and what we upload and what we want to do. China didn't do that. That's just us. It's a reflection, and they're just making money off of it.
Yes.
Don't be mad.
TikTok is like staring into the sea of dreams of the void. It's going to reflect back you.
Yep.
So if your culture is a certain way, that TikTok culture will stare right back in the mirror. Because when I look at TikTok, I don't know these people in real life, but the people that I do know like that are like that. And TikTok didn't make them that way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, think about who the stars on TikTok are. They're just people who fulfill base desires, right? So a lot of the stars are young, attractive women. A lot of them are chefs who know how to make really nice food. A lot of the stars are kind of like music stars, or like maybe up-and-coming musicians or whatever. It's just people who are either good at entertaining or fulfilling base desires. I don't really see what the problem with any of that is, if I'm honest.
You know what's funny is I have a TikTok. I'm coming up on like 500 followers solid. But what's funny, here's how my algorithm, what it's done to me. So I love art, architecture, and literature. And it turned my entire algorithm right wing. So the stuff it presents to me is almost 100% like things you would find from libertarians or right wingers on like guns and free speech. And so, so it's like, so if I'm a cultured individual who loves art and science and philosophy, the algorithm knows that I'm going to fit in with right wingers.
Yeah, of course. But it doesn't even need to, like, quote unquote, know. Because a lot of these algorithms, all they do is they just draw, like, clusters of interests.
Yeah.
So the people who like X, Y, and Z tend to like A, B, and C as well. And that's actually how, I don't know if you know, there was a thing that happened about 10 years ago in the US where Walmart sent some, what was it, like discount coupons to some girl who was like 18 years old. And it was all for like baby care stuff. And the dad received it and he was like, why are you saying my daughter's pregnant, blah, blah, blah. And then like it turned out that actually she was pregnant and they could tell that she was pregnant based on what she was buying at Walmart.
On the searches.
Well, it wasn't on searches, it was on purchases, but it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
You've got a collection of these things, and in your case, you're not going to get degenerate weirdo lefties who like classic culture, classic art, architecture. Generally speaking, they like all of this modern weird shit that's
they're kind of
like not beautiful. They don't like beauty. They actually are.
These AI things, they're like automated educated guess makers.
Yeah, I guess so.
In a sense, yeah, I would agree with that as kind of
They take a ton of data points and make a really good guess, and they're probably going to be pretty close to being right.
Yeah,
but put it this way, right? It's not just that they make a really good guess; it's that they get to refine that guess every single time you watch a video. So it actually gives them a lot of data points to work on. So it's like rolling a dice, but they only have to roll a 2+ each time. And every time they roll a 1, they just go, okay, get rid of that one. Roll again, 2+.
Yeah.
It's a statistical probability game.
And we're helping it.
If 1 million people who love architecture and classic sculpture also happen to like Matt Gaetz, we're going to send you a Matt Gaetz video because it's likely that even if you don't like him, you will agree with this particular video.
Right.
And the algorithm is programmed so that a certain amount from this cluster, a certain amount from this cluster, then it puts them into a category where they're going to receive this particular video.
Yeah.
And it's working
not
at
watching
all
the
times
videos.
constantly, omnisciently inside the system. The algorithm is constantly refining itself.
These things aren't watching the videos. It's just saying these people like this, these people like this. I'll give these people this kind of stuff, and these people this kind of stuff.
What's interesting is there does have to be. That's why they encourage you to put in TikTok. Your videos do better the less hashtags you put in it. Right. So people who put like 20 hashtags in there, the videos don't do well. You put 3 hashtags in there, it does great. And what it does is the algorithm likes videos that are short, simple, with only a couple hashtags, because that's the ones that the algorithm says, okay, we can easily categorize this. Because they have to build from a data set that has the initial knowledge in it. So they have to have like this original framework where right-wingers like this, left-wingers like this, milking moms like this, people like this, people like this. They have to have that original framework. And that's what the hashtags are for. Because it can't watch the video.
Yep.
It has to go purely by the text, the hashtags, and the search choices of the people who are liking the video.
That's another thing that a lot of content creators don't really think about. If you just look at what's trending every week, and you can check on Google and use those type of hashtags, it'll make your stuff trend.
Yep.
It's really that simple. It's just like plugging in a thing into math, like a mathematical function. Here, let's put this here. Yep.
I got one video on TikTok that's got 35,000 views. And it's a joke Warhammer video. And that's it. But every week, all of a sudden, 10,000 people like it. So the first week, 10,000 people liked it. Stayed a little silent. Next week, 10,000 more people liked it. Stayed a little silent next week, and now it's blowing up even more. So and it's just got 3 hashtags under it that are all related, and the people who are liking it
doesn't it suck when those videos go viral, but your actual serious stuff just kind of falls flat?
Oh man, I'll tell you what sucks. My daughter, she shit posts. She is a shit poster, and it is great. I love her stuff.
Shit posting is kind of fun.
13, yes. And so she has a TikTok shit posting account where she posts these memes, and she'll get 130,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, Thea, how do you have 130,000 views? How do you have 30,000 likes? I say, look at this. I worked for 2 weeks on this sculpture. 1,200 views. You did Peter Griffin doing something, some dance, and it's got 130,000 views, and you have no hashtags on it. It's like, I'm just good.
She also probably has friends who have friends who have friends, and it just spreads out. Have you seen the South Park episode of Trevor's Axiom, where it like causes this chain reaction of different people like interacting online?
I have seen that, but she is like me. She is very much a lone wolf type.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying like just causing the one reaction triggers like a bunch of others. Yeah. So if there's anybody who follows her and then they see that, share it, and then it's going to branch out, and then it just kind of goes like wildfire.
Yeah, like her Twitter, she has a My Little Pony avatar on Twitter. And she just uses it. She just uses it to shit talk. That's it.
Of course. Because bronies exist.
Yes. Well, I don't even know what it's like growing up as a kid with knowledge of the internet.
Dude, it's oh my god! This entire generation is another breed.
I know, and I have had long. I'm very fortunate because I was a laissez-faire parent. I still am very much a laissez-faire parent, in which I believe that I think today there's an issue, and that is a lot of parents are going to try and shield their children from the madness of the world right now. And I don't know if that's possible. Unless you moved, unless you took out everything from their life, right? And they were essentially this kind of weirdo outcast.
You have to take yourself out of the world.
Yeah. And I remember, I'm like, well, let me think. Is there a way to be in the world but not of it? And then I thought, wait, Marcus Aurelius said the same thing. He said, you cannot be apart from society. So, or be apart from society in your mind, but conform to it. Right?
Yeah.
So he was basically saying,
be free.
But you still have to be part of this. You can be free in your mind.
You got to be able to be apart from society while still being a part of society.
So once I was totally open with her and I educated her about the internet and everything like that, I didn't hold anything back. And I now have a little ultra conservative daughter.
Nice.
Who loves the internet and loves the shit posting. And I'm like, oh my God, is this what I do? Is just show them everything and say, look, you're in this chaos world now. We are essentially in a chaos. This is a chaos cult world. Okay?
Yeah.
This is what you got to know. And you're going to see some jacked up shit. You're going to see some nasty, nasty stuff. I'm not going to shield you from it because you're going to have to learn to integrate this into you. Right? Because that's the culture they're growing up in. But yeah, it's turned
the way that I look at it is once they turn about 13, it's like, all right, you're an adult in training now. You need to learn how this crap works. Because you're about to be heading right into it.
Yeah, but I am a father who has I don't know if dads are supposed to be friends with their I think it's okay for a dad to be a friend with his daughter. It's not okay for moms to be friends with their daughters. That's a red flag. But I think it's okay for dads to be friends with their daughters because they're their little princesses, right?
Yeah.
And so I am definitely friends with my daughter. I am not worried that she is going to have daddy issues at all now because we talk all the time. She talks to me about everything. The other day, and this is when I knew, I was like, okay, I am the person she trusts the most in the world because she called me up and said, Dad, I have a problem. I said, what's that, sweetheart? She said, I saw a boy today. I said, okay. And we were just sitting down in class and I looked at him and then I looked down. But when I looked back up, I suddenly realized he was really cute. And I started laughing. I said, I'm sorry, Fifi. I'm not trying to laugh. It's like, you have hated boys until this very moment. She's like, yes, I thought I hated them. I was like, okay. I said, well, what do you want to know?
She just hated stupidity.
Yes. It's like, oh, wait a minute. You mean this like I asked her what was cute about him, and she's like, I don't know. And I guess that's what the fireworks went off in her head. And I'm like, uh-oh.
And so it begins.
Yes, and so it begins.
Disney cartoon.
It's okay. I have guns. It's okay. So
let's invite him over and have that I'll be cleaning this gun song playing in the background.
Oh no. Any if she wants to have a boyfriend, it's going to be a school boyfriend until she's 17 or 18 before she can have an actual legitimate boyfriend.
Yeah.
So I'm not one of those people who's like, children shouldn't have boyfriend and girlfriend. Fuck off. It's okay. It's fine.
It's just funny. It's funny when people get like super overprotective though. Like you're not allowed to talk to any boys ever.
I would. My daughter, just by happenstance, already knows like a lot about me, so I would be a massive hypocrite if I tried anything like that with her. Like to say no, you can't talk to boys or anything, and she would just see me as a massive hypocrite. So like with that, I have to be like completely honest and open with her too. That's the thing. If you just forget all the bullshit and are just completely honest, your kids will respect you. I have not had to. I want to say I don't spank my kids. I have not had to spank my kids, and I wouldn't because I don't believe in like violence to solve problems. The only rule that never got violated was you get a spanking if you put your life in danger. You get a spanking if you hurt a sibling. You get a spanking, and that was it. That was the rules.
Yeah. Like intentionally causing pain.
Yes, intentionally causing harm to another individual. You violated the NAP, they could nuke you, and I wouldn't stop them. Okay? So, yeah, but they never had those situations. My kids aren't violent. It's not an issue. And I never established a whole lot of rules. And it felt like chaos sometimes, but they actually are very self-motivated kids. They're very self-motivated. And like they know what they want. You know, I didn't hammer into them what I think they should want, but they know what they want. So that's good.
I believe that everybody already kind of knows what they want when they first spend their first couple of years here. They get an idea of where they're headed. They just have no idea how to do it. It completely
gets beaten out of them.
Yeah, and then usually school just smashes the creativity out of them and turns them into a little worker drone. Like, nah, don't do that. Do this.
You don't want
to be able to do that. So
you don't want to build things. What you want to do is be a cog in a machine. See, okay, so like let's say it's 1950. Okay, fine. School is teaching children how to be good factory workers because we had a shit ton of factories, right? Detroit was the richest city in the world. We don't have that anymore. But they're still teaching
propaganda based off of what they need, what kind of worker bee they need to make.
But see, it was so honest and given to them so straight. Like you'd watch the videos they had back then, and they would have these big public videos about this many children need to go to school because we have this many factories and this many jobs. And only a certain number of these children need to apply for college because those are going to be limited jobs and we only want the best applying. And it's just like a public service thing from like the 50s. I'm like, okay, see, that's at least completely honest, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, look, here are the jobs that are available. Here's what our schools are for. And we already know a lot of you are not going to be working.
That is like a normal tutorial. Like, hey, this is kind of how it is.
Yeah. And now I would almost argue that if public school, obviously I don't believe in public schooling, but we have it. And that's not going away anytime soon. Right? So I just accept that it's a reality. It's clear that it was vastly superior in the 50s. Vastly superior.
Yeah.
And if I were a public school kid today, I would be totally lost in trying to figure out who I was or what I wanted. One of my daughter's friends got into a group of girls, And all the girls convinced each other that they were the wrong gender.
People can just make up whatever they want to and start telling people stuff. And since truth is relative, they'll be like, well, I guess. And then start going with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fortunately, the teachers, we do at least live in the South, and the teachers put a stop to it and immediately called school counselors and psychiatrists to fix it. Because at least down here in Georgia, we see that shit as a problem. Even in the public sector, we see it as a problem, right? So we're not too far gone yet. They want to claim we're a blue state. We're not. The entire legislature is red. So anyway, you get kids into school and they can be easily influenced. They're completely malleable. At least most of them are. Some of them know what they want and nothing's going to stop them from the time they're little to the time they're older. But like those kind of like lions, those lone lions, those are so rare, we don't even have to count them. But like nowadays, I just can't imagine it because it'd be so confusing. It'd just be so confusing. There's no direction. Like I've seen how they teach now, and I've seen classes, and it's like memorize this, and you go to a guidance counselor, and they're like, "Well, what do you feel like doing?" Like nothing. There is no direction. And as much as I disagree with public school, at least in the 50s, they were like, "This is what school is for. It's to get you in a factory or get you a middle management job. College is for the CEOs, the lawyers, and the doctors." Now everyone thinks they're going to be like a superhero or a rock star.
Everybody thinks they're going to become internet famous after going viral.
Let me tell you something.
Buy a digital coin and become a crypto whale.
Yeah.
Buy a Dogecoin. Like, I'm gonna go get me one Dogecoin and become a whale.
One thing I hate is cape shit, right? Superhero movies. Generally, I hate them. I remember superheroes in the 70s and 80s, because in the 80s, I grew up on 1970s superheroes, right? When there was a guy who got past superpowers, right? He was given superpowers somehow. And there was a guy, right? And that was the hero. And there are just, how many shows are there on television where all sorts of people, superhero is a disease in the population, and there's all these hidden superheroes everywhere. I couldn't even tell you how many shows are like that now. It really is part of like the collective consciousness that everybody can be a hero. It's like, no. I think that stuff's just made to like try and feed the collective ego.
Yeah.
So people overvalue themselves. One day my superpowers will awake and I'll be famous.
To get a participation trophy for existing.
Yeah. Which, that's kind of why I like that show, The Boys. Because it does a good job of putting the trope on its head.
Yeah. It shows kind of how it actually would be if people had superpowers.
If you gave me that dude superpowers, the chances are I would probably be a raging, separated sociopath as well. Because how could you look at another human and not think, oh, well, I mean, they're just not as important as me.
It's funny because the storyline by that character, his arc, is actually really messed up. Especially when you look at the comics and other stuff too. But just on the show alone, humans are so fragile. Like sometimes you can't even save them. Trying to save them, you would kill them. You go and try and grab somebody, but you move too fast and they just break in your hands like clay, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now he's got to be in the public eye and be perfect, because if he messes up at all, he'd get a lawsuit or get somebody like freaking out, like, oh no, he did this, he did that, he's a barbarian.
Oh, like in the very first episode, the guy is kissing his girlfriend, and that guy with the flash powers.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that's how that tragic anti-hero is made right there. He's a nobody. He is literally a nobody, and the Flash obliterates his girlfriend while he's kissing her.
That's his.
And he's holding her dismembered hand. It's like, that is a hell of an origin story.
Then he jokes later about accidentally swallowing her tooth while he was running through her.
Yeah. Yep.
Just kind of in casual passing, like it was nothing, like, whatever. It happens. When people have that much power, they would not care about those who would be like ants to them.
Yeah.
They try and push that with great power comes great responsibility stuff, I guess, to try and help people be more responsible or whatever. It sounds good. But in reality, with great power usually comes great irresponsibility.
Yeah. With great power comes me pulling up the ladder and moving to an island on my own.
Crabs in a bucket.
Screw y'all.
Come with me.
Yeah. Screw y'all. I am leaving.
And they do.
Is it one of the mechanics of that show? People have to believe in him for his power to be.
No,
or no, that's not that show, is it? Yeah, that's not that show, is it?
Yeah, I think there might be another show that does that, but no, that's just about his ego and the public persona thing.
Okay.
He knows that if he falls out of favor, then he won't be able to be the poster boy for the company.
Yeah.
And he also knows that he could destroy the entire world if he wanted to.
Like, I mean, if I were him, the choice would be, well, I'll just wipe out the population that doesn't agree with me. Yeah. I mean, why not? But then the rest of the population probably mad at you because that was too far, right? So.
Meanwhile, you got like well, then they have like contingencies, so they've got other genetic clone versions of them and stuff. Spoiler alert.
I love that. I actually love Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy's awesome. Favorite character on the show.
Yeah. He's actually pretty badass.
Yeah. Oh, he's funny.
The name reminds me of the Soldier Boy song from That's Cringe, but that's not his fault.
Yeah. I have that video of him because I used this because I married a gorgeous woman and it was miserable. So here, let me post that. You all go to. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Where is the video? Come on, it's up here somewhere. Not that far up. Okay, so we're going back down.
I actually don't look forward to when they start doing human testing for robotic surgeons. Because the Yeah, all the success stories will be really cool. But I'm not looking forward to hearing the glitches that happen.
Oh no, don't worry. That'll be done in third world countries on prisoners first. So you'll never hear
They'll
about that.
perfect the system. Get the
Yeah.
algorithm just right.
So by the time that you're hearing about the first one, it's like when Neo goes into the Matrix. We've done this 6 times before, right?
Not
The
even
reality is,
there's some people so poor they can just sign a contract. We'll pay if anything happens to you. We're gonna either way. We'll pay you this amount of money to your family, and they won't care if they die because their family will get taken care of. There's people willing to sacrifice themselves to be put under the knife for various procedures. They don't care. Love is a powerful thing. It'll make people do horrible stuff. But then also with the prisoners too. Prisoners of war especially. Like in weird places. They sell shit off. Oh, dude. Speculation Sunday stuff vibes. Everybody's always talking about how AI is impossible because you can't you can't create an artificial version of intelligence. It's a glorified calculator. But the whole brain in HR thing, if you actually took genetic matter, put it in a petri dish and connect it with a neural link to a system, and then do you have kind of a integrated organic AI?
well, do you know what science fiction show has that technology?
Oh, I know that the Matrix did it, but I'm talking about like making it so that that's the computer. Like there's no body, it's just a brain.
This is their computers. This is their computers in this show. It's Star Trek.
What's that?
Star Trek.
That's weird.
Yeah, in Star Trek they have these sheets that are gel packs, and inside the gel pack they have cultivated like synapses and biochemicals in there, and that is the thinking assistant part of the computer in Star Trek. So it's not integrated into a human,
disturbing.
But it's the cultivated brain cells and stuff like that to create a neural network. I forget what the gel packs are called. The neural gel pack or something like that.
Back when I was into Globe Earth stuff, that was one of my theories of how it could be the only way to actually get across the blackness of space would be to actually have like a organic computer to be the brain of a system that's swimming through the sea of space.
That is actually what they have on board. It's these biogel packs that, and the computer brain is like in the gel packs, and it's like linked to all the neurons that are in there, so that it can think. That's why Data is different, because he has a positronic brain. It's purely mechanical. It's not genetic, which is why they like can't recreate him, because they don't know how the doctor did it.
Yeah.
Because it's like too advanced. So, just a little Star Trek lore there from a guy who is a self-proclaimed Star Trek expert, and I am. Sad. Sad. Very sad.
I was more into the Star Wars stuff, but grew up watching Star Trek because my dad's a Trekkie, kind of. He likes Star Wars too, but he watched Star Trek all the time.
Yeah. I like that Star Trek and that Dark Vader's. Not as big into Star Wars. Still read every single book and saw every single movie and every single cartoon. So I still know a lot about Star Wars. It's just all we had to do as kids was read, right? Yeah. And so because my brother had every single Star Wars book. I read every single Star Wars book because, I mean, they were just there. But I had every single Star Trek book I could get my hands on. And so he read them too. But I was more the Star Wars guy, or Star Trek guy. He was more the Star Wars guy.
Yeah. It's kind of like also the gambler's fallacy when you start reading it. Well, now I got to read. I'm going to go ahead and read the next one so I can finish the story.
Yeah. I did enjoy it though. So it's not like I was worried I was going to lose something. But
yeah.
I did basically just read them because they were there. Now, one thing I did like is that Star Wars did video games and models much better. They did video games and models much better. So a lot of my models as a kid were Star Wars models. I had very few Star Trek models were way more expensive too. Way more expensive. I don't even know why. I'm like, this X-Wing is $6, plastic model that you put together with this extremely toxic glue that they're selling to a 9-year-old. But this Enterprise is $40. Why is the Enterprise $40? It's no bigger than the X-Wing. No. I don't know what they were thinking. Star Trek wasn't really big on the merch stuff, I guess. It's not like Lucas was.
I did actually collect some of the Star Trek toys, though, because they were cool. I remember the 90s had cool toys. Everything kind of sucks now. The
oh, man, the 80s and 90s.
Was durable. Things lasted. Unless you, like, beat the crap out of it, it actually lasted.
The 80s and 90s were the golden age of toys. The absolute golden age. Yeah. To me, the 80s are the end-all, be-all of Americana. To me, the 80s were like the 50s fulfilled. That's what that is.
Everything had scheduled shows and scheduled product lines, and everything ran in tandem. So there was tons of awesome toys and shows that lined up, or movies that went with them.
In the 80s, you go outside, walk on the sidewalk, you're not going to get mugged, and you could walk to a theater, and then you could walk to an arcade. And everything was convenient, but everyone still was kind of like, everybody's parents was alive in the 50s. Yeah. And so everyone
like
still
you might get mugged if you go down a dark alley, but in broad daylight, not.
But no, the 80s for like suburb life and country life and like small town life was it was the fulfillment of the 50s. If only we had manufacturing. That's the only thing that was missing. I want to see us go back culturally to 1983. I want the laws to go back to 1870, and I want manufacturing back. I want to plant a bug where every single car in the world disintegrates so that we have to manufacture again.
I think they've already engineered the obsolescence of a lot of vehicles. Modern ones.
Modern ones, yeah. they
the
got
older
smart.
stuff's
Like,
so nice and solid.
should we really build this Cadillac to last? I mean, this guy's going to keep this car for 30 years.
Yeah. Greed will make people sell the lesser quality stuff just so that they can continue generating revenue.
Yeah. See, for me, it's like this. Here's my ethics. I do not believe in planned obsolescence at all. I believe you should build something to last as long as you can make it last, and just make it expensive, right? Just make it expensive.
And the right to repair.
Right, and the right to repair. And for the time that we are making that car or whatever it is, we make a shit ton of money. And then we say, okay, we made our product.
Most people don't know, but that actually is a court thing where people have fought over that, the right to repair, or whether or not you have a right to repair something, or a company has full proprietary ownership over an object and all repairs related to it.
See, for me, in my opinion, the moment you trade money for something, it's yours, lock, stock, and barrel. And I don't give a shit about any law. I don't give a shit about any law. Because that law is unconstitutional immediately. Because how can a corporation that is not a legal entity, how can it own something?
Any
How
law
can it
that's
own an
repugnant to the
idea?
Constitution is null and void.
Yeah, how can it own an idea? How can a non-entity own an idea? Like this is where me and the tanky communists are like, we're like this. Yes. These people gotta go. But then I'll take the communists on a helicopter ride right after that. Hey, now that we're successful, let me take you on a ride.
I believe there's good commies and bad commies. The good ones are like, hey, I want to voluntarily share the crap that I have with you because it's pretty cool. The bad ones are like, hey, give me your crap so that I can share with everyone, especially me.
Isn't that fundamentally voluntarism?
Exactly.
So
kind of like a family. Like it's kind of kind of form of communist, but not really.
Yeah, I've talked with some communists about this, and like, okay, so Marx and Kropotkin was like, yeah, everything needs to be voluntary. You know, mutualism is survival. You can't force other people into mutualism. Okay, well, is Kropotkin really a communist then? Because the actual communists say you have to take over the state and then use the state to dismantle the state. I'm like, well, that's not going to happen.
It reminds me of the clip where Rick is like talking crap to the other Ricks, like you wanted to get away from the government, so you went and made yourselves a stupid government.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of people miss that part. Is that the plan of like Marxist communism was first you have to take over the state, and then you use the power of the state to delete the state. And I'm thinking, you know,
we use the fire to kill the fire.
Yeah, like if you get the power of the state, that's why we all pick on communism, because when the communists take over, they don't dismantle the state.
Don't worry, guys. Just let me get the One Ring. I promise I won't be as bad as Sauron.
I would take this ring, and in my desire to do good, only evil would occur through me. That's exactly what happens. Communists get the One Ring, and they're like, hey, guys, I can do it. They're like, okay, well, all your well-meaningness to dismantle the state, even if you are the purest anarcho-communist, the problem is the guy next to you isn't. The guy next to you isn't. So,
even if you want to share everything you got, the guy next to you is going to be like, give me more.
Yeah.
That wasn't enough.
When is it ever?
Most people look at each other's bowls to see who's got more than them.
Yeah.
Instead of who has enough.
Well, you know, I think some of the examples are like these little hunter-gatherer tribes that are like in a pseudo-survival situation where they have to share everything. But in that case, they're sharing everything because they're trying to survive. And it's necessary for that person over there to survive so that you survive, so that you can aid each other, right? That is not what Marx was writing about. That is not what the communists talked about. That is what Kropotkin talked about. And Kropotkin, by the end of his life, repudiated communism. In fact, Kropotkin, who a lot of people, he wrote The Conquest of Bread, right? And so you have all these people like, like BreadTube, right? It's like communist YouTube. And it's funny because the word libertarian comes from Kropotkin. He created
Remember
modern.
when we were talking about how dogs will side with a cat, a big cat, in order to survive?
Yeah.
Like the instinctual thing before? The same way. Like, there's compartmentalized communism that occurs for periods of time, like treaties. Like, okay, we must do this to survive. And then it's going to change. Those treaties break down over time.
Yeah, it's like, okay, us two villages, we each have to give 30 logs to divert the lava. Right?
Yeah. Or we've got a famine, so we've got to pool our resources so we all don't starve and die or something. So let's get our stuff stored away.
There's some Redditor out there going, see, they diverted the lava. Communism. It's like, no, mongrel. It's not communism.
They just didn't want to die.
Yeah. What about when someone in the village is like, you know, I'm going to build a goddamn yacht.
Yeah.
And he has his own resources. He builds his yacht. He hires the blacksmith. He provides the blacksmith with the steel and the, fiber. He makes like primitive fiberglass, whatever. So, and he builds his yacht, right? What right does anyone else have to say that, well, no, that's everybody's yacht? See, that's different. That's not survival. That's envy.
There's no such thing as a perfectly balanced system when it comes to stuff like that. There's always going to be an exchange, right? There's no actual real communism because people have to make trade in order for the energy to occur so that they can perform the tasks they need to do to perform the agenda and will of the communistic whole or whatever.
I'm going to put a lot of that.
It just doesn't exist. Then there's always a leader guiding it, so that's not communism. That's got some kind of president or dictator.
Yeah, it totally ignores human nature.
Yeah. Nobody's actually going, we're not meant to mindlessly work for nothing.
I'm going to put it back down to ego because it's like this. You ever met a flat earther or the truther? And they are like, I am going to change people. I am going to change. We're going to fight the system. We're going to change the system. Right? It's like, a lot of communists have that mindset. And it's like, you are not going to change anything. You need to come down to reality. And the reality is, humans are not, we all have equal rights, right? But we are not equal. Some humans are short and bald and brilliant. Some people are tall and hairy and stupid. We're not all the same. There is no equalizing. The only equality we really have is death and birth. That's it.
Yeah.
You'll never change the nature of man.
The frailty of existence is about the only thing that we have in common, I guess. It's interesting because there's a verse that says that love God, love your neighbor as yourself. That to me, it sounds a lot like he's literally saying love somebody as though they are literally you. So you're not supposed to think about, oh, well, what would they want and how would you do exactly what you would want if you were in their situation, and don't overthink it. Because otherwise you're trying to be a people pleaser, and that's just personas and ego. You just take care of people in the moment. It kind of gets back to the conversation we had on the construction site where people just know what to do. If you pay attention, you'll know what people need, and it makes things flow better. But people don't know how to do that. They're so focused on themselves and harboring up their resources and their wealth that they don't see the bigger picture, that if we work together a little bit. That ego death, you have to go against human nature.
Yeah, your natural it's ourselves is we have to look outside nature, right?
Yeah.
It's not natural to wake up. It's or okay, I don't want to say it's not natural. It's not. How am I trying to articulate this without miscommunicating it?
Ideal. Because I always think of the movie, the M. Night Shyamalan, The Village. That sort of has to do with this whole thing. You know, someone became the leader. Someone thought this was a good idea. Then that person decided to trap everyone there. Blah, 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 blah. Because he realized it wasn't a good thing for them. He thought it wasn't a good thing. It wasn't ideal for them to leave his ideal world. Was that the word? Ideal?
Maybe.
In that vein?
Trying to think. I'm trying to think.
Have you seen The Village?
Oh yeah, I saw The Village.
I mean, that's sort of what's going. Is that a commentary on what is M. Night Shyamalan realizing there?
I think he may just be like, what's one of the oldest stories like that is The Cave, right? Like awakening. The whole idea of the inner awakening of like the spirit is, I think, probably the oldest human trope. At least one of the oldest human tropes. Right?
Well, yeah, that's 2001 Space Odyssey. The monkeys are sort of waking up or something's happening to them.
What if I told you that movie was actually about people in a movie realizing they're in a movie?
Well, now I have to go watch it for the 400th time.
Wait, what?
The dimensions of the monolith are the Panavision dimensions. Stanley Kubrick specifically made it in the Panavision dimensions of the movie screen.
Yes, I have seen that parallel. It's frightening because those look exactly like the flat screens of today.
Yeah. But it's kind of like, everyone in the story is at the will of the one making the story.
Yes,
so
Dave.
The whole movie could be the master meta commentary.
But back to M. Night. Yeah, the shadows in the cave are the monsters in the woods. Well, the thing that's chasing them back through the cave.
They're the cave. Like the cave is scary, right? Or maybe they just represent the idea, the scariness of leaving the comfort of the known.
That's just another film theory.
Yeah. My favorite one is Signs. That is my favorite M. Night Shyamalan movie.
That one was weird.
A lot of people don't know this. They're not coming from the sky. They are literally demons from hell coming up from the ground.
Is there like a scene that depicts that, like subliminally, like hidden in there or something? Or
well, there's hints. Where are the only places you ever see the alien at?
I remember specifically there's the one scene in the backyard.
All right, so well, it's at a children's birthday party, right?
Yeah, at the party, yeah.
And also a house with children.
Oh God, yeah.
And the what did the nurses say when the little girl was born, that she was an angel. And these are just passing phrases, but M. Night puts them in there for specific reasons because he's telling you, right?
Yeah,
And
that's how he does the twists in the story. The little subtle hints and clues are for the bigger storyline.
the biggest hint is actually the end of the movie when the dude is putting back on his priest frock, right? Like, if you just had an encounter with aliens, wouldn't you lose your faith? Also, they're cloven hooved.
Kind of like he's setting up for the sequel. Like he knows what the enemy is now.
Yeah.
Well, water hurts him. Why does the water hurt them?
Who was always touching that water?
Mm.
The little girl.
Is it holy water?
So it's holy water.
And then don't children get like super soakers and start spraying? So they've got like faith that they know that they can take out all these kids with holy water start taking out the.
Well, I guess
now you're going into the plot of Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, Dusk Till Dawn. I think he left everything else to the imagination, which I think was a good idea. Once you watch that movie with the idea that these are not aliens, these are demons, you don't see any UFOs, you see lights in the sky. M. Night was very, very clever at this. You saw lights in the sky, but they didn't come down. And there was no UFO. Where did the aliens come out of? The signs that appeared where? On the ground.
So they're living near the water table?
Like, why would you invade a planet?
No,
they're a planet that's like mostly water.
Yeah, they're allergic to water, and so what? They're invading a planet that's 70% water.
Yeah, so they can't be. They have to have already been here. Then
they're here. They don't have a problem with water. It's the blessed water they have a problem with.
What movie is this?
Signs by M. Night Shyamalan.
Okay, thanks.
Are not aliens. They are literally, not metaphorically, they are literally demons that have come up from the depths, from inside the earth. They appeared.
Locusts from the pit.
Yeah, locusts from the pit. And by the way, they do have the legs. Look at their legs. That is why it's my favorite, because once you watch it as it's a supernatural horror, the movie's completely different.
Got to reframe it away from the sci-fi and into something.
I did like that was the trick. He told a sci-fi story. It's like, no, he didn't. The people who watched it told a sci-fi story to themselves because he never said it was aliens. And where are their guns? Where are their laser beams? Where's their death rays? And you also can't focus on them, so you can't quite see them.
Yeah, sci-fi usually has the robot.
Yep. But yeah, he in the movie, they were not identified as aliens or coming from another planet or anything like that. They are on the run in their basement from demons. Like, that is what the movie is. Here, I know there's a video out there. I'm going to find it.
I'm watching the trailer for it now. It's been so long since I've watched this movie.
Somebody in the in the chat right now is trying to explain why boats go under the curve. So I gotta admit, that's a first.
Yeah, that almost sounds like an M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Under the Curve.
Yeah, boat
Yeah.
under the curve.
We're in the lobby, right? So I hit him with my hill of water, and he's like, "Well, what's that?" And I asked him what he thought that the boats disappeared behind. He said, "Nothing. They just go out of your view." Well, there you go. That's what a flat earther would say.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So I told him, "You must be new if you haven't heard that boats go over the curve." He said, "Actually, it'd be going under."
That's weird.
Like
Every time that I talk, it's picking up through your mic, man.
All right, I found the video.
Word.
Short and sweet. And there you go. There's that video, Ether.
Yeah. I'm watching it now.
Water.
I'll be back in a little bit, y'all.
All right, man. Weird. I wonder if they'll get VC verified.
Check, check, radio check. Anyway, I'll explain something in the chat just for anyone listening. There's a gentleman who's asking why our icon is what it is. You'll see this from time to. Oh, sorry. Let me check my mic settings real quick.
You're pretty low on my end.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm on my phone, but yeah, you seem pretty quiet.
All right. Let me give me a sec. I'll try to fix that. All right, is this any better?
That is a bit louder.
Okay. Sorry, what was that, Kim?
I said I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so just this gentleman was asking about our server logo, our icon. Let me just get this pulled up so I can read it. But this is something you'll see from time to time. And so I'll give you some pointers to go off of in case you deal with someone yourself like this. All right. So he joined the server, and then within 20 minutes, the first question was, if you look at the Discord picture, there's an ice wall. And let's see, what was my response? I said, that's an icon, right? So he goes, so does the icon of the server represent what you believe or no? I said, if you look at the front of a Honda, there's an H. Now that's an icon or an emblem or a logo, not the car itself. So it's just an icon, not the earth. He says, true, but I don't put a Porsche icon on a Ford. I use an icon to represent, he says, use an icon to represent the server so you don't confuse people. All right, so I think that's where he started getting a little confused, in my opinion. We're not putting, I think the icon is fine, but he's mixing up the icon for the thing itself. So let's continue. I said, you can't drive a Porsche icon. Even a Ford icon isn't a Ford car. So you don't want to mix up the representation for the thing itself. So you can't eat a menu. You can't drive a Ford logo. Let's continue.
You're totally right, dude. My PFP thing is that GIF of the a flat Earth cartoon representation going back to the globe Earth model representation back to the flat Earth representation, or a flat Earth representation. They're like, oh, that's the model you believe. I'm like, no, that's actually just showing you how easy it is to fool you. But thanks. Like
that's a good point.
It's like, yeah, and you're about it being an icon is like, no, of course it, but I don't put a Porsche emblem over my Honda and call it a Honda. It's like, yeah, but then you have different versions of the Honda. You have a very nice Honda with the same logo and a very, very cheap and inexpensive, not very high quality Honda. They both use the same logo, so you can't say that.
Right. So he said, why put a Porsche icon on a Ford? I said, that's not what has happened. It's a flat Earth icon on a flat Earth server, but you're confusing the Porsche or the Ford logo for the car itself.
Right.
Like you'll hear people say the map is not the terrain, or a menu is not the meal. So these guys, what he's doing is he's trying to nibble on the menu, right? He wants to eat our icon instead of experience the earth. You can't hop on a a Honda H and then drive it around. Okay. So I think that's
right. It's not the type of car it is. Just the Honda. The H represents the Honda. So this logo that we have represents the fact that we're not buying that it's a globe. That's what it means.
Mm-hmm. He's like, well, why did you pick that icon? Like, well, we had to pick something.
You got to pick something, and something that relates to. It doesn't mean, hey, this is my map. This is my model for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha. That's not what it means. It means this. It's like, it's like the He-Man thing. It's like, do I have to put all of He-Man? Do I have to put my whole map, model, and belief system in my logo? No, man. I'm just going to put a little icon that represents something about it. That's it. So people can tell what it is.
So the next person asked in the chat, he sees our question, going back and forth. He said, so the flat Earth icon is supposed to be supposed to symbolize the shape of the Earth. I'm gonna go right back to my Honda example.
No, it's not.
Is a Honda shaped like an H? No. So it's like, no.
Yeah, like when you go and buy somebody's record and the band has their logo, whatever cool logo they made out of their stuff, but they put it on every record. It's like, well, are you buying the same record every time? No, but it's the same band, and it's so you're gonna get a similar idea. Now, do we think that the icon represented in either my PFP or the 24/7 one or whatever is a direct representation of reality? No. Come and ask us. We'll tell you, no, that's not what it is. It's just to let people know what they may be looking at, what they might be getting themselves into. It's like a game logo, right? It's not the game itself. It's just a representation of the information.
I'll give one more example. I like to use the example of like wine. Say we have a vineyard. We always say like snacks in the back. DJ's taking requests. Well, we got a vineyard in the back too. We grow grapes. We grow wine. So in this example, that's the real deal thing. So then they'll come in and say, well, where's your icon? Or I need to see like a brand name, or what's the bottle look like? What's the, the artwork? Show me that. We don't have that. Don't confuse the brand for the thing itself. You can't get drunk off of a cute label on a wine bottle. It's
Right.
the thing inside the bottle. So, shoot, we don't even need an icon at this point. So we just picked one to put on the bottle. But you guys are like, no. That's the experience. It's not. It's what's inside. It's the experience itself. I don't know why that's so confusing for people, to be honest.
Yeah, there's a difference between the logo and the thing.
Yeah, it's just people are mixing up the representation for the real thing. Like a lot. Strange. No, but if you're saying it's like this icon, then it must be like that. No. Well, we'll see what this guy says in the chat. I'm curious to see what he responds with. Like, he's like, well, you should have picked something that, makes better sense. Well, what? You want me to take a picture and then, because we show people that show me flat meme, and they're like, no, but there's more. Here, I'll show you. All right, how many times have you seen this posted and they go, well, there's more. You got to zoom out. Show me more. So if this isn't good enough for them, like that's what I would put, something like this in the live stream voice text. But that wouldn't be good enough, would it? No, but I can't see the whole thing. All right, well, here's an idea. You can think about it.
That's kind of the point, dude. No matter how high we go, we can't see the whole thing. That's the point.
It's actually one of my favorite points. They're like, well, show me the whole Earth. How?
Yeah, how? Where are we going to see that? We haven't gone high enough. Do you know how high we have to go? Can we go there real quick? You and me. NASA can't even see it until they say they're in space.
Even if it was a globe, there's no such thing as like seeing the whole thing. If you and I meet up,
Yeah.
and I'm like looking at you, we're sitting 5 feet apart. I'm not seeing the back of your head. So even
True.
in that sense, you're not seeing the whole Earth. But we can, like in terms of the flat Earth, like you can go up, but you can't go out. And we can zoom in, but you can't zoom out, especially your eyeballs. Okay. So, no, we can't zoom out and tell you what this whole place looks like. That flat Earth show me flat meme that I posted, or the one Cuddy posted, that's as good as you're gonna get. There's no zooming out to see more. So I can't tell you what this whole thing looks like.
They can't handle it. They can't stand that no one knows what this whole thing looks like.
We got hope. We might be able to get a better one than that. That supposedly they got some new balloon technology and it's going up in like 41 days. sending the infrared camera with it. Supposedly, the new ceiling for the balloons is 180,000, 190,000 feet.
Oh, the new ceiling.
Yeah, there's some new balloon materials being used.
Oh, good. So it's lower now.
No, it's higher.
Oh, so
I want
it's higher. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
higher now.
Supposedly. Yeah, apparently it was really hard to get any kind of balloon above 120,000 feet. They just pop. And they're using something different now, and the ceiling is higher.
What do you want to bet that won't help their case?
No, these are flat earthers doing it, actually. They're setting up there's an infrared camera.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
This is what I like to hear. Can you link it, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Give me a sec. I got to find it.
Wait, this was done already?
No, they're doing it in like 41 days.
It's another tipping point there, Globers. We're getting better at this.
South America, some Argentinians.
What are you going to do, Globers? Can't change the Earth into a globe, can you? So what else are you going to do?
Send up another blue.
Does the infrared camera have a distorting lens on it? So does it have a lens that opposes curvature? Or no?
No, it'll just cut out the atmosphere, cut through the haze, allow you to see farther. Sorry, the Atmos.
Now, isn't there a photo or an infrared image out there that is supposedly like 500 miles away from peak to peak? And I can't remember the location of it. But that's game over right there.
There you go. Go to the top of that website. On the top left, there'll be a translate to English button.
Awesome, brother. Thank you. Top right, you said?
Top left for the translate.
Okay.
Top right for Chinese.
Basically, they have a parts breakdown, everything they're using. It's like $3,500 to send up all the equipment they're using.
I love it.
Isn't this world just a fucking mindfuck?
Yes.
Yeah, no, sorry, it is. It is. It fucking is, man.
Well, it is. Listen, it just depends on what kind of fucking you like.
He said fucking. That wasn't even a very good impression of Beavis' butthole, was it?
It's okay. I'm easy to make fun of.
Beavis' butthole.
Oh yeah. Oh, hey Beavis. Oh.
He said butthole.
Did he say butthole? Hey Beavis.
That's pretty good.
It's okay. I need to work on it. I used to watch the heck out of that though. Such a good show. That's why I'm such a piece of shit.
No arguments here.
Thanks, pal.
Yeah, fire. Burn it all down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You guys go ahead. What was the topic?
You mean you didn't want a Helio? We should rename Interrupt to Helio.
This is Speculation Sunday. We moved it forward by 6 hours.
What's that bottom one? It says fuel and tolls times 2 mobiles.
Hang on, let me check it out.
Yeah, because it's the only one with a dollar amount or a monetary amount that's AR instead of US.
Yeah, that must be the Argentinian peso, I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know what that means.
So it's probably that's 2 cars and 2 tanks of fuel or whatever. That's probably what that means is their transportation there.
They might be sending up phones. They might be mobile phones. Maybe not. I don't know if you can get a signal up there that high anyway.
Yeah. Well, satellites. I mean, I'm gonna go see what the anti-flat Earth crew has to say, but I'm gonna share this thing all over the place and see what kind of damage control they scramble to perform on it.
Yeah, I got that from Witsit, so just to give credit due.
Cool. I shall do that.
Another pet peeve of mine is like people will start asking you about the outer realm, like outer regions. So what's out there? What's out this? When these same people often haven't really explored their town, their local area. Like you guys haven't even left your city, but you want to talk about like what's outside or past places that you've never explored. Let's pump the brakes on this whole tell me what's beyond my
What's beyond my what's beyond my
well, it's just funny how they're like, well, tell me what's in Antarctica. And it's like, well, dude, you're asking me to explore like the outer regions of the earth or whatever. And like this guy in the chat is like, he admitted, no, I haven't really explored my own town. So and why are we talking about exploring places that are far beyond like your own local area that you haven't explored?
Yeah, he's asking questions that he may as well be saying like, what's in Middle Earth? What's on the other side of Mordor, man?
All in life is a soundboard, bro.
They want another cartoon to live in.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. That was absolutely terrible fucking. Damn shit. The fucking. What do they call it? Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Pardon me.
Cartoons. Cartoon World. Cartoon Globe. Cartoon everything.
This guy clowning. He said he's been there.
I moved him. Yeah, I moved him to the detention room for a few minutes.
Yeah, it looked like he was gearing up to spiral into a clown wheel circus show.
Oh, you could tell right away.
You see the little car like squeaking up, and then they all start rolling out. That's how it looked like earlier. It's like 3 or 4 people in here. There's still 2 talking in the lobby. Well, 1. You just moved 1. Attention. Whenever y'all mute people, sometimes in the background of my mind, I'll hear the Cops theme song. Like, bad boys, what you gonna do?
So if I block you, you're not coming back. Hope it was worth it. Hope it was worth it.
I just added that clip. I think it's so funny. Oh man, I love it. It's definitely kind of my moderation style. Like I try to give people as many chances as possible. Like, oh, you're goofing off. Let's just talk about it for
Yeah.
5 minutes in detention. And if you can't take it serious past that, we'll give you one more shot in cog this. And if you start spiraling, see ya.
Yeah, you're one of the most chill mods here, so if somebody pisses you off, like, they have seriously went out of their way to do so.
Dude, that's what I think too. Like, I have some dude in the VC check-in yesterday. I think we had like 5 or 6 come in last night, and I checked in. I think I checked in all of them, as many as I could, and like 3 or 4 out of them all had the same script. Hey, I'm a flat earther. My grandma told me. I don't really know. Yada yada. You guys have heard this before. But the last guy, he was just double, triple, quadrupling down. Like the first couple guys were like, all right, you're right. Look, I was just faking. I'm sorry. Whatever. But the last guy was like, no. I don't know what you mean. After I exposed him. Because he, what did he say? He said that he had friends that were telling him about Flat Earth. Okay. So I said, all right, well, what'd they say? He said, oh, well, they showed me science and all this stuff. We did curvature tests, and they said it's not flat. was like, wait a minute, you just said it's not flat. He's like, yeah. Okay, so you just slipped up. No, I didn't. So he slipped up there. But then when I asked him about, so I was like, what are your friends, what does it look like? Or what do they tell you? Can you show me a picture? And he literally was like, just go to Google and search flat Earth. Like, oh. So the space disk with water falling off. He's like, yeah. Gotcha. So your friends were telling you about a space disk with water falling off, doing curvature tests, which shows that it's not flat. But you're a flat earther. So I was like, all right, so who's capping? You or your friends? Oh, well, friends, probably.
You should.
The guy was going crazy.
You should have let him in, bro. You should have let him in.
He left the server. That's what's so funny. I was like, Jedi came in and could tell right away. I was like, yeah, look, if you want in, like, you gotta stop acting. That's why I called him out. I was like, hey, what do you think of your... That's one of the first things I asked him. What do you think of your acting skills? Like, oh, what do you mean? Like, yeah, if you had to rate your acting skills on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say? I'm not an actor.
Brad
I told
Pitt.
him, then stop acting then. What do you mean? My friends said it's a flat Earth disc. Yeah, sure. But so when I called him out, he left the server. So I thought that was really funny.
Isn't it funny when people get all squeaky when you call them out?
Yeah. Oh, Nathan Oakley. Oh, we're going high pitched. I love when Nathan Oakley calls people out like that.
That's right. Yeah. Go high pitch, friend, bitch. Go high pitch, bitch.
Exactly, P-Man.
Oh, Lord.
Hilarious. But yeah, no, he's like, no, I'm serious. Okay.
P-Mac Savage.
Literally left the server within like seconds after the call. Got him.
They don't like it when you corner them and make them squeal.
It's
Does that too? Scream from the picky. Scream from the picky. Go on, yeah. Scream. Yeah.
It's not easy. It just is. Look, we've been around this topic for a long time. A lot of us can educate on the globe Earth, but pretending to be a globe Earther, for me, in my opinion, it takes skill. It's not as easy as you might think. That's why people here don't. I think we should practice it more often because just you'll see what I mean. But I think trying to pretend being a flat earther is way, way harder. And I think I have some skill, but like I said, like pretending to be a globe earther for long term, 30 minutes, that's very, very difficult. If you are familiar with Flatzoid, he went on Nathan Oakley's show and did an act. The whole show, he pretended to be like a French guy, Professor Francois, and he was like a globe earther. Round of applause. That's not easy to do without like, all right, guys, I'm just joking. So like I said, trying to do that, but as a flat earther, it's like 50 times harder in my opinion. They end up exposing themselves in the first sentence often.
Well, it's particularly hard in here too.
Oh yeah.
35 trained years,
Yeah.
Well, that, and when it comes to like you're speaking the truth, you're not lying, you're not making up a narrative, you're not thinking in terms of that, so you're going to come with whatever's natural in your mind to actually just speak the honest truth about things. That's what comes out. So it's hard to stick with a script that's fantasy when you're used to speaking the truth.
Good point. And like the flat earth propaganda script is very, very limited. You've got the disc, it's in space, sometimes it's floating up. That's why it's easy to expose them, because they don't really know how to like approach the topic in a genuine way. They've got their limited script about FES propaganda. And so honestly, like if anyone's out there listening, if you want to try to pretend to be a flat earther, I would recommend just study our tape. There's a live stream running all the time. If you want to just take 5 hours or an hour, 30 minutes, whatever, just listen to the live stream. All of the answers are there. The problem is you don't do that at all. I wouldn't recommend faking anyway, but
I don't think
That
they
took
take
the
the long.
time, they would become flat earthers.
Exactly.
Perhaps. But it's just a weird mentality that people have. Like, if I had a boxing agreement with Ether Chris, we were gonna like sign up to do a boxing event or whatever. You bet your ass I'm gonna go and try to find any footage of him boxing. I'm not
Yeah,
just gonna
learn your
roll in
opponent's
there.
moves, strengths, weaknesses.
Ding, ding, ding.
You gotta know.
Exactly. Works like that with football. Like football in any sport, really. You study the film of your opponent so that you
Yeah.
know how to act and how to have certain counters and stuff like that. You need to be prepared. But if you just go in, you go to box Mike Tyson, you don't watch any of his, you're gonna get knocked out.
Like, you gotta have an idea of their damn workout routine, what they're eating, like what their strengths and like any weaknesses that they might have if they fractured something. People don't think tactically like that about combat. They're just thinking, oh, I'm going to go in here because these guys are probably idiots, and surely I know more about the world than they do because they think it's flat. And they're just unprepared, woefully unprepared. They don't even know their own model. We have to teach it to them. Before we can even start talking about the flat earth, we have to teach them their own damn model.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my biggest pet peeves.
They come in like they want to fight, but they have a stick instead of a sword. And it's like, we're already suited up. Okay, man. Here, take this. This is an actual. And here we go. Let me give you this padded armor. We're going to have to train first. And then you have to build them up just so that they can actually. And usually they just run away because they don't want to learn their own model.
Let's go back to that boxing reference. So this person signed up to box you. They've stepped in the ring. And you immediately recognize, it's like, I think I have a sound clip for this.
Come on, buddy, you can't be serious with your power level.
But it's like, imagine you had to like teach the guy that signed up to box you how to like throw a jab. You're telling him like, this is what you need to do to defeat me. That's what you're saying, Ether. It's like we spend so much time educating them.
Yeah.
That's a good analogy right there.
Here, throw this punch. You know, it's like, man, I shouldn't have to teach you this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
It's
looking
kinda
for
like
a sparring partner, not a student.
the Dragon Ball Z clip where it's like their friends are pushing them into it too. And it's like, oh, it was upside down. It's over 9,000. And it's after they've gotten their butt kicked.
Like, how do you let someone? Go ahead.
What did you say?
I was just saying, poor Yamcha.
Poor Yamcha.
He just sucks.
Dang, I have a sound clip for that too. Go ahead, Levelus.
I was going to say, how do you let somebody know that comes in here? It's like, hey, you're speaking to someone that knows both sides of the argument, and we can determine very quickly that you know neither sides of the argument. It's kind of an uncomfortable thing to have to tell someone, you know?
True.
Yeah. They wonder why we ask them so many questions when they first get in here. It's like, we got to figure out where you're at first and kind of do a placement test before we let you in here.
I'm looking for this clip. I hope the moment doesn't pass too far. It's actually really funny.
One thing that I think is kind of weird is when people will come in here and they'll spend so much time getting VC verified just to say one thing stupid, get muted, and then leave the server. And it's like, why did you bother? What good did it do? Nobody will remember your name except for maybe the bot.
I think it's got something to do with trolling.
It's like rats with a pleasure button.
Yeah, but it's like the worst kind of like snaps. Like you didn't troll anybody, bro.
Yeah, they hide behind a keyboard and think they can say whatever they want to.
You have to be funny. If you're going to troll somebody, you have to be funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Kim, listen to this.
Let's hurry up and wish back Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and Chaozu.
What about Yamcha?
What about Yamcha? Don't know what this Yamcha is, but it sounds just like Raditz.
That's all. If you're familiar with the lore, they're all flaming
Yeah.
on Yamcha. So
What the hell was that?
I don't know what this Yamcha is, but it sounds terrible.
That's some of that Japanese cartoon stuff.
Go! I like a weeble. You gotta make your best cartoon voice. All you flat earths are dumb, bruh. Dumb. And when I say dumb, I mean dumb. I'm about to leave your presence in about 20 minutes. It's been a pleasure.
Good to see you, P Mac.
You come! You come!
Well, that was.
Wow, that was nice. You know, that's far nicer than what anybody else ever called.
Guys, I'm so sorry.
Sorry,
I
what?
was gonna say, bro.
I was
No, I am a cunt. Sorry.
really loud.
Put
That was so loud.
put the clown world over.
Maybe road raging?
Fine.
I have all the volumes adjusted on everybody based off of their normal speech patterns, and his have not been adjusted for my noise canceling earphones. So he just came in and max volume, yelled in my ear.
You just lost your eardrums?
Yeah.
Maybe he was road raging.
Oh man. Beep beep.
Kim, nice to see you. Honey, nice to see you.
You too, P Mac.
Sorry.
Oh, dude, I was just thinking back to the the conversation, like the unprepared guys that come in, they don't know either side. Yeah, I added some sound clips just for that moment.
Oh my god! Come on, buddy, you can't be serious. With your power level.
Oh man, the context of the clip is like the antagonist meets. It's like one of the weaker guys the weak guy shows up and he's like wants to intervene. He's like, "Are you serious with your power level?" You know, like that's how it feels sometimes when these like trolls roll up and they're like, "So you think it's a disc, right?" It's like, "Come on, buddy, you can't be serious."
Oh gosh, you haven't even leveled up to level 1 yet. Like a true noob.
Creation, you're a little quiet, buddy.
Oh, really? Okay. I thank you for the feedback. I'll try to fix that. Also, where's Kiwi been?
I thought I saw Kiwi in here last night.
Oh, okay. Let me try to fix my mic real quick. One sec. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back, man.
Thank you.
I sent you a couple random sound clips that you might be able to use. Like that whole Sunday thing came to mind today. That they used to use back in the commercials all the time. And I grabbed a couple of those. One of them was kind of funny. And then the other one's something you might not want to play. I don't know. It depends. It's an interesting soundbite from the past couple of years.
Okay, I just listened to him. That'd be good for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The Speculation Sunday thing.
Glad yesterday
think
someone
that-
came in. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that we're easing up on talking about the Verona stuff because Helio and Indio were talking about it this morning, and Indio was kind of like, I'm tired of basically we're censoring ourselves, even though these people are talking about this stuff openly. I don't think that he cares anymore. I don't know. Maybe things are about to change a little bit. I'm not sure. I understand the frustration, though. We shouldn't be having to bite our tongues when it comes to the truth.
Yeah.
But that's also where, when I went and downloaded that clip, the last one that I sent you, that's why I downloaded that. I'm like, that's true. We should be collecting these clips and having them ready. Talk about this stuff. When the time comes.
What were you going to say there, sir?
Oh yeah. Someone came in yesterday. I think it was Diesel Boy. He had a friend in the background, a gal who was like, we were talking about ladies' night. We invited her to come on, and she was like, "Oh, so what? Is this how you like guys get pussy or whatever?" It was. I don't know. Well, like I spun it to like, well, you'd be surprised actually that we like this Discord. We've got two couples actually, and not just like Discord mod couple. We're talking some attractive people here.
Well,
Like,
it's
we got
fun.
a baby on the way, and y'all just got married, so
Yeah. It's funny too because it's like, oh, they're just okay. Did you hear about that flat Earth couple? Yeah, they think they're boyfriend and girlfriend. Yeah, they're never gonna meet. It's like, well, there might be that going on somewhere, but I just got married. We live together. Kai and Witz are having a baby. Like that's so no, it's not like that. It's actually real life shit, folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And these folks are far from ugly as well. So it's just,
Well, thanks. Yeah.
Whatever. It was just funny because she thought it was like an insult. Like, oh, is this how you guys get women? Like, no. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't be here on Discord. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, it's not why I'm here. It wasn't why I came here. It really wasn't why I came here. But to be honest, I mean, I love you guys, but she's the greatest thing that ever could have happened to me, and let alone could have happened to me here. So.
Right. A lot of dogs would think that they just don't understand. It's about quality over quantity. And bees don't waste time explaining to flies why honey's better than shit.
Wow, nice.
That's pretty good. But yeah. No, it was funny. The person they seemed a little shy. It seemed like it was in jest. But,
yeah, no, it probably was. I
definitely spun it back on her quick, though. I hit that reversal real fast. I was like,
for sure. Much respect.
Yeah, that was quick.
Yeah.
They think they can insult us. We've heard worse things. They can't even fathom how bad some of these people, they can't fathom how dark some of the stuff we've heard, especially in DMs. And they have no idea.
Well, and they don't want to. Like, I don't want to say some of the stuff that I've been told, because it's like, I don't even want that side of people to be propagated, like, as an idea.
Yeah, but people will take on offense too, so I don't want anybody taking my offense on their behalf. Like, nah. It can stop with me.
Yeah.
It's weird. That sounds like a true form of forgiveness, is when you let something go to the point where you don't even want to pass on the story of it, lest it cause other people to take on unforgiveness for something they're not even connected to. Love keeps no account of wrongdoing. What is accountable, though, is measurement for curvature, which doesn't exist.
That's correct.
And yet, for some reason, people still love that curve they can never see. They're always coming in here asking for a flat Earth model, and I'm just waiting for an actual, concise, scientific model of the globe to be released, since that's never been done. I'm not talking about a toy. Actual measurements, actually producing knowledge. Pristine accuracy. The same type of quality they expect of us. They don't even have their own model, though. It doesn't exist. Speaking of which, if you try and actually circumnavigate, like use the measurement tool on
Ted,
Google Earth.
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
I thought my mic was messing up. I was talking a couple minutes ago, and y'all just kept ignoring me. I was like, "What the fuck?"
We didn't hear you before.
Yeah. I just came back in. I was wondering, were y'all talking about somebody met their wife on this server?
2 times, baby, 2 times, if not more. Yep, Josh.
That was Witsit met his wife through Flat Earth too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
You got Joshua Perham, or Glet Flobe, also known as, here as well.
Yeah, we got married on the 17th, 1/17/23, because of Flat Earth. I mean, not just because of, but we met right here in the server.
So how far away from each other were you guys when you met through the server?
8-hour drive.
Hell yeah, that's cool. Congrats, man.
Thank you, sir. Much obliged.
I was not aware that Witsit met his wife through Flat Earth either.
Is the baby born, or are we still waiting?
Yeah, she's born. It was born like a month ago.
I was gonna say, Warrior, they got a baby now, dude.
Yeah, I found out. I went back through that Modern Debates channel, and I was watching all his debates, and that's how I found this channel a month and a half ago or so.
Hell yeah. There's a solid group of people that have come from the Witsit camp, so that's great. I know, like Redford Bear. I can't really name a whole bunch of people, but I know there's a bunch of people that are like, yeah, I came from Witsit's camp. Sorry.
Who knows? There was a bunch of ladies here last night. Maybe there's some future relationships that are going to happen.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, I mean, never mind.
She's standing right behind me, and she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. So there. And then she just flipped me off while I said that. So.
But you guys are gonna have to back off. Glad's taken, Ether's taken, Witsit's taken. Sorry, folks.
CB, you're next, bud. Come on now.
Most eligible bachelor.
I'm gonna say.
Don't let me drop a selfie in here now.
Yeah, no, all the girls, man, shoot, you do it. I've seen you before. You're a good looking cat.
I'm trying to keep up with you, Glad.
Shit. Well, good luck, sir. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing.
I just got that clip you threw. It's really good. I'm gonna shoot that over to my board.
One of the weirdest conversations that I remember us having here. Somebody was demanding that flat earthers stop using globe technology. Like, what the?
Oh my god. Well, if the Earth is flat, then that's flat Earth technology, and they should stop using it by their own logic.
That's what I was trying to point out. But this guy was trying to act like we were alien invaders that needed to stop using their stuff. They were culturally appropriating their thing. Maybe we are. Illuminati sound effects and whatnot. We're here to... All your globe tech art belong to us. What's funny is it really is all.
Sorry, I didn't. Go ahead.
It's just funny that all of their stuff is actually based off of flat Earth tech. Like their maps related to navigation and flying.
Did I posted that the GIF of what I just played? Kind of goes off what you were saying. I don't know where it's from, but I think it's so funny. The upward inflection. Your mints will make a fine addition to my collection. It's so funny to me. I love it. That's us acquiring all these proofsies. I see Calvin just popped in. Welcome,
we're
Calvin.
just picking up all the lightsabers. Alright, I'm convinced that General Grievous is like a hoarder. He's got a problem hoarding lightsabers.
Ooh, we got an interesting message in the lobby. The thing is, most flat earthers' knowledge of space comes from TV personnel like Neil, and they think that's globe science. When in a lot of cases, it's oversimplified and sometimes not even true.
Oh, man. You don't even know. Or she. I shouldn't presume.
My question is if that's where the flat earthers get their information from about outer space. Where do the globe earthers get their information?
I really wish that these people would join BC and actually ask their questions instead of just hiding behind a keyboard. It's so cold and distant.
They're basically insinuating a very deep knowledge of space. Insider knowledge this person has.
Dude, that's what I was thinking. Like, it's they have this weird idea that there's like a second level of the internet or something. There's like a secret internet where all the proofs are kept. You know, we don't keep the real proofs out in public.
I mean, there kind of is. People don't know how to use it.
It's like the flat earthers, they're only able to get their information from, media, but we, the real people, we get it from the real place. It's like, no, dude, we all live in the same place, raised by the same teachers and all that stuff. So stop.
God. So this guy sees the fact that we regard Neil as a clown. And they think that that's our evidence. He's a clown. We think he's a funny clown. That doesn't mean that that's all the arguments that we have for anything.
All right, let me see what he say. Oh yeah, guy Incognito says Neil deGrasse Tyson's controlled opposition. Shout out to the Globe Earth Society.
Wait a minute. I hope this kid's not a Neil deGrasse Tyson fan. They might be triggered. Speaking.
Yeah, Adam, what's so funny about what you just said in the live stream? You said, funny thing is that half of what almost everyone knows about the globe came from Tyson and Company. That's really interesting because it's like the guy in the lobby is trying to say that like, oh, that's where only the flat earthers get their information. But yeah, no, you're right. It's like that's where, like, that's why he has a microphone. They've given him a microphone to go and quote unquote educate people. Yeah. Yeah, I always say that too. We all watched all the same space documentaries over the years. Exactly. I did the same thing. I watched all the documentaries, Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse, you name it. Yeah, it's not limited to only flat earthers.
Oh God. This guy said science is not interesting mostly, and he can't even spell interesting or most. Well, okay, it's mostly right. Second error was in my eyeballs not being able to read. It blurred for a second. The first is a typo. The typo caused the eye blur as I was trying to read that mess. Science is interesting to whoever is interested in whatever they're studying. So somebody might be studying something that's boring to somebody else, but it's fascinating to them. Leave them alone. This guy wants science to be God while simultaneously hand waving away the entire process. Like, it's all boring, too.
Something I was going to say earlier, AG, is you brought up like possibly getting back into some heavier topics. It's interesting. I think some of us do a pretty good job of like really staying on topic because like we haven't really got into a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things going on. Like yesterday there was that Memphis thing with the cops and the body cam footage that they released. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but that was like big news yesterday. Well, we don't have to talk about that, but it's just, I think, just patting ourselves on the back. Like we do a pretty good job of curated this place to stay on topic for the most part. Obviously, we do get off track when it gets.
We try not to take
a couple
the
drinks
bait,
get
though.
mixed in.
When it comes to the mainstream, we try not to take the bait. As they usually give inflammatory headlines and try and trigger people's responses, and we're like, we'll pay attention to that later. We've got more important crap to talk about. Because usually they're just trying to manipulate everything socially. Then like months or years later, they come out and they confess, oh, well, here's the actual truth of what, or they might not at all. I don't know, man. The world's horrible. Like, there's obviously bad in it. Focusing on it isn't going to make life better for anybody. And I think that they want to put that stuff in everybody's face so that they have negative faith and it starts it fear cells. I guess they gave up. Yep. What scientific article of Globe Science do you speak?
What do you think the busiest like time frame is for this server? Friday nights? Because it's definitely not like Saturday morning. So everyone's still recovering from the late night last night, I guess. Yeah, it's like this place is like high tide and low tide. We're all here waiting for the waves to start picking up. We're just chilling on our surfboards, waiting.
If somebody comes in here and says gravity, I guarantee you we'll all jump on it.
Jump on it, ride it, gravity, that motion.
Bibbity bobbity gravity.
So Quark, how did the interview go last night?
Oh, I didn't do the interview. I think I don't know when I got into the interview, but it was like around 6, and I like fell asleep. And then I believe next time after he finished with like interviewing the one guy, it was like 6:58. I was fucking sleeping.
No problem. Well, welcome back, man. Welcome back. Were you looking to get interviewed? Like, do you looking to upgrade your roles or what?
I don't even.
You were
know
just
what-
listening.
Yeah, I don't even know what the interview thing was for. I just saw a ping. I was like, sure, I'll join that.
Usually, like the first in terms of roles, like when you pop in, the first role we typically start with is like a listening pass or a VC verified. Just kind of lets people know you took a minute, chatted with somebody here, you know the rules and all that good stuff. And then from there, usually the next step is like you get into an earther role. So there's like 3 camps. You either fall into like your globe earther role, you have the flat earther role, and then there's like the middle ground, some skeptics or on the fence. Welcome, India. So you just popped in as well.
Yeah, what's up? How's it going?
Not bad, man. Not bad. Just chatting
We have
with
some other
Quark.
weird ones too. We have simulation.
Yeah, there's some other.
Pick that if you want to be picked on.
Yeah, that's a bit out there.
So what camp do you think you fall in currently?
Probably have to be like globe.
Globe earther?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's no problem. Well, let's see how much of a globe earther you are. I've got some questions for you. Is that all right?
Sure.
It's more of a status report.
Hold on, let me grab my popcorn.
I'm not going to grill you. Just kind of want to just kind of get a more of a status report on where you're at.
Yeah, I definitely don't know everything, so.
No
probably
worries.
will get some.
I learned a lot myself here. As I joined, and there's a lot of things I didn't know either. So no, that's not a problem.
Dude, there's PhDs in physics that have come in here that don't know very much. So don't feel bad. Like, honestly, I'm dead serious.
All right. So question 1. What is the claimed radius of the globe Earth?
Without looking that up, I wouldn't know.
No worries. Do you know about like what circumference or diameter, any of that stuff, or?
I mean, as far as like circumference goes, 2 pi r squared.
Right. So that's why. So that's good. That's why you see why we need why the radius is important. That R stands for radius, of course. So yeah, it's definitely going to be important to know the claimed size of the globe for sure. All right. So what is gravity?
I mean, depending on how you view it, it could be a fictitious force or yeah, I mean a fictitious force, just put it plainly.
Okay. Are you familiar with Newtonian gravity?
Yeah.
Or Einsteinian gravity? if I'm saying that properly?
Relativistic and classical mechanics.
Cool. 'Cause some people will be like, "Oh, you ask them about gravity," and you go, "So tell us about gravity," and they just go, "Well, Earth's gravity."
Yeah,
and
that's
so
like
you seem like you understand that there's at least a difference between Newtonian and Einstein.
Yeah, there's definitely like way differences.
Worse,
I know.
there's worse than that, man. There's you ask them what's gravity, and they say drop something. That's what gravity is. I'm dead serious. We hear that like multiple times a day. They think the action, the observation of a falling object is gravity.
No, that's like a very,
it's
very
pretty bad.
misunderstood like understanding of the phenomena.
Well, I mean, that's the effect, right? That's not the cause. That's the observed effect. That's the thing that, like...
Right, the force.
Well, listen, if you have okay, I want a theory of gravity. So what's the effect I'm trying to explain? Oh, when I drop something, it falls. So I want to know what causes that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a model for what causes that, a descriptive model. There's no actual experiment to demonstrate it, because what we've noticed is if I drop a school bus or a bowling ball, they fall at the same rate. So the actual cause of it. So that the current Newtonian hypothesis, or even Einstein's, is that mass is what determines gravity, right? Force equals mRg times m1 times m2 divided by r squared, right? But we can't actually,
the force of attraction.
but we can't actually experimentally test that, because we can change m1, right? The school bus or the bowling ball or the brick or the whatever, and we can't actually measure a difference in the acceleration. So when you manipulate the independent variable, right, the mass, there's no change, there's no effect, there's no difference in the effect. So the experiment of what the cause is not, I guess the saying is, there's no viable independent variable. And that's why if Neil deGrasse Tyson says things like, when he's asked, what is gravity? He says, I don't know, next question. Nobody really knows. What it is? On NASA's website, they have a thing, like an educational section for children called Star Child. It has a question that says, what is gravity? And NASA says, first sentence is, we don't know. So it is what it is.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, next question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Neil deGrasse Tyson when they asked him what's gravity.
Like, what it is? I don't know.
I don't know.
He just doesn't know.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
Well, the odd thing is the confidence that people come in here like, you guys think gravity is fake. You guys don't believe in gravity. And they get all uppity, right? And then, like, mainstream science agrees with us more than they agree with them, right? We say we don't know. Mainstream science says we don't know. They have a model, but that doesn't mean they know what it is. I mean, there's models that can simulate lots of things that you don't know necessarily what it is that you're modeling, like the actual substance of reality. But they come in here as if it's a foregone conclusion, which is kind of irritating in a way.
I think on the premise of why they argue that is trying to argue the point of the action instead of why the action exists itself. Or maybe they're arguing vice versa, but it's not really.
Well, I mean, we know why people try the gravity argument. It's not a mystery. It's because they have the idea that there's a theory of gravity, and the theory of gravity predicts that if you have a bunch of particles, they're going to form into a ball. That's the whole idea behind it. That's the only reason why they argue it. And why would they argue that position? Like, why wouldn't they just argue, well, we actually measured a ball? So you have that. So why not that? So they want to use an inference, the inference of gravity exists, it forms balls, therefore Earth is a ball. So they sit there for hours trying to prove gravity exists in the way they say. But you know what? And the fact of the matter is, no one's ever observed gravity forming a bunch of particles into a ball. That's not an observation anyone's ever made.
Most likely, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I probably you're probably right on that. I don't know if there's any like new articles forming fucking things, but
I mean, you have to actually watch it happen, right? You have to take a bunch of particles, throw them in space, and watch them form into a ball. No one's ever observed that. And actually, it's not even a prediction of Newtonian gravity, because there's papers where they've tried to simulate, using computer simulation, a bunch of particles. They put it in, run the simulation, try to get it to form into a ball, and it don't form into a ball. And in fact, to even get it to form into anything remotely resembling, a normal shape, they have to tweak the model and add a parameter called a stickiness factor. Because what ends up happening is the particles just end up bouncing off each other forever. They never reach that state of equilibrium. And I just published papers by Astrophysical Journal. It's not me making it up. And the reason I have it is because I asked a Glober, said, well, is there any observations gravity forms balls? Or is it even a prediction of Newton's theory? And he actually sent me, he didn't read the article. He just read the title, and he thought what was in there would prove his whatever. Because that's how sure of it he is, right?
No,
He's sure. Yeah. So, but when you read it,
it usually never proves
like their simulation and end up forming an egg. And if you look further, they say that formation of a ball due to gravity, like if you use the physics model of Newtonian gravity, it would be a special case. You'd have to start with a medium, which is isotropic, homogeneous, and all the particles would have equal mass. Because it has to be symmetrical, right? It has to be completely symmetrical for it to all pull in the same direction. Otherwise, you're going to have, an asymmetry, right? So say you got a shitload of particles on top, like say you had a big volume, a box. So you had most of the like 75% of the particles are on top, 25% of them on the bottom. The particles on top are going to smash into each other, and the little particles on the bottom are going to form like a knob or something. You know what I mean? It's not going to end up in a ball. That's why they have this Earth was a liquid core, Earth was a liquid mass, right? At the beginning of the solar system, the protoplanetary disk, Earth was a liquid mass. And that's why it formed into a ball. Because it was a liquid.
It does make more sense when obviously, it wouldn't just be start straight out as a solid.
Well, I mean, it's just, but all this stuff, these are just stories, right? There was a protoplanetary disk around the sun of dust, and it coalesced into freaking planets. And then because the gravity became so intense, all those dust particles melted, right? And then they melted and they were a big, liquid mass. And then it slowly cooled off. How it cooled off, nobody knows, because I don't know how you cool shit off in a vacuum. But I do know it would radiate.
Yeah,
infrared radiation. It would radiate like a black body. Anyway, all that stuff is a story. There's no evidence for any of it. Like, what's the evidence for any of that? Nothing. There isn't a shred of evidence. They just tried to make something that was plausible.
Yeah, I'd say that they're more likely trying to form their observations to predictions and vice versa.
Well, I mean, but who observed the protoplanetary disk? Who observed?
Well, nobody, obviously. That's why they're trying to use the simulations and thereof, trying to predict or replicate
Hey, you know what's
something
weird about gravity?
that would
Gort?
be. Huh?
You know what's weird about gravity?
What?
It's that every time we start talking about it, like they say that the fabric of space time is being bent by the Earth, right? Because how big it is, the mass.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the causation of the theory, or anyways, the causation of gravity because of the mass of the Earth. Okay, well, that's what they're saying. But on the other hand, before the Earth was there, what was there to clump everything together? If there was no mass to cause the gravity to bend and warp space and time, the fabric, what was there before the clumping together? What was causing the clumping together if there was no mass?
Well, I think you'd have to go back and try to explain how the Earth formed, or
Well,
at the very
I'm talking
least,
about, yeah, no, I'm talking about like the Big Bang. Well, the idea that, mass is being clumped together because at whatever point that the Earth was starting to form and clumps of things were being clumped together, what was there before? Like, because there was nothing bending and warping space and time, the fabric. So how could you have something that needed to be there in the first place to cause the thing that would make the thing that is called gravity if there was no mass in the begin with? You follow?
Well, I follow that logic, though. I think the
Okay.
disconnect between how they understand relativity and how it actually ties in is a disconnect on their part. Because
Well,
it's
but this is the issue that we're having right now with people trying to tell us about like gravity being the bending and warping of space and time with the mass of the Earth.
yeah,
And
it's a gross
if that was the-
generalization.
Yeah, but it's still the same. Like what the reasoning behind it would be like, okay, well then what was clumping the Earth together before gravity was the bending and warping of this giant Earth that we're standing on? Like if there was gravity pulling things together, there wasn't anything there. It was just empty space pulling itself into itself, or
Well-
mass into itself.
Yeah, I see where you can form that logic from, but without mass, there is no curvature of space-time.
Well,
The-
there has to be something there because, like,
Yeah.
even the sun in the heliocentric solar system, right, is still going around a barycenter.
Mhm.
It's still rotating around a barycenter. It's not actually the thing everything's going around. It itself is going around a barycenter. So it's rotating around something that's not visible, according to the rhetoric.
Well, I think
So-
we could assume that it would be moving in motion relative to the Milky Way, but I think that would be just assuming that, but without observation, so we wouldn't know.
But what I'm saying, the gravity center of the solar system, not the galaxy, right? According to what they're saying, the solar system, the center, the sun isn't the center. It is not the center of the gravitational pull.
No, I believe it was the center of the Milky Way. I forgot. It started with an A. It's like a supermassive black hole. I would assume maybe that has something to do with it, or just Big
I
Bang
guess
theory.
what I'm trying to point out here is that when they're talking about something having the mass of the size of whatever it is, causing the bending and warping of the space fabric, right?
Mhm.
So we're having this happen. On the same time, they're saying that all these things are going around an invisible force, like the barycenter of where you're saying this. We're talking about the solar system only, and so the sun is actually revolving around something else. It's not going around a planet or something bigger than itself, warping and bending and warping space and time. Something is like not visible that's in the middle that it's going around. So essentially, everything is moving.
Yeah, that
But
would
a
be
lot of times the
correct
rhetoric,
adjustment.
but the rhetoric is that only the sun's the center pulling everything. Like there's this video where it
No,
shows
no,
like
no,
a giant
yeah.
ball. There's this giant ball bending and warping the space, the fabric of space time, and then they throw these like other balls around that bigger one on a
The
rubber sheet.
Draper sheet. The Draper sheet.
Yeah.
I hate
I
that.
love that. I love that.
hate
That's the best example of space time. That's
so
such
bad.
a good example.
It's so bad.
Yeah, I would say, listen, even with the rhetoric, that's so bad. Like I wouldn't, if I was a Helios, like if I was still with the Globe, I would be like denouncing that straight away. If I was still
Mickey,
with
it gets the kids and the students involved though. It gives them like 2 hours of, they have fun doing it. You know, they all do.
No, but it's not representing
metric tensors.
It's not representing the correct rhetoric. I mean, if you're going to talk about like how the Earth is displacing itself within the fabric, you know, like, because then it would be in, like, if you put a marble in water, that's kind of like the displacement that takes place within like the idea of the Earth is in like this medium that it's displacing, causing the bending and warping of space time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not sitting on top of something.
No, it literally is not, because well, we assume that most of space and time are relatively flat. So, and when you have a very massive object, say like a star or a planet, that would cause more of a gravitational effect towards that gravitational field, which is causing the bending and warping of space-time. And when you try to, I think the confusion or, well, lack of illustration on the Draper sheet is that you would assume that, well, I guess space and time are a 2D
linear.
Yeah, linear, like 2D in a sense that it's not. I mean, you could inference that it isn't. It's more of a 3D one in which the area around the mass is attracting everything towards its center, and that would be a better descriptor of it. And you can also go more into.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In a different, it would be like depending on whatever mass is approaching the larger one. That's the it would take like a whatever orbit around it, but it wouldn't be a linear one, like adjusting it's like on a sheet. Like that just doesn't work.
No, it's a very gross generalization of how it works.
There's a depiction of like an atom, like what it has, like the protons and neutrons, like revolving around it. Like you could see illustrations of it. Like, I think that's more like the kind of idea of what something like that would look like. Like it's all directions, like things will be spinning around it, like
a cartoon character after an anvil falls on its head, right?
Are you talking about
how
the
it has like the birds
model?
and the stars spinning around its head?
The what model?
The Bohr model.
Yeah, with a different rotational, like things that are revolving around are not going to keep like a I don't know. I guess like there's a linear pattern that they would have. I don't think that's even the like something that's going around that would just be like all kinds of like spiral. It wouldn't even have like a specific pattern. It would just like be, gravitated towards it and just like yanked into it as it was passing by because it was pulled into it. So it wouldn't have like, I don't know. It's not the way I see it. It wouldn't be. Anyways, I would just disagree with the rhetoric for sure and the way they're explaining it. It's too redundant.
It's very much simplified because if you try to get into it, you have to explain like tensors, and it's not that hard to explain. It's just a vector with a lot of different elements to it. But when you're trying to just illustrate it, you can't really. I mean, probably visually on like a simulation you could, but for like I guess.
So what level of education do you have, Court? I'm kind of curious. Like it sounds like maybe you're past high school, like you're in college or something?
I'm currently in college, just first year.
What are you like? What subjects have you? Because to me, like, is there any earth science that you're dealing with, or is there any type of like?
Not currently.
Education in the way of, so the furthest you went with like earth science was probably in high school, you would say?
Yeah, if you go science, I guess farthest would be like physics, I guess, or biology.
Like 8th grade, right? You guys called me on that. Like, what is it? 9th grade? 8th grade, something like that.
Junior
high, something.
Yeah, like it's 9th grade, something like that for high school.
Okay, and obviously, there's no continuation of that because it's like greater minds have thought of this. You just need to know the most redundant kind of way of looking at it, and that's all. You live here,
Yeah,
and that kind of thing.
It's very true because it's not really a specialized curriculum, which they try to relay information to people. It's more of a very generalized curriculum. That information is just passed on, and then you get tested on it, and then you get into your own field of studies in college, where the actual what you want to do is what you can actually choose, and not the other way around.
Yeah, it's not just given to you as a standard. Here you go. Earth science is part of your courses that you're gonna have to take. Well, okay. So, and the reason why I'm going through this with you right now is because like I think a lot of people don't really think about this part. So we talk about in here how we've been told that the Earth is a globe and Earth science and like the planets and how things are, and we're taught how to like understand at a very early age that people used to think that the Earth was flat, but they'd also think that the ships would sail off the edge of the Earth. And how ridiculous was that? And they showed depiction of like ships going over this like alleged edge or whatever. And so it's a very provocative way of like looking at the subject matter from a like an educational standpoint, right? It doesn't break it down to you like in a way so you could understand why it's not. You're taught how to look at something how ridiculous it is to think this way, right?
Yeah, they hardly actually invest in actual like deep contextual thought in how things formulate and all that, and I'd say that's a very big factor in how people actually understand and
which
develop
education
their thoughts.
Education, and it depends who it is, because if you're a very
Definitely
inquisitive person, you're going to be someone who's always asking questions, right? You're going to be always like, wait, I still like, you're not going to just conform to like, okay, Quark, this is the study, learn it and repeat it and pass your test. You're going to be like, wait a minute, why is this way? You're going to want to know more, right?
Definitely. I'm definitely like that.
But also, I would say the teachers as well, like, they have a job to do. They got a curriculum to do and they got something to tell you. So, sit down, let me tell you the lesson, learn it kind of stuff. But then when you start to challenge them, it becomes a bit like, because they do ask, well, does anybody have any questions? You raise your hand. You're like, hey, I do have a question on this. Okay, but class is about to be out, so you got like 5 minutes. You don't really have.
I used to get in trouble for asking questions.
Yeah, you don't have a time.
They used to tell me you're distracting the class.
Yeah, that's it.
That's so
that's
dumb.
What I'm trying. Well, it's true though, Quark. It's like, take a look at everybody in here. Like, we can all agree that this is the majority of the cases. On the rare occasion, you'll have a pretty good teacher who's like teaching you how to think, right? Even though it's like something that they can't like keep going because they can't just specialize on one individual. They have to keep it moving. Like we got a thing to learn. We got curriculum to do. So it's like you're kind of like, okay, you can ask, but I'm going to refer you to some things to do. Go to the library or something, because afterwards I'm not going to continue to, follow whatever you're saying. So it's like you have a limited amount of time to get in what you can for your critical thinking. So it's precious.
Here's the
right?
scary part, Miggy. Here's the scary part. So typically in secondary and primary school, teachers don't even know the answers to your questions because they are going on the same education that you're receiving, right? They've never advanced beyond like what they learned in high school. Yeah, they went to university, but they got a degree in education. They focused on how to teach children information. Yeah. They maybe they had a math minor, so now they're a math teacher, but they're not learned in what they're teaching. They're bare minimum.
It's a job. They want to get into this field because it feels like they're doing a greater good, and they're helping humanity in a way, just inform people about the world around them, and so they think, right? And so here's like the position in the psychology. Like, I'm talking to you right now, Quark, about it. because it's important to actually get a grasp as to like why we're the way we are and the reason why people think the way they do. And now investigating into this topic, why we are the way we are. So it's like from point A to point B, like all the way from where we started to where we're at today. And this really, you know, it grown a lot of influence on the internet because, of course, social media is you know, one of the things that made everybody communicate in a very, very rapid way. So it's like you get information at light speed now, whereas like before it was like super slow, only a certain amount of people. Now you're getting the whole world telling you things on alerts. I mean, you got pings and dings and all kinds of stuff happening on your smartwatch, your smartphone. You're getting all kinds of stuff, right? Information from everything, all kinds of thinking, everything. So with that, I think people started to get together with the social media aspect of it and say, hey, have you ever thought about this? And from that point forward, like when the idea was formed to like looking at the earth and making our observations, you know, the base axiom is, hey, it looks pretty flat when you're looking at it, right? And you would agree, locally, it would look flat. It is,
yes.
Right? And so a lot of people, beyond that, there's something extra perceptory. So there's something happening that your perception can't see, that you can't notice because the earth is too big. Ant on a beach ball, right? Analogy. So you're too small, earth's too big, yada, yada, yada. And so what we get involved with here is now like, well, they're saying that the earth is of a set size of dimensions because you type it into Google how big the earth is, you know, what's the radius? It's going to spit out a number. You're going to look at it as 3959 for the miles, and radius, diameter 24,000, you know, and circumference, all these kind of numbers are coming at you. You're like, okay, well, it seems like someone figured this out, or so you think. So here's the kind of like the part that starts getting a bit more like weird. When you look into who's actually measured this earth, because we're starting, like, the questions that we ask in here are pertaining to like the idea that somebody's already done it. Like, of course, nobody in here is just going to be like, okay, earth is flat, let's all go home. No, we're going to see why people are saying the earth is flat. How come everybody doesn't just look at the earth for being a globe and understand that it is? There needs to be a way that we can verify information. Wouldn't you agree, Quark? Like, we have to.
I agree, 100%. As people come together and say, okay, we all agree that this is the absolute truth. There is objective reality. The earth is a globe. There's no reason to question it. Who are these people that saying the earth is flat? Right? So looking into the subject of the earth being a globe, because we're putting the globe under examination. It's under the microscope right now. We're trying to examine every detail, every facet of like discussion, why they're saying things, the measurements, all that. It's all got to be there, right? And empirical, right? So it's falsifiable, testable, repeatable, and you should be able to go out and somewhere and figure this thing out. Well, the easiest way they say that for you to understand the earth is a globe is to go out somewhere like on the bay or, you know, where the water is and see a ship sail over the curve. Have you heard that before? Yeah, I've seen some evidence presented in that manner. Yeah.
Okay, so we're now getting to the educational side of like the globe earth and to how you could teach your children how to do this. And so like this is the way that they'll start off with like the very basics. And so if they want to tell somebody that the earth is a globe, they're telling them to go do these things, right? Very simple things. Well, just go look at a ship. You'll start seeing it from the bottom of the bottom of the ship. You can see it, and then it starts to disappear, and then the top of it, and so on and so forth. So I mean, you get to that part where you're okay. The Earth's going to be a globe because I see a ship do this thing, and they say it's going over the curve. Like that's what they say. Well, we start to investigate that. How far away is that curve?
Yes.
Because obviously there is a curvature to this Earth, and it should be measurable. Would you agree with that, Quark? Like there,
I would definitely agree on that. Yeah.
Okay. So if the ship is, you know, however many miles away from the observer, you know, observer standing at the shoreline, of course, sea level, we're going to talk about like where you're actually looking at like a place on the earth where you can see the ship do that. And you could say, well, the ship is like 5, 10, 15, however many miles away from you, because you know the distance, you know, from where it's at. All right. So the next thing to do is like figure out what's the drop rate between me and that ship? I got to figure this out because I can see the ship. I can still see it, but now I'm starting to see it looks like the bottom of the ship is disappearing. So where is this curve? Well, let's find out, right? So let's do some it's real easy math. Like you're going to try to figure out what is the curvature drop rate for the Earth being a globe. And there's some information you could probably look up. It's probably readily available to anyone, right?
Right.
I don't know if you want to type it into the curvature drop rate. I don't know, just kind of helping the conversation because like
it's readily available now that the internet exists. It was never readily available before. I think maybe Robotham laid out the 8 inches per mile squared as a generality.
Right. So the curvature drop rate, Quark, because the Earth's being an oblate spheroid or a globe, then you'd have to understand that it's dropping at a certain distance away from the observer.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be true, right? This is like objective reality. We're not going to deny that that's not the case. Are we still in agreement? Like,
yes.
Because I'm walking you through this so that you can see like where it goes wrong, and everybody in here would probably be like, because we do this day in and day out, every single day, like it's 24/7. This server. So the curvature is going to present itself to you and me because the ship's going to go behind it at X number of miles. So, what do you think? What's the farthest distance away from you that the curve should start presenting itself to you? Do you know, Quark? Or the leading edge of the sphere?
Well, you'd first have to determine where you are on the Earth. Then you'd probably need to take the distance as well as the sea level. The I don't know if you would need the tide,
height.
but and
just pick any time of day, and then go from there. Variables like what's the atmospheric conditions, what visibility. That's what you got to. There's a little bit of factors you got to tie into like this observation.
Yeah, okay. And I guess you'd also have to put in I guess atmospheric refraction because water refracts light in a different way than it usually is perceived through us when it isn't passing through, I guess, if you're like the sun, I guess you could. So if you say the sun is the light travels directly to your eyes, and then you try to observe that exact same phenomenon with it, the light hitting the boat, say from like X distance away, you would have some amount of refraction because the light would, I guess, not bend, but I haven't read much about this, but just refraction on the on how we view it.
Okay, so we would say that the Earth's curvature is an obstruction from the person viewing the boat, right?
An obstruction, yeah.
It's obstructing your view, right?
Yeah.
We're being honest. Okay, so it's obstructing your view. You can't see the boat because Earth is in the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the Earth's in the way and water's blocking your view.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going behind or beyond the curve.
Correct.
Okay, so the water is blocking your view. The Earth is in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if that's the case, Earth is in the way. Does that happen any other time other than just over water? Can it happen somewhere else? Let's say, let's put it in a more practical example. You and a friend are walking together, and then there's a hill in front of you, right? A little mound of dirt. And your friend says, hey, wait here just a moment. And your friend walks away from you, and he starts walking up the hill and over it. Well, you can't see your friend anymore, but like at one point you could start to see that when he was walking over the hill, the bottom of his foot starts to disappear, the waist and, the torso, and then Obviously, the head gone. All right. So what we notice here is that the obstruction of the mound of dirt is in the way. It's obstructing your view. Earth is literally in the way from you seeing your friend. So what we're trying to say here is that the same obstruction, the Earth, is in the way. The water is blocking your view. So when does refraction happen to bring something up and over that curvature or the amount of dirt, the water hill? When does it ever do that?
Asking how refraction affects
Would
light.
bring, well, how would it bring the thing that's beyond that curvature, right, beyond the Earth's obstruction, up over that curve, back into your eye line, where you could see it again?
Well, you'd probably need to get higher up.
Well, no, that's not. The conditions the same. Conditions the same. You're still at the same level. We're not moving anywhere. Okay, for this particular instance, we're gonna have to. Everything has to stay the same, but the only thing that's changing is refraction. So when does refraction ever bring something up over the curve for your eyes to see it again? Does that ever happen, Quark?
I wouldn't know.
Well, it's important, I guess. But if you don't know, that's fine. But like, here's the issue. On the discussion that this is actually a thing with refraction, the claim is that indeed does happen. When something's too far away to see and then you can see it, the claim is that, well, refraction's bringing it up over the curve. I would say somebody who's advocating for the globe would say this. This is the issue, right? So we're getting into why the problems start to arise. But with refraction, right? I'm giving you something logically to think about. With refraction, when does that ever the case? That something is brought up over a curvature and brought to your eye line again? Did I lose you, Quark?
Well, no. I'm just trying to think on how you phrased it.
Well, it's easy, right? The difficult part about this is when you're trying to rectify the issue, and there isn't any way to do it unless you start to use some kind of magical refraction that doesn't exist, that makes something happen that shouldn't be. Like at no time, because I use two examples here. One is a mound of water, one is a mound of dirt. It's still a Earth obstructing your view. Conditions are the same. But when does refraction changing ever bring your friend up over that mound of dirt or the mound of water back into your eye line?
Well, the mound of dirt doesn't have the same refraction that the water does. So I wouldn't. There's
Are you sure?
probably well to
Are you sure?
well the if what we're trying to
I'm asking if you're. I'm asking if you're sure.
I'm still thinking about it.
You see, you're not sure. But here's and I'm asking you this because it's specific, Quark. Like without you having a dog in the fight, without you advocating for the globe, just thinking about it critically, because I want to engage with your critical thought.
Well, yeah,
something that you can actually apply. The curiosity, right? So hopefully this sparks some curiosity in you. Really, all I want to do is challenge you, Quark. I'm not here to convince you. I don't care if you're a flat earther today, tomorrow, whenever. Like, I just want to challenge your way of thinking, at least to the point where you would say, "Let me go check this out. Let me go figure this thing out." Right? So, all right. So you said refraction wouldn't happen the same way on land as it would on water. Is that statement true?
It would depend on the variables involved, because you could
like what?
Water as well as distance, observational height.
Well, I'm saying the same with the same distance. We're working with the same distance. So the same distance, the same, like you and your friend are still like at the same level, except on one instance your friend's on a boat, the other one is your friend's just walking over a mound of dirt. So Go ahead.
Well, I think it's mainly because the guy's walking over the mound of dirt that, that's what causes him to lose the line of sight, not refraction for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, that's something I've already said. We had stated. That's well known, right? The issue is, when does refraction bring the whatever it goes over the curve back into your eye line? Interesting, huh?
When
and you said that it doesn't. Okay, so when does refraction on the mound of dirt or the mound of water, like whatever's in between you and that? And I'm saying that it's probably super redundant, just the way that it's curvature. Okay, just for everybody's ears, I don't want to get everybody started up. Okay, the curvature of the Earth, being that the ship is going over that curvature, and on the other instance, your friend's walking over a hill, but it's still the curve of the Earth. But being that the Earth is curving and in the way, obstructing the viewer from seeing the person, when does refraction ever play a part to bring that what was obstructed back into view?
I think it would have to be observer dependent. So for the two people that are on the mound of hill, the person that is observing the person going over the mound of dirt is observing him to go over a plane of sorts, in which when he goes down the hill, which is downwards, away from the line of sight from the original person, I think you would also need to state that it goes the same way, the other way around, when the other observer is looking at you as well. He is noticing the same amount of I don't want to say refraction, but they're losing the same amount of sight to each other. So with the line of sight on the person that is on sea level, and then the person that is on a boat X distance away, it would have to be, when does reflection bring the image to
back into view, your eye line? And I got that example, and then I have another one. So I just want you to think about this. Okay, maybe you want to take some time and think about that, and I'll give you the other instance. Okay. Yeah, you might want to chew on that, Court. All right, so yeah, think about that. When does the viewer see the thing that was behind the Earth's obstruction, right, Earth's curvature, come back into view? And according to people who advocate for the globe, they would say that is the case. That's why you can see, however, whatever you see in the far distance, and I use Chicago skyline, that was being said over, was it Lake Michigan, guys? Yeah, it's Lake Michigan. Chicago skyline, and you could see it from the other shore, from where they're just 60 miles away. Okay, so all right. Yeah, go on. Did you want to say something?
Would the I don't know if I meant reflection or refraction. It might have been refraction, but I think reflection is in the same degree of refraction. But it has to be with the observer height at the very least.
Right. So, and I want you to think about this, but and I'm asking this provocative thing because a lot of people would say that refraction brings things up over the Earth's curvature and back into the eye line, so you could see it again. If something's too far away for you to see, which is kind of like this, the Chicago skyline, 60 miles away over the body of water, you can start to see the Chicago skyline, but the exclamation or the explanation is that what you're seeing here is a mirage. So they're telling you that it's not actually the skyline, it's a mirage of the skyline being loomed up over the curve. You know what I mean? over the curvature of the Earth? Okay.
Yeah, I can visualize that.
Right, but when is that ever the case? Like, because I used the amount of dirt, for example. And so is that ever happening for the Earth, the amount of dirt where the person walks over it and refraction is going to bring that person back into view? Do you think that's logical in any way?
I can, well, it would probably be dependent on the topographical, or not topographical, the actual area around.
Let me ask you a question, Quark. Are you doing a bit of mental gymnastics to kind of get this to work? Because it seems like you are. Like just to.
I'm just thinking about it. Yeah.
Well, all right. So because like it's, and I'm gonna kind of get this in a different way for you now. All right. So we're talking about curvature and all that, if that is there or no. But let's take some flat, maybe a flat road or a flat, plane, salt flats or something. Something that doesn't have any curvature to it, right? We can know, all of us can agree, it doesn't have any curvature. Locally flat, remember? We would say that. All right. So when does that ever happen that if something moves far away from us, depending on our eye height, our eye line, things start to disappear over flat? Is that possible? Or no?
I believe, does it converge?
Well, this kind of, yeah, I'm asking you right now, like, is it possible for us to have a flat level plane and something to disappear in the far distance behind something else that we don't know? It's just maybe refraction, fog, something else taking place.
Well, you could state that, but you would have to
demonstrate it.
Well, you could demonstrate it, yeah, but you could also try and, I guess, set up the same experiment.
Well, I wouldn't say it's an experiment. It's just what it is just an observation, and then us looking at a different type of day, the temperature variable changes like the way we see things in the far distance. Could give distortion in the air, so you can't see something as you would in the first place. But I would say that what happens is something that you probably never thought of, or maybe you have. But if I show you an example, this is going to bring it more to clarity. And we're talking about something that is not curving as the Earth would, like with the set rate that it does, right? And I'm going to show you a demonstration to just kind of bring it to your mind. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because with the one instance we were talking about curvature, when does refraction ever bring something back up over the curve into your eye line? Which, like I showed you examples of like why they would say that with Chicago skyline being 60 miles away, and then you're seeing it. They're like, well, that's a mirage, and that's that sort of thing. All right, so now let's look at what happens if the Earth isn't curving and if it actually is a level plane. What happens if something goes far away from you to temperature difference, and then obviously something disappears behind that? Do you want to see?
Yeah.
Okay, look at live stream voice text. Let's see if you have the ability to do that. Yeah, you're VC verified. All right, give me a second. Let me pull something up. And I have this here to show people. And the reason why Quark is because a lot of times when we talk about this, we see things disappearing at a far distance away from us, depending on our angle of where our viewing angle is, right? So here you go. Can you see that, the GIF?
Yeah.
Okay. What can you tell me you see there happening? Explain that a little bit in the way that you can see it, just by your observation of that.
Well, observationally, the camera is pointing at a road, which is, I believe, in a sort of straight line. I wouldn't know the elevation of.
Yeah, well, that's not it's not too important. As for to say we're not really. The thing about it is, it could have the bridge could be curving a little bit. That's not an issue. I think the issue that we're seeing here is the person at their eye line reducing their angle of view down to the ground level. So from where they're at down to the ground level, what do you see happening? Describe what you see happening in that GIF.
I want to say I remember looking this up because whenever when you're driving and you see those little like little hot patches of like it doesn't even look like real road or whatever. I don't know how to.
Yeah.
It looks very similar to that, and
Right,
I
right.
want to say it's something to do with the how the light is entering the camera, and as well as how hot the
Well, but it's not a camera that you're seeing when you're driving, right? Your eyes.
well, I mean, you could.
But you're not using a camera when you're driving. You're using your eyes.
Yeah, it's a different.
And you just told me that you see
optical,
it when you're. Yeah, you told me you see it when you're driving. It's not so the camera's not even. The camera's just in a way so you can see, like, I guess, recording of it and play it back. But your eyes see this. Would you agree that your eyes see that what that GIF is showing?
Yeah, from the.
Okay, so your
from the
eyes are seeing
observation
this.
of the camera. Yeah.
Right. So your eyes are seeing this at whatever height you are from sitting in your car, from the ground level to where your eye line is, right? That's almost at standing height, I would say, when you're sitting in your car. Just about. Maybe less than standing height. Just, depending if you're in a truck or a car, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But like the angle of view that you're seeing at the far distance, you would still see that happening. Would you agree with that, Court?
Could you rephrase that?
You would still see that, what you see in that GIF happening. Whatever car you're driving, doesn't matter what height you are from where you're sitting in your car. You would still see that happening.
Not necessarily, because the angle of the camera is dipping down.
No. I know. I'm saying you are driving a car. Okay, now let's do a thought experiment. Like, I'm showing you the GIF for a reason, but now you're driving a car, right? You're on the road. You're driving along. La da la da la. Okay, so now you see in the far distance. Whoa, that looks like something happening there. Looks like a mirroring. Would you agree that happens when you're driving your car, or if you're in a car or a bus or whatever? You can see this happening.
Yeah. The with the little the GIF
distortion.
that you sent. Yeah.
You see that happening. All right, you agree
on observational planes of where it exists.
Okay.
But upon when you go closer to the object, the image is no longer actually.
It's not actually
refracting in that way.
You could see it better, right? Like you could see what's
right.
So, would you say that in this instance that we're talking about, you're driving along, that something is hidden behind that?
No, I would say more of
the distortion.
It's to do with the observer's point of view, as well as
yeah. But what I'm saying
of light on the
I know that. I get that. Like, but what I'm saying is, what is behind that obstruction? You wouldn't be able to see it until you got closer. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's be. And I want you to be as honest as you can in this conversation, Quark, because like that's the only way that you can break through your own cognitive bias. Like, you're going to be able to realize certain things once you are honest with yourself. So, and that's all I'm doing here. I just want you to be honest with yourself, not with me, because you could lie to me, whatever. But like with yourself, if you're not honest with yourself, then you're lying to yourself to make something that you think is actually the case be something that's still propped up in your mind. So, with the idea that curvature was the thing we were talking about in the very beginning, I'm taking you now from that to now, like having a level plane, or maybe something that has a slight bit of curvature, but not as pronounced as it would be like if it was going over the curve of the earth. But like with the road, and you're driving on that road, you would start seeing this distortion happening. You can't see behind that distortion. Now, the GIF that I just put, can you see the road behind that distortion once the angle of view changes, like down lower? I mean, you can't even see it like when it's up to the level where it was at in the far distance, much less when it gets further down to the road.
Right.
But you can't. Right. So I'm going to state it this way: you cannot see the road behind that distortion. Is that true?
Yeah. I also would say that the road plays a very big factor in how the image is processed.
Well, that may be, but it's not just the road.
Well,
it would
if
be
we
the Earth.
took, well,
Because
if we took
Go
the
ahead.
same observation and we did it with, I guess, the same, say we do it on either like the rails, or with an observation of, I guess, the poles that are up there, and we do the same thing, I believe we would see the same observation if the current conditions are met with the heat. But I don't believe that it would refract the same way on the
Right, but that's just you saying thing. You haven't verified this. You're just making your kind of like your thought process as to like why this would be the case.
because of refraction. Yeah, I see.
All right, but what we're getting here, right? Thank you, Graham. I was gonna actually put it up again. But what we're getting here is that when you're looking at this image, the thing that's behind that distortion cannot be seen. Do we agree with that? We have to. At some point, you have to be honest with yourself. You can't see the road beyond that distortion.
Right, depending on the observer's viewpoint. Yeah.
Right, but it's like, I guess just to put it plainly, the road becomes invisible because of distortion. You can't see the color yellow anymore. You can't see the gray asphalt. You can't see anything. All you see is that distortion.
Yeah.
It is in the way of the viewer seeing what's behind it.
Well, I think we would need to describe what's actually happening on. If it's
we can describe
the
Quark.
light,
Quark.
or if
We
it's,
can describe
else.
it. Listen. The explanation to describing that is irrelevant to the fact that what I'm saying is the fact that something is obstructing your view. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. However it's being done, we can get into that later. The problem we're having, the issue, is that things are being obstructed with the Earth's curvature, meaning the Earth is in the way. Now, I'm demonstrating to you that something can be obstructed without the curvature.
Well, yeah.
Now, that's not what everybody says, though. Okay, so now that you understand, we're starting to realize, well, there's another answer to obstruction, isn't there? It's not just Earth's curvature.
There's a lot of observer dependent
but here's the case
that
though.
would make you see what you're actually seeing, and you'd have to describe
what we
each of
see
those
if you describe and you get into like the minutia of that, you're going to start to figure out there's different variables. You can insert different things, but the bottom line is there's something that's obstructing your view from the thing behind. You can't see what's beyond it. You only see the distortion. That's the only thing you see. That's it. You don't see what's beyond that distortion. You don't see the yellow line. You don't see the gray asphalt. You don't even see some of the railing disappears even.
Right.
In the far distance. So now, if we're doing that with things in real life, and on, like, let's say a road is, and our eye line is at a certain height, well, things will start to disappear. And it would seem that when they disappear, that they're going over something. And in this case, they're just getting farther away from you. In the case of the road and your eye line, depending on where your eye line is. Now, and I'm using the asphalt, and you could get into the minutiae as to like why the asphalt is what's doing what it's doing, reflecting heat and all that kind of good stuff. And try to figure a way out of it. But it's not. The point is, and it doesn't matter if it's asphalt, if it's sand, if it's dirt, it doesn't matter what material you're using, you would still have an obstruction from the viewer seeing something in the far distance. And I'm thinking what I'm doing here is, and we can use water even. So there's a lot of things happening, and what's obstructing the viewer is the thing that they can't see because the distortion is in the way. Now, that is the case when you're getting close to the ground level or close to the water level. That's something that we're gonna just say right off hand, because the higher you get, the less distortion, because of the fact you can still see it. It still might be a little wavy, but you could still kind of make out a little bit of what it is.
Yeah.
Correct. So now we're observing something happening over a level plane. I would say as close to level, because I mean the road wasn't that level. Let's get real, right? Like, but as close to, like, we could say as close to level as possible without having too much ideas that something's going over any curve. So the first instance we talked about curvature and how refraction can bring something up over that. And now we're talking about something like a level plane, and there's being obstruction there. There's things you can't see beyond. And it's pretty simple because our observations we can see this happening like on a road, but for some reason our brains fall out of our head, pour out of our ears when we start to think about it applying to like how we normally see things, as far as like what people exclaim boats are going over. Like, I feel like, why is it such a
get
hard?
What you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a hard, like it seems like a grand leap of logic to think that's the case. Why we can't see something in the far distance disappearing from the bottom up, and we're using Earth's curvature idea to kind of supplement the understanding of why things are disappearing from the bottom up. And so what I'm submitting to you, Quark, is that we can see naturally this is occurring everywhere. It doesn't. You can use different materials, and you can talk about the properties that they do with heat and absorb and displace and all kinds. You can do stuff like that, and I would say table that for just a moment, because that does have its importance. But right now, what you need to understand is that this is happening everywhere. So your eyes are viewing the world in a way that it's not just this idea of this superimposed extra perceptory Earth curvature that you can't see, and all of a sudden it becomes available to you when a ship is going over it. And then the mental gymnastics start to happening. You know, like you start to, Earth is too big. Well, it's not too big for you to see a boat go over it. Well, we can see the curvature, but it's the effects we see. Well, I'm sorry, but you can't have your cake and eat it. In this instance, you're going to have to describe how is it possible that the Earth is obstructing your view when I showed you a demonstration of how it's the opposite. It's not the curvature of the Earth. It's actually the distortion that happens within the air between you and the thing you're making the observation from.
Correct.
Right. It is correct, because there isn't anything that could be happening. Let's say going over a mound of dirt is going over a mound of dirt. We know that. Like, that's obviously true. But when you're saying something's going over a curve, that there is no curve, like, that would be like me saying, okay, so I'm walking away from you on that road, and then all of a sudden you start to see my bottom of my feet start to disappear, and then my waist and all that. So you start to see everything go away, and then you're like, well, that's Earth's curvature. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm just walking away from you on this road. Like, it's not curvature. And so you can't think outside of this curvature understanding, because for some reason this globe has to be real in your mind. Like, you could feel the cognitive bias like work against you when you start to think about what I'm saying. It's grinding your gears a little bit, like, oh man, this is like, I can't be, like, there's no way.
I actually had a similar viewpoint in, if you observe a field of view and you start to slowly go out and out, as we're talking about, at which point we try to define what the curve actually is, it would probably mostly be dependent on observers' observer locality, I guess, just to make
but what
it
are the
sound nice.
Yeah, but what are the contradictions, Quark? The contradictions are simply this: the Earth looks locally flat and level, right? To everybody. Like, even globe Earth advocates would say this. The Earth looks locally flat. Well, that's not the case, because the boat is going over the curve. How is that possible? You can have your cake and eat it. What looks locally it looks locally flat, but it's curved at the same time. No, it's either curving away like you say it is, or it is flat. And we gotta figure out which one that looks like to us, because, like, if the boat is going over the curve, is it going over the curve or the effects of curvature?
I think it would be going under the curve, or at least around some sphere, if you.
Yeah.
Or if you have two, I guess. Well, I'm trying to like put this in like a sort of frame of reference, but I'll just let you talk.
Yeah. You're trying to reconcile this information, Quark, and what it happens is the side of you that has always thought this to be the case, like, is really like fighting with the other side that of what you're hearing me say. It's now like, okay, we do have an answer for it being something that's blocking our view from something in the far distance, and like, it's not curvature. And I showed you a demonstration of where this can take place on a road. People can say that they've been in a desert and they've seen, mirages or whatever. But like, in the far distance, this distortion happens. It just does. And so what we have to see is that the natural and physical world around us happen to operate in this way. And so when we try to superimpose an idea over that and say it's curvature, then we're being dishonest. Because we know natural phenomena take place and we can name the phenomena, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so why isn't that the case? Why does it have to be this globe that they're saying? Because there is a measurement that supposedly the Earth is. And if that Earth curvature should present itself, we should be able to measure it. And so I guess I don't have too much time here, but I'm going to kind of run it down to you just as fast as I could, like, in the short amount of time that I have. And I say this is fast. Yeah, right. But this was kind of like a way for you to think, Quark. You might want to continue. What's going to happen is a couple of things. Your mind, anyone's mind, I think, is not really like, they're like, yeah, I want to know truth. I'm kind of curious. I want to know. It's like, once you get this dumped on your mind, you can't unhear it. You can't unsee it. And now what's going to happen is that you're going to have to face the facts. Either the Earth is doing what they're saying that it is, or you can go out somewhere and check this out for yourself. But remember, when you do see over a certain amount of distance, you got to remember what we talked about in this conversation, that there can be obstruction happening even on a surface where it's not, like you would say, curving away or whatever. Just like on a straight road, or maybe go to a place where it's pretty flat and then you can see the same distortion. All you have to do is reduce your eye line down and down. And then you'd start, just like that GIF I showed you, things will start to disappear. They disappear behind that obstruction. You can't see it anymore. It's gone. But it didn't just disappear. It's just you can't see it. The angle and the temperature variance, like everything had a part to play. Like you were mentioning, you want to get into that. But I just wanted you to focus on the fact that things are hidden behind something that is not Earth's curvature. Anyway, I thought maybe that's probably a good place for me to kind of leave it there with you. It's like I said, I just want to challenge you, Quark.
Yeah, I would agree with the assessment that it isn't the Earth's curvature that is doing all of that. It's mainly the distance between both observers. And then when you take into the account, you don't really need to take into account the curvature, really. You just take into the distance. And then when the distance, I guess, if you try to measure it to a certain extent, at what point does the refraction no longer make the image visible? That's what I would wonder.
Yeah, I know. But like, that's great. Now you're asking the right questions. But like, here's the thing, though, Quark. Like, this does happen, and look at live stream voice text. Indio's putting some things in there for you to look at. But like, so I just want you to keep this in mind, Quark, for further inquiries, and you can kind of keep thinking in that mindset, because like, there's a lot of people that have done things here that you're going to be able to see that speak against the idea that the Earth is what they're telling us that it supposedly is. And all we're gonna do is challenge you. That's it. Whether today, tomorrow, whenever you start to say, hey, you know what? I know the Earth isn't a globe anymore. That's up to you. But if you don't just want to,
I like that.
hey,
I like that.
Yeah.
Being challenged is very good. Your position. It's not meant to.
Yeah, I got to get ready for work. So
good job, Miggy.
Yeah,
that was entertaining.
It was a good conversation, Miggy. I had fun.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, me too. Yeah, every now and again I'll just kind of say a few things, but all right, guys, I'm gonna get ready for work.
See you.
All right, man. Peace out.
See you later, Maggie.
Later.
So just to hammer at home what Miggy was talking about, what I posted in live stream voice text was some tests done by a a couple actually named Sky Free. They have a YouTube channel. They've done a bunch of tests. They do them on like a lake that's only 600 feet long, and they place the camera like 2 inches above the water. So, and they've gotten all sorts of objects to disappear: boats, radio controlled boats, lights, you name it. And if you go on their channel, there's a bunch of them. It's called Sky Free. So I just posted a couple of them. So like the bottom one, the GIF is a boat that nearly completely disappears. So here's the problem with all this. This lake is only 600 feet long, and from the elevation of 2 inches, the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So how can a boat disappear behind a horizon it can't possibly have reached yet? And you can't say it's refraction, because it would have to be a small refraction that makes the ball look smaller, not larger. There would have to be more curvature, not less curvature.
Well, I'd say curvature is more arbitrary to how we describe it, but I think it's more due to the observer's height, and
Yeah,
when
this is
you
a 2-inch camera height.
yeah, so when you try to plug in the horizon, I'm not familiar with most of the horizon stuff and such like that.
Well, I mean, the thing is, to calculate anything in the so-called globe math, how much something's supposed to drop, how much something's supposed to be obstructed, you can't do any other calculation without the horizon calculation. All those calculations use the horizon as a variable.
Locally?
Yeah, locally.
Wouldn't
Because you need to know the distance between the observers, so you have to find like the arc length. So I'll give you a calculator that was made by a globe earther that has all the formulas in it. Right? So it has all the formulas again with all the variables.
would the horizon be different on a globe? Say that you take I guess northern hemisphere, or like, up from there, and then middle of the equator.
You mean the oblate
Would the
spheroid?
horizon be any different?
You mean the oblate spheroid?
Well,
I mean,
yeah, if you wanna call it
yeah,
that.
it would be different by something like a tenth of a millimeter or something. The difference in the so-called polar radius versus the equatorial radius, the difference in drop is like hundreds of inches. It's nothing. So this calculator, I mean, if you want to look yourself, you can actually change the radius value. So you can punch in the polar radius and then can punch in the equatorial radius and compare them, right? But the point is that all the formulas are in here, right? You can just look at the formulas. Flat Earther didn't make this calculator. It's a globe earther's calculator. So not that math can be biased anyway, and it wouldn't even matter. But you can enter all the variables and all the values, but no value can be calculated without the horizon being calculated first. Anyway, the point is that the horizon distance, even if I put in, let's put in like 0 height. I'll put in like 0. Well, it says nothing. So this will go into millimeters, right? So let's do millimeters. I'll go 0.000001 millimeter, a millionth of a millimeter. And the horizon would be, that's a tenth of a foot. So let's go less than a millionth of a millimeter. 37 feet at 1/100th of a millimeter. 117 feet at 1/10th of a millimeter. 1 millimeter, the horizon is 370 feet away. Right? So you can't, 2 millimeters is 523 feet away. So as obviously you can see, I don't think they could get a camera under 2 millimeters. right? So but the point is that this has been demonstrated. It isn't like something that's theoretical. You can actually go demonstrate this yourself. And another test that's been done is they've taken 2 different cameras with different aperture sizes, because there's a Rayleigh criterion, and take the image from the exact same location of the exact same thing with 2 different cameras at the same time. And the camera with the larger aperture, as predicted by the Rayleigh criterion, captures the light, but the smaller aperture camera does not capture the light, which accords with flat Earth. It doesn't accord with the globe, because the curvature is what's supposed to be obstructing stuff, not the aperture, not the camera. I mean, and I can go on and on. There's no evidence for terrestrial refraction, and I don't just say that lightly. There's literally no evidence for it.
No evidence for
terrestrial refraction.
Could you? I don't know what that is.
Terrestrial refraction is the claim that refraction lifts things up. In fact, all the evidence is against it. Right? The claim is I can see farther because refraction lifts things up in my field of view. And so I can see farther. It flattens out the apparent curve of the Earth. There's no evidence for it. Okay, so if I told you, yes, there's this phenomenon that happens, and it's a physics phenomenon, and I have a model, what would you say?
What?
How would you you would have to validate that model, right? You'd have to go out, do the experiments, and say, hey, this model's correct, this model's incorrect, this model's almost correct.
Yeah.
There's no model of refraction that can predict what we see. That matches the so-called terrestrial fraction picking things up. There's no model that exists that can do that. I could take a picture, right? Because the refraction model is like, okay, the pressure is this, the temperature is that, there's this much of a pressure gradient, this is the optical path, yada, yada, yada. This is this high, the observer is that high, right? So you can punch all these values and make a prediction, right, of what you see. So that's what the globe earthers do. They say, oh, there must be refraction because you can see that, you shouldn't, there must be refraction. But that's not a prediction, that's a postdiction, right? That's not a prediction of what you see. That's a postdiction. I see it, therefore, phenomenon, right? Okay. So if you want to apply that, you say, I'm going to show you an image. I'm going to tell the geometry of the image. You claim that there's a model that can predict whether that happens. Tell me the meteorological conditions that day that I took the image. Nobody can do that. We all know nobody can do that. But the model, you input the meteorological conditions, and it spits out how much something would be elevated up in my view, and how much farther I'm supposed to see. This should be reversible. I should be able to see an object, know how far it is, know how high it is, know where the camera's at, know the angle it's tilted at, and I should be able to reverse engineer the meteorological conditions from the photograph. If you actually had a predictive model, that's what would you be able to do that. Nobody can do that. Right, so you have, I'll use the Newtonian gravity for an example. You can, if you know the other variables, you can get any other variable, right? If you know all the other variables. Mm-hmm. If I know the force, I can determine, what M, and R is, right? If I know, I just need to know a couple variables, and I can get the rest. You can't do that with any model of refraction. You can't, just like maybe Snell's law, which is a special case, but you can't take a picture and know what the weather was that day. It's not possible. Everybody knows this. So this is why, at least to me, after debating this for 5 years, when someone says refraction, dude, I just go like, that's just utter bullshit. And they've read on Wikipedia or whatever, that there's refraction, so it must exist. Never actually applying like, does it really, right? Does it actually exist? Is there a predictive model? Is there any sign? Is there any measurements? Is this model been validated by experiment? Is there other effects that you should have if there's refraction? So there should be dispersion. No one ever noticed that, right? So the refraction claim is just like a fucking Hail Mary. Just a Hail Mary, throwing the ball down the field. Because if you don't say that and you're a Glober, then you're conceding, dude. You're saying the Earth is flat. You have to have this.
Well, I would think it's more dependent on observer phenomenon. So if you take both angles of where you take two people and then you go along the over the horizon and you try to I guess chart out where the actual position and where if there is any refraction, then you could chart out both of those positions along a coordinate grid if you could
Yeah, Quark,
locally
but
chart out the area.
Yeah, just keep talking.
Observers.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna be listening, but my freaking oven's beeping.
He's baking scones. Keep going.
But I mean, there is a formula for. I looked it up. I looked it up with the Wikipedia.
Quark, if I see the oil rig on 9 miles, what I'm doing, I'm seeing object on 9 miles now, and that object is on 9 mile, and refraction is happening, but nothing's changing. That object is on 9 mile.
It would probably be dependent on the variables.
What variables? For example, you are on the beach, oil rig, it's a 9 mile. You can take a boat and you can measure it. It's a 9 mile. You can shoot with some grenade. It's a 9 mile. The oil rig, it's on 9 mile. Refraction can happen, but oil rig, it's on 9 mile. And horizon is behind of the oil rig. And the water behind the oil rig is physical also. Whatever phenomena is happening, the water behind the oil rig is physical.
Yeah.
But that water should start to curve on 1.2 miles, but oil rig it's on 9 miles and horizon is behind the oil rig.
I would probably need to. There's like a lot of variables. I'd just say. I mean, I would assume that it's.
I'm telling you, variable object
truth,
is
yeah.
on 9 mile. You understand that?
Yeah, 9 miles.
And that object doesn't move. It's on 9 mile, and it always will be there, every day. One day you will not see because it's fog, or something, or waves, and you will not see maybe good. But one clear day, you will see, and people will invoke refraction, say, refraction is happening. No, it's not happening, refraction. That water behind the oil rig is physical. It's no phenomena required.
Yeah, you have to believe that the water behind the rig is an optical illusion.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's more of the water in front of the oil rig.
No, that's not the point of the Black Swan. This photo was taken from a 1 foot observer height. From 1 foot, the horizon is supposed to be 1.23 miles away. So the horizon distance is, fucking what the hell is it? 1.223 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
66 feet, I think.
Yeah, so the horizon distance from if you have a camera and it's 1 foot off the sea level, the horizon should be 1.23 miles away. The horizon is behind these oil rigs. As was just laid out, the furthest oil rig is 9 miles away. How can the horizon be 10 times farther than what the globe predicts?
I wouldn't know that it predicts anything.
It does.
I'm telling you that's what the prediction is.
I haven't, me personally, I haven't researched into the predictions of what it states specifically with mathematics.
Quark, that every girl and boy in school studying in every country.
What?
So I do you think I'm like lying to you or something? You think I'm not like telling you the truth?
No. I
That the
I
horizon's-
believe you, but there's hidden variables that I need to take into account.
Such as?
Well, I don't know them. That's the thing.
How would you know there are hidden variables, though?
If you
I mean,
don't know what they are,
I could assume that there aren't hidden variables, and that there is no atmospheric refraction. But I wouldn't really attribute that.
yeah. And if
how
it's atmospheric
you find the
refraction,
horizon.
listen. And if it's atmospheric refraction, making the horizon appear 10 times farther than the oil rig or than the horizon prediction, and on the other side of the oil rig when it should be in front of the oil rig. If you believe that, or it's possible, that means that this image is an image of an optical illusion.
Yeah. Projection.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
You'd agree that it's an optical illusion.
Well, the oil rigs are not, an illusion.
So they've replicated this a bunch of times. I actually have a playlist with 13 replications of them doing the exact same thing from different places on the beach, getting the same thing. Think they just keep going to the beach and getting an optical illusion. So the whole world is just basically an optical illusion.
Yeah, I mean, you could.
Yeah, and water behind the oil rig is optical illusion. And oil rig is
Are we bats in a jar? Are you going to tell us your brain's in a jar next?
Huh?
If the whole world's an optical illusion, how do we know anything's real?
It's observer. Dependent on the observer.
Grace, your mic is like coming through the speaker.
Oh, that's just the super spooky everything's an illusion music. Sorry.
Oh. Must be my evil twin talking at the same time. I mean, but the thing is the claim of terrestrial refraction that we see, that when we see too far, it's refraction. That means the entire world that we see is just an optical illusion.
Well,
and that we don't
an
see
optical
anything
illusion,
as it
but
really
it's-
is.
Yeah, I mean, you could state it as that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you would be correct.
Well, how did they determine the Earth's a globe if everything's an optical illusion?
Well, there's a difference between observer, like what you observe, and then taking the calculations of
We are observing reality.
circumnavigating the globe.
Well, that's a whole different.
How do you
topic,
think
man.
circumnavigating works
It
on
is two
flat Earth?
different things. That's what I'm trying to get at, though.
Well, I just want to correct you, though. You couldn't say that it's an illusion. I wouldn't say that, because we're just saying what we see is right there.
I told him that.
So how do they circumnavigate the globe without vision? Don't they, like,
do you
when they
mean?
use a sextant, want to know what the first operation is? To find the horizon. And if the horizon's a fucking optical illusion, how are they circumnavigating the globe?
Well, there's obviously real values. I mean,
Well,
when
is
I
the
said it's
horizon
an
in a place?
optical illusion, I meant that it's more of like it's dependent on your viewpoint, is what I'm saying, to that illusion. Because when you, I guess, zoom out for retrospect, or if you extend the distance of your height, so if you, I guess, go like maybe 100 or like more than a few miles up, then
I
you
just
would
show-
maybe possibly.
I just saw 7 times the black swan. I just showed to you the 7 times the black swan. The black swan is 10 miles. I showed 70 miles. Where is that converter?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the observer height. You have to say refraction is letting you see farther.
Well, yeah, to an extent, you could add in that
10 times
variable.
farther. So it's like, listen, not only is it 10 times farther, if you do the calculation, that horizon distance only fits an Earth of a radius of 320,000 miles. That means Earth is the size of the supposed distance from the Earth to the moon, and it has a circumference of 1.6 million miles.
Again, I don't know the
So that's the
exact
calculation.
measurements of the globe for the horizon and such. Because
It's okay. We can teach you,
certain
or you can go do
it
some
would be,
homework. It's fine.
Dude, you can literally just in the time it took you to say I don't know the math 17 times, you could have found a calculator and done the calculation.
I'd say 17
Because
times.
you must have eaten at least 5 minutes of time in the amount of times you said that you don't know what the calculation is. You could have done it yourself in that amount of time.
Yeah,
just
but
go on
I don't wanna
Google, type in
derail
distance horizon
getting
formula.
into
There you go.
mathematics, because we're just not calmly discussing this.
But it's important. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, the globe claim is a geometric claim. Like, how do you do geometry?
How do you do geometry on a?
Yeah, you use math, right? I mean, yeah. So, like, this claim can't even be analyzed without using some level of geometry in mathematics. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be units, because you can do geometry without units by just comparing two things. You don't actually need to use numbers per se. But fact remain is claim Earth is a ball is a geometric claim because a ball is a geometric figure. And flat is a geometric property of something else, right? Lots of things can be flat. It's not exclusive to any particular geometric figure, but flat is a description of the surface, right? Yeah. So, but we know that a ball and flat can't be on the same thing, right? We know that they're incommensurable with each other. So we can eliminate the ball by determining if the surface of the Earth, we can either we can eliminate a ball if the surface of the Earth isn't curving, right? If it's curving a little bit, it could be a bigger ball. But if it was a bigger ball, it would destroy astronomy and all the distances on Earth and this thing you're talking about, circumnavigation, because all that stuff's based upon the radius. So if you don't, you need a radius value.
Well,
so you need curvature. So like you need a radius value. If there's no curvature, you can't have a radius value, right?
Say that again.
If there's no curvature, you can't have a radius value.
If you're in this discussion, you need to know how much the Earth is supposed to curve. Otherwise,
if the surface of the Earth is not curving, it can't be a ball, right?
Quark, do you know what is fear?
Wait, hold on, Sasha. But we can't scattergun 4 questions at once. So let him.
I mean, that's actually a pretty good question, though. I'm starting to wonder if he knows what a sphere is.
So with you have to take in the local conditions of the observation, and once you take that in, you can get a more accurate measurement of the.
Thanks, because I showed that place
sphere, with the horizon as well, taken into account.
Yeah, I showed that place Lake Titicaca, site chosen with low humidity of the air at that time of the year. Thanks.
Let me, if I could, I just want to set the table for you, Quark, because you're sounding a little bit like a flat earther, making their arguments or their points for them. So let me just set the table for you. When I first got into flat Earth, the conversation was about this horizon. Globe earthers are saying the horizon is curved. You can go plant a flag where the curvature is. The rebuttal from the flat earthers was that there are conditions like weather, refraction, your observer height, that all come into play for why it's not a geometric horizon. So now listen to what the things you've been saying for the last couple of minutes. Well, it's about your eye height. It's about the weather conditions or refraction conditions. Yeah, that's our point. You're supposed to be arguing for a geometric horizon where the Earth curves, where boats go over.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
but I mean, you also
if it's refracted, then there's no geometric horizon. That's our argument.
Because of that?
There's just no geometric horizon to Earth. The water isn't curved up into a hill. That's basically the entirety of this point. But I just want to show you that you're making points for us, saying that, well, you've got to take into account your observer height. Yeah, that's what we've been saying for 5 years or more.
Yeah.
Or you got to take into account refraction. What was the globe earther response back then? Oh, that's just flurfspective. But now all of a sudden refraction's like supposed to be a flat Earth debunk?
I wouldn't know that.
Well, I'm saying that's why I'm setting the table for you, because you might be a little bit more new to the conversation.
Quark, when you say refraction, do you think that some phenomena now it's hiding the curvature?
No, I think just what we observe is the light refracting along
Okay.
the Earth's
Okay.
atmosphere
Can
to
you
our
tell me
eyeballs.
in which case phenomena will do that the surface is flat?
What do you mean?
I mean, because refraction is happening, we can observe that, and then we observe the flat horizon behind that. And now people saying because of refraction we don't see and we cannot measure the curvature, but we see flat all the time and more and more. But I'm asking, in which case is flat? If is these cases are curvature and refraction, in which case it could be that it's refraction and it is flat surface.
Well, refraction doesn't cause the curvature of what you see, if that's what you were stating.
Yeah, and why we will invoke then refraction if you will not change the surface?
For what?
Why we will say for let's say curvature is there, but refraction is happening. But we can say no, the flat surface is there, but refraction is happening.
Well, no. Refraction doesn't cause the Earth's curvature. We're just observing a phenomenon because of light coming from the sun, entering our atmosphere, and then it bounces off that object, and then it bounces through the atmosphere to our eyeballs, and through that medium in which it travels, there is an apparent refractive.
Real quick, you said it bounces off that object being a sphere.
Could you bring it back? What do you mean?
You said that the light enters the atmosphere and bounces off that object. Would that object be a sphere with a radius of 39?
I mean, the light would be refracting everywhere.
Okay, but it's refracting off of a sphere.
It's refracting where it's being
Am I looking at a refracted sphere or not?
Well, I mean, it depends on your locality.
What? Isn't the sphere supposed to be at every locality?
Well, yeah, that's why you also have different observations.
So sometimes we observe a sphere, sometimes not. Like, what are you saying?
I mean, I don't know your point.
Well, I'm just asking what your point is. You keep talking about refraction, so I'm thinking that you're saying that there's a refracted sphere that we're looking at, but
no.
Okay.
All right. Well, like I said, you've got to make the point. I saw Marthos just light up. I want to hear from you as well, but you've got to make the point about the curved Earth.
I was just chilling.
So,
Marthos, did you want to get in?
How does the refraction help the globe? Can someone?
That means refraction does not.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on a second. Martov, please go ahead.
Because I feel like he's not really getting the implication of what he's actually saying, like what you're actually having to claim is happening when you say that refraction is causing these observations, right? Because we're talking about a physical obstruction, right? Where the Earth's surface is physically obstructing something from our view on a globe, right?
Yeah.
You with me so far? So I'll give you a quick example, right? So you're on the road. Say you're on the road, like it's a couple kilometers road. You can see the road. It's fine. So there's a truck, like say it's 2 kilometers away from you. You can see the truck, right? Right. There's a dude standing behind the truck. There's a physical obstruction happening now, right? The dude is standing behind the truck. You can maybe see his head or his feet below, like the opening, but most of the dude is behind the truck, so you're not going to be able to see him, right? You with me so far?
Yep.
Would you say that's a good example of a physical obstruction?
For what frame of reference?
Well, like there's an object or something physically blocking something from view, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's imagine that it's a very hot day. You know how like weird shit can happen on the road when it's a hot day? You get like hazes and stuff. Okay,
So let's say that's happening. Are you now going to see all of the dudes standing behind the car, and the car is now actually behind him?
Well, no, of course not.
No, of course not. Exactly. So this is like the whole problem, because when the globe is claiming that there's a physical obstruction, which in the case of the oil rig should be at 1.2 miles, then what we now have is that physical obstruction is actually behind the things that it's supposed to be obstructing. Which, it can't really happen because some weird shit is happening to the light, because that doesn't negate the physicality of it in the same way that you have with the truck, right? Because there's still the obstruction. You can say the light rays are bending. All that would really do is make things appear higher or lower. Really, it wouldn't cause an obstruction to appear behind the thing that it's obstructing. Like you said, that's just physically impossible. But this is kind of the implication that you have to claim is happening when you say, well, refraction is making the horizon appear in a different place from where it's supposed to be. It's moving in front and behind physical objects. It's like saying, well, I'm standing on the road and the car could be in front of him, behind him, whatever. If it's a hot day, I'll see the car behind the guy. And instead, when he's actually in front of it. That doesn't happen. And what's worse is you couldn't even demonstrate this happening if you wanted to. Just wanted to point that out.
I get what you're saying, but
what's the but though? There's no but to that. If you have a hill in your front yard, that hill's not gonna go away due to like weather conditions or how high off the ground you are or what the refractive index of the day. That hill ain't going nowhere. So that's what I'm saying. You've got to argue for that hill being there. We can talk about all these effects of the atmos all we want. That's fine. That's part of our argument, though, just so you know. But you've got to argue for that hill being there. Go ahead.
I
Ken.
have to argue for it. I was just arguing, stuff.
Yeah, that's your argument, brother.
You can't create your own model.
I'll do it.
No, but that's why you should be arguing for that, because the other things are part of our argument. How high off the ground you are, weather, refraction. This is. You sound like a flat earther, man.
I definitely would say that it's observer dependence that creates either I wouldn't say illusion, but what you perceive. I don't know how that would. Trying to. I guess if you plug in what the supposed horizon is, and then you get this other horizon, so then how would you explain why that happens?
What other horizon?
It's really simple. The prediction from the formula is wrong.
Yup, exactly. In a very simple way, if you said you were 6'5", and then we met up, and I see you don't really look that tall, we can test that claim. So in the same way, it's like they're saying the horizon is at this spot, and then you go and measure. Oh, it doesn't look like that. Let's go and test that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it just means that you're not 6'5", my man. Maybe it just means that how big they said the Earth is not true.
Yeah, maybe you just have a presupposition that you work backwards from every single time when it doesn't match reality.
The geometric horizon is so elusive. How was the measurement ever acquired for the curvature?
So would it be safe to say that it's either you go with their globe model or you're a flat earther? Because if you disagree with their size, that's all we're saying. We're disagreeing with their size. Looks pretty flat to me.
Mark, do you even think it's possible to measure the Earth? Do you think it's possible to detect any curvature?
Depending on
whether there is
how
any.
up you go, yeah.
So does it concern you that all we did is take supposed measurements from your favorite science experts, and we went out into reality and we tested to see if these claims are true, and we found out that they're not? Does that concern you a little bit?
The literal
I don't know the
definition of
entire.
science.
I don't the Black Swan thing. I would really need to see like an entire.
Yeah, that's just one instance, bro. There's been hundreds, if not thousands, done. It's not that difficult to do.
Hold on.
Well, wouldn't there be a globe model explanation for that?
There is
Is an explanation
Well,
demonstration?
Yeah, what it is you just
argues that light did what it needed to for the globe to be true, and for you to see whatever you saw.
You Central, do you want to say that because you kind of faded out there?
Yeah, my okay. Sorry, am I good now?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So what you do is you just start by presupposing the globe, right? And then you just work backwards from that presupposition, no matter what you saw, to explain it away. I said it better. Damn it.
Central, you could also help him understand like what the other explanation would be. Then the Earth would have to be how many times bigger?
Well, Black Swan, the effective radius is 250,000 miles.
Yeah, so that would be the other one explanation is that now the Earth is just way bigger than what they said.
The apparent Earth is way bigger. Yeah. So you just start with the presupposition that's a 3959 mile radius ball, right? And then you just claim that light's doing whatever it has to for that ball to be there, but for it to not look like it at all.
And to put things into perspective, that 250,000 mile radius gives you like a 1 million mile circumference, more than 1 million mile circumference.
Mark, no offense, man, but it sounds like a lot of mental gymnastics to hang on to the globe, dude.
Yeah, I mean, there would be no explanation. In the same way if you we meant to measure your height, you couldn't explain anything. Oh, well, I'm wearing the wrong shoes. No, you're just not 6'5".
Just need a tape measure.
There's no explanation to get out of that. It's just, based on measurements. Can't explain that away. Here's another.
I don't know enough about it, so.
Well, let's just keep it. I'll go even more simple. Some girl asks how big your package is, right? And you're like, oh, well, you boost yourself up, right? It's she can test that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So would you?
So you can't explain. Oh, well, I'm just There's no explanations for anything. It's simple measurements. You can't explain. Well, it's cold. It's about physicality and what you can measure, like your height.
Oh, is it the observable dependency which creates the
Well, I mean, like obviously, where you are as an observer is going to affect what you see, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're at a different height and you have a different angle to certain things, you're looking through different air and all of that. But that doesn't really negate the physicality that's supposed to be there.
Exactly. Just like the hill in your front yard. Doesn't matter how high off the ground you go. That hill's not going anywhere.
But
I can get down
point
low.
Of it and how you perceive it is different.
Listen. It's about the physicality, the objective reality. Okay? Because I might get in a plane and a helicopter and go way up. I can't even see it anymore. Does that mean it's not there? No,
well, obviously not.
Right. So that's what we're saying is we're talking about the physicality, not like, oh, well, I can't see it. It's supposed to be there. If we're on a globe, it's got to be there. That's geometric horizon.
What is the most distinguishing characteristic of a sphere, Quark?
I don't know. Depends on what you mean by that.
The curvature, the physicality that we've been talking about. This hill in the front yard.
Angle.
The geometric curvature.
Don't you think it's important if they say you live on a globe? Don't you think it's important for someone to show you some curvature or not?
I mean, if we assume that it isn't it is.
Why do we have to assume anything? Why can't you just go out and test it?
Well, yeah, but then what would happen if you stretch the distance along, let's say, 1,000 miles, and you don't have anything obstructing that view? Would you still see that person?
That's moving the goalpost.
Or object.
That's moving the goalpost.
No, because optics. We don't have optics for that.
You forget about perspective.
No, I said perspective. Observer dependence.
No, we're talking about.
There's a couple problems with that. Like you have an angular size limitation for one, right? Like it's a reason why you can't read a book from all the way across the street. You can't see the letters anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's too far away, you can't see the book at all, right?
Yeah.
Then you have another problem, which is the air, which, as you already stated, can affect the light. So it's eventually going to limit the visibility, or at the very least affect it. So yeah, nobody's saying like you should be able to see infinite distances, right? That's just silly. But what we should be able to see is like the physical obstruction by the Earth that's supposed to be there on the globe. And it's like we didn't make up the math for this, right? We're just using the math that they're giving. They're giving us a radius of 3,959 miles. They're telling us that, oh, if I'm at 6 foot height, the horizon is supposed to be at 3 miles. We're just going outside and testing that, right?
And not to change the subject, but keep in mind, Quark, this doesn't even take into account the lack of supposed movement that we're going through. Right? 11 different vectors.
Which vectors do you mean?
Wait. Do we want to wrap up the perspective versus objective physicality point before we?
Well, I would really like to say something real quick.
Before we shift,
if nobody
to another.
You need to find out who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth to begin with. Because if nobody's ever directly measured it to begin with, then how do we have this R value that they've been using to shoot rockets off that's not changed in value before and after? That is all.
I just want to add, like, do you understand that? Like, in order to send something into an orbit around a sphere, they have to know the radius of that sphere.
As well as the amount of thrust it needs to lift off of the ground.
Right, but let's stay focused on the actual ground and how they're claiming it's curved and it has a specific size.
I mean, you can state that it is in a flat plane. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Because when you take the viewpoint, it's directly, when we view something, it's, a straight line. Two eyes, whatever, we'll just say that. So when we observe it to be, flat or on the horizon, I think it's more to do with the viewpoint as well as multiple other factors.
Clark, let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out, brother, real quick, because we're going on a loop here. We've covered how the variables that you're talking about is part of our point, part of our argument. So listen,
I haven't seen the.
Listen for a moment. So it's not about your personal viewpoint anymore. We're talking about the actual physicality of the ground or the water, the ocean, whatever you're talking about. Like that hill in your front yard. Like you said, your viewpoint can change. You can get in a helicopter and you won't even be able to see that hill in your front yard. It doesn't mean it's gone now. So what we're talking about is not about how you perceive it versus how I perceive it, how it is for real. That's why Kim brought up measuring the surface of the Earth. And we can really get down to the money about what's really happening with the Earth. Is it curving or not? That's what we're trying to get down to. Focus on the actual physical Earth, either curving or not curving. Not so much about perception, right?
Yeah. Would you also want to take in longer distances?
Well, let's they've already said that the horizon should be at 1.22 miles at 1 foot off the ground. So let's do 1,000 miles. That's just moving the goalpost, right? We don't need to do 1,000 miles when they've said it's at 1.22. It's in the same way if you said you're a 6'5", I don't need to like see if you're 10 foot tall.
CB, tell him we have from 275 miles. 275, is that okay?
For what?
For observation. Is that enough long distance, 275 miles?
The maximum distance you can see?
No, he's just saying you were requesting 1,000 miles. Sasha's saying he's got one with 200 and a quarter of that. Is that, I mean,
yep.
Is that good enough, or do we?
Where is it?
Go ahead and post it, Sasha. But do you understand that? Do you understand they've already made the claim that it's at 1.22 miles at 1 foot off the ground?
I haven't seen the.
Well, look, Martov told you in the last. It's been 20 minutes now. All you have to do is let me just give you a calculator, so we don't have to keep saying, "Well, I don't know what you're talking about." I'll give you a calculator so you can sort of see what people are talking about. This is basic stuff. Like you said, what would you expect if it was this size? Well, if you were 6'5", I would expect that you had 6 feet and 5 inches. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's that simple. If they say the Earth is this size, then it's got to be that size.
Clark, that's the guy who won the Guinness record for the long distance shot. It's 273 miles. And he's not flat earther, you know. He won that for that long distance, you know, photo. And that mountain, what he got it, that mountain is real, it's existing, it's there, what I told you, you know, it's the same like oil rig. That mountain is there, and that mountain should be, I think I will tell you a lie now, but something around 3 miles behind the curvature.
I'm going to post some stuff in the chat for you so that you can see what we're talking about with this 1.22 at 1 foot off the surface. So Martov posted a distance to horizon calculator twice, and I'll post another one. But a couple of clicks, and you'll see what people are talking about. So,
one's from a university, and one is like directly from NASA. So
yeah, this isn't flat earther math or anything like that. Some people get confused on. So we can do this together if you want. I'll go ahead and open up this calculator. I'm going to stick a 1 foot observer height. I'm just going to put a 10 mile horizon. All right. Let me post this here. All right. Can you see my post at 3 minutes past the hour in the live stream?
Yeah.
All right. So we've got H0, D0, D1, and H1. So H0 is our eye height at 1 foot. Do you see D1, horizon distance?
Yep.
You see that 1.22 number that we've been referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you see on the graph how we've got H0 with the blue arrow, and then we've got D1 right where the horizon, that physical bulge, curve, earth hump is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. These are just the numbers that have been provided for us. So we're just working with the claimed size of the globe, just in the same way that if you claimed you were 6'5", that's what we would have to work with. So that's what we're testing. So this whole, let's try 1,000 miles. You don't need to do that. Let's stick 1,000 miles in our distance and see if that changes where the horizon should be.
Yeah, they say it's 3 miles off the coast. So just show us a 10-mile horizon. Show curvature at 10 miles.
All right, so
and I just want to add real quick. You see where it says the horizon is in that picture?
Yeah.
Now, you see how everything after that starts to curve and fall away?
Yep.
That's what happens on a ball. Right? That doesn't happen on a flat plate. Does that make sense? It's real simple. Does that make sense? That if we're on a ball, everything behind that should start to fall below a physical horizon, and it should physically be obscured.
Yeah. I guess so.
Right.
So
That's
then
all.
what would cause the distancing issue, or I don't know, how would you call that? What the
So in the black.
Wait, what was
in
his
the black
question?
swan.
What was his question?
Go ahead.
I was just trying to get the question, Quark. Can you see your question?
What was my question or his question?
No, he didn't finish his question. I think I was trying to hear that out. Quark, what's your question?
I don't remember my question.
Okay, or go ahead, Gizmo.
So in the black swan picture, right? The black swan photo, the physical horizon is behind the oil rig. It's literally like elevated up above the legs, behind the legs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Placing the oil rig in front of the physical horizon.
Yeah, Martoth went over this with you in the car. The truck being blocked, or the human being blocked by the truck. So, just so you're following along.
I'm just trying to give you, like, since now you have that picture of what a physical horizon is, and how on a ball, everything after that physical horizon starts to fall away. But in the black swan picture, you're seeing the oil rig in front of the physical horizon, or what should be the physical horizon.
Yeah,
because it's not physical, it's observed as apparent, not physical. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just don't want to lose you on the topic. It's a hard pill to swallow, man. It really is. But I mean, you got to ask yourself these questions. Make sure you're understanding this correctly.
So what would describe what's happening in the Black Swan video?
You're just seeing what's there.
You're looking over a flat surface. There's not having anything special. You're just looking over a flat surface. It's not light bending or whatever, refracting. The funny thing is you can't even prove light bending inside of our atmosphere like you're claiming. A question: what conditions do you think would be required for this observation to actually happen?
For light to bend?
For this observation to be possible, what observations would be required? Like weather conditions? I mean, weather conditions, yeah.
For it to be reproduced on a globe?
For it to work on a globe with a clamp radius. I mean, you're saying refraction.
I gave you the answer earlier, Quark.
I mean, do you have a refraction model? Maybe by any chance?
No.
Do you have... so you don't have a refraction model. And you don't have to... you can't show the conditions in reality that are required to satisfy the globe model, which you said there isn't. So you don't have a terrestrial refraction model, but you're claiming that it's what's happening. Do you see the problem here?
Well, I mean, I could claim the atmospheric refraction, but I wouldn't want to get into that.
Yeah, but okay,
listen, we've covered this with you.
Yeah, because you're kind of back on the road example that I covered at that point, right? because the dude is behind his car. You can't see him. There's a physical obstruction. Now it's a hot day, refraction is happening, or there's a temperature inversion, whatever you want to say, but you're not going to see the car now behind the dude.
Well, it definitely depends on how you set it up.
Well, I would love to. I would love to see an actual demonstration of that, of an obstruction appearing behind something that it's obstructing.
But here's
Like,
what
I don't think a demonstration like that exists. No, but it seems to me like what they're trying to do when they claim refraction is they're just trying to make the globe unfalsifiable, right? To the point where it really doesn't matter like what distance you're using, what height, what the horizon's supposed to be. It'll always be a globe, right? So then I can be at 1 foot height and the globe predicts a horizon at 1.2 miles, but it doesn't matter if I see it at 10 miles or 20 miles or 50 miles. I can just say refraction. And then it's still a globe. Like, yeah, but it doesn't work like that, because then all you're doing is really making a claim, but there's no evidence for it.
And science doesn't work like that, does it?
That's why I ask him in which case it's flat surface flat, you know.
Well, I mean, like, this is a question I've asked Globers, and I can never get a straight answer. Like, what is like the limit of how much refraction could distort the horizon? Well, say that I'm at 1 foot, and the prediction is 1.2 miles. What's the maximum distance that it can be distorted because of this refraction bullshit? They don't have a straight answer, because they want to say, it can be any distance. It can even be 100 miles, right? Because it just shows, like, all they're trying to do is make it unfalsifiable, so that it doesn't matter what observation anyone makes, what height you are, what the distances are, or how far the prediction is away from what the globe is predicting and what happens in reality. Like whether it's 1, 2 orders of magnitude, it doesn't matter. You can always just say refraction and then the Earth is still a globe. It's like, okay, cool, but if there's that kind of distortion and stuff going on, how did they measure the globe in the first place? That would be literally impossible. So like, it's a problem either way, right?
You don't have phenomena to make you see more, even on flat surface. You will not see more. Only if you have better optics, you can maybe see more. But you will not have phenomena to change that you can see more.
Quark, have you seen the video that I just posted inside the live stream voice text?
Oh, yeah.
So what are you seeing in that video?
Are you pouring hot water onto a pipe?
Yeah, but what are you seeing at the end? Like, it's refraction revealing an obstructed object, right? First of all, this is not evidence that like terrestrial refraction is reality, because the liquid that is poured over that thing has a higher refractive index than the atmosphere. But my point is just, what are you seeing in this video is refraction revealing an obstructed object, right? This is what I'm also seeing. So you could have, if refraction actually could be possible, like you're claiming, inside of the atmosphere, it would be revealing these oil rigs. But how do you imagine the horizon, which is supposed to be a physical location, to somehow be refracted? How do you imagine that to happen with refraction? So are you saying the water is somehow getting refracted upwards or whatever?
No, the light that hits the water refracts onto your eyeballs.
Okay, so this is the claim. What weather conditions are required for this to happen in reality? For light to hit the water and make the globe somehow look 10 times bigger than it actually is.
What's the claim?
You could also just give me a refraction model, and it would all be easier, right? So, yeah, go on. Okay, so you don't know what weather conditions would be required for this observation to be to work on a globe?
For your observation, the video,
No, for the black swan.
the black swan, you'd need to take the current temperature, the atmospheric pressure, observer height, distance from what you're seeing, and then what are you actually trying to prove when you look out at it. So I guess I don't know what
Yeah,
the
I mean, you would have to look at the weather conditions and stuff, as you just said. But what kind of weather conditions are required exactly?
well, there's
Like, how do you know how to measure the refraction coefficient?
I'm fairly certain. Well, not really. I'm not sure with the exact calculations for. I mean, we know how water
but
refracts,
if
or
you're talking
sorry,
about-
light
if you're
refracts
talking
off
about-
of water. So you could also. There's a lot of variables with how you input the to get similar results.
I think you're mixing up reflection and refraction right there. When you're saying it refracts off of water, I think you mean reflection.
Yeah, I meant reflect. My bad.
Right.
But I mean, you just said calculations. But if you want a curvature formula or whatever, if you want to calculate refraction, then you need the measured refraction coefficient, which first of all you don't have. And refraction is just just using the radius of the Earth that you did not measure, and making the calculation. It's just you're not actually using the refraction coefficient, but you're just using the radius and making it bigger by a certain value. That's the refraction. You're not actually calculating the light bending, but you're just making the radius bigger. Also known as 7/6R, if you're aware of that. Indio has done a brilliant video to that.
I just kind of cringe when people say like, "Oh, I can just say refraction." It's like I just get a time warp back to 2017 when we would say, "Well, guys, there's refraction," and the globe earthers would go, "That's just perspective."
Hey, Quark, I'm just kind of curious. Have you stated what's your number one proof for living on a globe? What's your number one flat Earth killer?
I mean, I wouldn't really tell you what to believe, but
obviously,
I mean, if you live on a stationary, or if you live on an island, for example, and you never leave that island, I mean, you could relatively say that it's it's a flat plane that you live on. But I think the main contributor to the I'd say poor structuring of flat Earth theory was how the sun and moon operate.
No.
Wait, let's go back to your island. So you're saying like if you lived on an island, you could maybe potentially think that the Earth was flat. Then you're invoking the sun and moon. Now what?
Well, I was addressing his previous claim, and then I was inserting another one. If you wanted to,
then you observe the sun and moon for 5,000 years, for example, and they are crossing the sky every day, and that's it.
He said the island was flat, but to prove the globe, you go to the sun and moon. He said.
Yeah, keep going, please.
That's where you lost me.
No, he's correct. You're a stationary plane, and you're watching how sun and moon is crossing the sky. That's if you're on an island. If you never was in the school, or if you never watch TV, if you're on an island, you are on a stationary plane, and you're watching sun and moon crossing the sky. That's it.
So if I had to break that down, you're saying you prefer the narrative the story told to you by globalists as opposed to the story told to you by flat earthers about how the sun and moon works, and therefore that proves a globe.
I'm just
Okay, well, please, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
what
Go ahead.
observational like we observe the sun and moon like rising and falling like to us. So then
Yeah.
if you take somebody else from a different say on like the other side of the earth and you try to track the sun's position through, I guess I don't know what the word is, not day-night cycle, to be honest, just to simplify it, and you track its day-night cycle, and would you on a globe model, it would be you because of the Earth's rotation around its axis, the you only get a day and night cycle. That's probably why one half of the Earth is not fried to a crisp, and the other one is not. You know.
So I have a scenario for you.
Bro,
If there was a long enough zip line above your head, and it was high enough, if I was zip lining above your head, it would look like I'm rising and going up in the sky and then going down. It would look like I'm setting and rising.
Well, no, I mean, if we zoom out, even if you take those observations into account, how would you describe it on a flat plane, though?
Well, hold on. What do you mean by zoom out?
Well, I mean, like, you take that out of the picture, like, you zoom out into the Earth.
How would you do that? Are you talking about Google Earth now?
Yeah, you could Google Earth it probably.
Okay, so
You could probably
you're basically
orbit it.
talking about a simulation now, instead of like
about a
where you
simulation.
are on Earth. Yeah, Google Earth is a simulation.
A pretty accurate.
You can't
simulation,
zoom.
though.
Hold on. You can't zoom out your eyeballs. That's what we're getting at here.
Yeah, that it's also a claim that I made about observer dependency is how we observe things, and that's why most of calculations are done with everything relative to the observer. So when you take into account different observations from different points of position along the Earth, if it was a flat plane, how would you get the sun and moon cycle?
Well, just so you understand something real quick. If the Earth is flat, you understand that nothing about reality would change. It'd still have our day and night cycle and everything, right?
No, you'd have to explain
No.
how the day-night cycle works.
I don't have to explain anything. I just want you to understand that if the Earth is flat, nothing would change. Because people seem to have this idea that the way things are now, that means it's a globe, and if it was flat, it would be different somehow. But we're saying no, it's flat the way it is, so nothing would change.
Clark, and how sun is working on the globe Earth model?
The explanation is simple. You go out and you see the sun moving. Done.
Yeah, how
the Earth isn't moving.
Sun working on globe Earth model?
You're orbiting around the sun, and then
you basically have two. You basically have two different explanations for the same thing that you observe, right? Like if I see a plane moving in the sky, for example, I see an airplane move in the sky, I can say, well, the plane's moving in the sky. I could also say the plane's not moving, I'm moving. Like both explanations would, in theory, fit what you observe. But
well, how would you tie that into the sun and the moon?
Well, I see the sun move in the sky, so my logical assumption would be that the sun is moving in the sky, not that the sun isn't moving and that I'm moving. That's like it's the opposite of what you observe.
Well, so then where does it go?
Well, the better question is, what is it in the first place? That's why I think it's not even relevant to start discussing the sun and the moon. Because one, where are they, and what are they? So let's stay focused on things we can actually test, like the Earth, that island. that were your example started on. Because
Well,
what people do is they start pointing at the sky and say, "See, that means it's a globe." Doesn't
Well, I
work
mean,
that way.
do we not have different seasons
But
because
that
of how
doesn't
we orbit
mean.
around
Listen,
the sun?
listen. Just for a moment. Just follow along for what I'm saying for just a moment. I already said this, but if the Earth is flat, that the seasons don't go away.
No,
Daylight
but you would have
and
to
day
explain
cycle
how
don't
it
go. No,
works.
but you have to understand. No, we don't. You have to understand that nothing would change, though. You're saying, well, if it's flat, then explain seasons. We don't have to explain anything. It's just that's the way it is, man.
Is it?
I'm
I
getting
think
the
you're
sense
more
you're saying
going
that
on
if it was
to
flat, it'd be
observer
different.
dependency to describe global
No, we're talking about
phenomena. Well, you are.
objective reality. We've covered this
Well,
earlier
no,
with you about the
to
hills.
the observer.
No, it's about objective. Hold on, Sasha.
The
1
observer.
second.
Okay, so let me give you an example of an observation about seasons. In the winter here, we have very short days. In the summer, we have very long days. So we have more and less sun. That seems to affect like the average temperature outside. I don't need any kind of like Earth is rotating on an axis for any of that. Right? Because I can just notice, well, oh, I'm getting longer and shorter days. Okay. I could think about why that could be happening, but that doesn't really change the observation, right? So whether it's, oh, the Earth is tilted on an axis, or, oh, the sun is doing something else and it's now giving me a different time of day, doesn't really matter because I still have the same observation.
But we observe the sun to be real. So then, how would you observe
Nobody
sun
said
to
the
be
sun.
real in
Hold on. Nobody said the sun isn't real.
flat plane?
Nobody said the sun isn't real.
The sun isn't real.
Nobody said that the sun isn't real. We can all see the sun, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's in the sky. It appears to be moving. Okay.
No one's saying the sun is fake.
Yeah, but I just want to understand how it exists on a flat plane.
The way it has and always has. The way you've always observed it moving in the sky. What else do you need to know?
Well, if you take
you go
it
outside
out,
and you see it.
if that's observer dependent on where you're positioned on the Earth. So
No,
if you
it's not.
describe your local position as a plane,
I think anyone. Hold on. I think anyone who's on the surface of the Earth is going to see the sun move in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm in the Netherlands or if I travel to the UK or if I'm in Africa or the United States. I look up and I see the sun moving on the sky. That has nothing to do with where the observer is.
Correct. You keep bringing up observer dependent. No, we're talking about objective reality and the way it is. Doesn't matter if you close your eyes, die, go up in the sky. This Earth isn't going to change the way just because you view it differently. So we're talking about objective reality. So, which wouldn't change if it was flat, and we don't owe you an explanation. There's things that we don't know. Gizbo posted a thing in the chat. Oh, so you're a flat earther? Then explain every single thing in the universe right now. I didn't make the universe. I didn't make the Earth, so I can't tell you what the sun is, how it's moving, or what it's doing. But this is what we observe. But people have this idea that if it was flat, then we wouldn't have seasons and we wouldn't have daylight. No.
And try to like realize that we observe the same thing, right? It's just that the globe is claiming a story that is supposedly an explanation for why we observe what we observe. And all we're saying is, well, we can't really prove that. So we're just going to stick with what we observe, right? I see the sun move in the sky. There's no reason for me to assume that that's an illusion and it's actually me moving.
So then, how would you describe the frame of reference to the sun and day-night cycles? Or, sorry, the day and night cycles.
The sun's moving in the sky. Light doesn't travel infinitely through the air, so wherever it's closest to the sun.
How does that happen?
How does that happen?
On a flat
I can give you a quick example. Let's use a road again. Okay, we have a dark road at night. Why do they have an entire row of street lamps to light that thing up? Why can't they just put one light and that'll light up 10 or 20 miles of the road? But the air is going to affect the light, right?
How does this connect to day and night cycles?
Well, you have a flat road, you have a light above the road, and one part of it's light and one part of it's dark. How does that work if the road is flat?
What?
You see how silly the question is?
Well, no, you're framing it in such a way that does not make.
Well, I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of a flat surface with a single light source. I'm giving you an example, like a real life example that you can actually go see of a flat surface with a single light source, and a part of it is dark and a part of it is light. So why would that be impossible to happen if we have a flat Earth? We have a flat surface. There's a light source in the sky. One part of it's dark, one part of it's light. Where's the magic happening?
Yeah. So how do you describe the orbit around the sun?
What orbit around the sun?
Or at the very least, if you're describing,
There isn't one. That's how I would describe it. Earth isn't moving anywhere. It's not
You
rotating.
don't see
it's not
anything going around
orbiting.
the sun.
I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to mix like a flat Earth with the globe story and the globe solar system and universe. You're trying to mix those two things together. That's not going to work.
I picked up on that as well. What you can't do,
I don't see how it does it.
but what you
on
can't
a,
do
flat
is
plane.
throw a flat Earth disk into outer space and then fire up the simulation and then begin to proceed with questions like, "Well, tell me about day and night cycle." It doesn't work that way.
Well, yeah, that's why
So that's
I
why he
feel
gave
like
you the
that's a
example of the dark road with lights above it. That's more comparable than a disk in space with a light cycle that shines on the whole Earth.
Because that was your
describing our reality, though.
Hold on. That was your question, right? Your question was, well, if there's a flat Earth, then how can we have light and dark in different places? And I gave you an example of exactly what you asked for: a flat surface with a light source.
No,
light and
disk in
dark.
space is not representative of reality. Let's make sure that's clear.
So
his
where's
example of
the
the light
sun?
on a dark road was more
Quark,
was a
Quark,
much
where
better
is the sun? Quark, before you ask that question, I know what you will ask. Where is the sun located on globe Earth model?
Wait.
You'd have to.
No, he wants to ask the
put
same
in
question.
The coordinates for a in space and time to its
Coordinates. Wow.
Look, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to say space time coordinates, but coordinates. And then if you want to take your location from the Earth, you can.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh,
some
I mean,
wacky
like,
fun equations.
if you were to ask me where the sun is, I would say it's in the sky, because that's the only place I ever see it.
Yeah, but that would be only an observational assessment. How would that describe?
What else do you have to go off
motion?
of? What else do you have to go off of?
Planetary motion.
How would you measure the distance of the sun?
Hold on, guys. Let's drive this train home because he's saying things we got to address before we move and ask a bunch of different questions. Martok made a great example of the dark road with lights above it. It's a great example. Earth is big. Bigger, but possibly, I mean, they're saying the sun is bigger than the Earth. But when I made the example of the disk in space with light shining above it, you were like, well, that's how reality works. You don't think that that's what we're talking about, do you?
No, it's kind of hopping all over the place.
So what did you mean when you said that's how reality works? After I said disk in space with the light shining on the whole Earth.
I never stated that that's how reality works.
He told CB about
How
globe.
you believe reality works,
No,
you have to
it's
better
not.
describe how it works.
No, it's not. That's the thing. It's not. Nobody's talking about a flat Earth in the solar system.
Yeah, so then.
So he gave you. That's why he gave. That's why he gave you the example of the dark road with lights, and you were confused because I think you were trying to think of
creating a
flat
local
Earth in
phenomenon, and you're trying to constrain that to a heavenly bodies,
let's just
which
scale
is
it up.
stars
Hold on.
and planets.
Let's just scale it up, my friend. So the dark road is the Earth. Earth is big, very, very big, right? So we don't have this giant burning ball of gas, the sun, that's bigger than the Earth, that's going to shine on the whole thing. That's why the example of the dark road with lights on it, they don't shine up the whole road. The sun doesn't shine up the whole Earth. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah, because there's it's a sphere and it doesn't light up one side of the entire Earth.
So the street is a sphere.
Is it sphere?
No, you're contorting the your local
No, I'm not
observation
contorting
of the
anything.
street.
No, hold on.
Mark,
What you're trying to do is to say that you can't have a flat surface where one part is light and one part is dark.
Yeah, because that's not how
Yeah, but
light works. You would have
already
to
did.
have
That's exactly
no, you would
how
have
it is.
no. You would have to
I
have
did.
some type
I get-
of sun
No.
or planetary motion that would operate.
No, I don't. I don't need.
Well,
Hold
so
on.
then
I don't.
how does
Hold on. Calm down, dude. I don't need any planetary motion to have a street with a light source and one part is dark and one part is light. I don't need any planetary motion for that.
so then how do you describe the day-night cycles?
He
I just told you. The
did.
sun,
No,
the
but
sun
that's a
Yeah, I
local
did.
observation. That's not
Yeah. So
how
what
you
else? What else do you
explain it
want?
on a
You don't
flat
have anything
plane.
else. You don't have anything else besides the observation.
Well, yeah, that's a local
What else are you going to use?
observation.
We don't need to make
What
anything
else
up.
do you
Can you
want to
not-
use?
can you
You want to
not-
use imagination.
Well, how
I think
about
that's a good idea.
you can get at least 12 different observers.
But we've covered this. The way you observe it isn't going to change what's really happening. You flick
Mark,
on a
let's
light.
observe-
You flick on a light in your house. It doesn't turn on. It doesn't bright up the whole house. You flick on all the lights in your house. It doesn't light up your whole neighborhood. The Earth is huge, dude.
So why are you
like the
describing
street.
reality like that?
Because it's more comparable than a solar system with a disk in space with the sun shining on the whole damn thing. That's what you're.
No,
a lot of
I mean
people ask
in
this
reference
question.
to the globe Earth. How would that not make more sense?
They don't go together. They're not compatible.
Well, of
So
course not.
Yeah, I know. So that's why your question shouldn't that's why this dark road analogy is really good. I don't know how you don't see this.
Well, because you're using a local phenomenon and then constraining it to a larger planetary motion, that being the
There's
sun.
no motion.
you-
Wait.
you are-
We'll
Mark,
just
you are
let's
imagining-
scale it up
you are
again, right?
imagining-
So we've got the dark road. That's the Earth. We're just going to scale it up very big. So it's still flat, still dark. And then what? We've got our light above that
Mark,
moon.
it's not so locally. It's a big how to say range of the space of the ground. You know, when the sun up. You know, it's not locally only. It's getting the countries. You know, even continents.
I don't really get
just
why.
describing the same observer dependent.
Oh, you keep talking
I'm
about
just saying it.
this.
Because it's
This observer
true.
dependent thing.
It's true.
What's
How
true?
is it true?
What is true?
How are you trying to describe on
You-
a
you
flat
think the
plane?
you
You
think-
first have to take
Quark,
the temperature
Quark,
of the
let's
sun.
describe like
No,
this.
we
Let's
don't.
No, I don't.
Why
I don't.
wouldn't you
We
need
don't
to
know
take
what the
that
sun
to
is.
see how
Quark,
it affects
Sasha,
the
hold on a second.
planetary,
Sasha, just one moment.
how it takes the illumination of the entire Earth and
It
compare that to a
doesn't.
flat plane?
It doesn't illuminate the entire Earth on either cosmology.
Dissipation of
Well,
light.
yeah. So how do you explain that though? Even
I
if
just
you
did.
explain it, no.
He
you're
just did.
Yes,
You can't
exactly.
explain it.
So then why are you?
Guys, let me try something else. On your globe Earth, right? You have the sun in the sky. It's light now. It's daylight, right?
Mhm.
Why is it that when you go underwater, let's say you go down in the ocean, why is it dark at 1 kilometer depth? Why isn't it light?
Because the light is getting diffracted when it enters the water's surface.
Okay, so
it cannot be
the water is
observed,
the water is
lower
absorbing,
depth.
attenuating, and all that. Okay, so why would you think that anything different happens in the air? Air is also going to affect light, right?
Yes, exactly. But how would you describe the entire phenomenon of the flat plane being exactly upon refraction?
But what now?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We don't have to explain everything. We did not make the Earth. Okay, there's things that we don't know. So I don't need to explain to you what the sun. You don't know what the sun is, and I don't either. So I don't have to explain what the sun is. What we do is this is what we observe: the sun moving. Done. Not the Earth. So in
If
the
it's
same
a
way,
relative observer, sure.
No, but that's objectively what's happening. Regardless if I go to sleep, if I close my eyes, if I die, if someone's born, doesn't matter of the observer. That's what's objectively is happening.
Yeah, to the observer.
So where else can you go? Where else can you go to observe it differently?
The North and South Pole.
Then what?
Well, then you can, look at it.
Look at what?
And then what?
The sun. I mean, what do you want to?
And then
what do you want me to
different?
say?
What would be different?
How do you go there?
And let's not work backwards from what the book says. Let's go off of what you actually directly observe and experience. Have you been to the North Pole? So why would you say, "Oh, this is how it works in the North Pole"? You haven't been there.
Well, so then have you done all these experiments to test
there's no
to
one's
an
talking about
extensive
experiments.
extent, to a ludicrous
You
extent?
asked
the height of the
why doesn't the
observer
Earth? You asked why doesn't the sun light up the whole Earth?
With the distance of the object, how would that transpose into a topological map?
We
that
don't know
is
if it's
on
an
a flat
object.
plane.
You don't know what the sun is.
I know what the sun is.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
If
You've been
that's
told
what
this.
you
No, you've been
claim,
told
then
the
I know
story.
that that's what
the
you
best thing
claim.
that you have to offer, the best thing that you have to offer is a regurgitation of the same bedtime stories. Everyone here knows better than you.
Well, so then how do you explain how the sun gives us heat and gives off
I don't
heat?
have to explain it. I don't have to explain anything to you because I didn't make the sun. And as I said, you can't offer anything but a regurgitation of the same things that everyone was raised on. So you don't have any actual knowledge. You have a belief. Most of us used to believe the same thing. No, because we used to believe the same thing. I'm not telling you what I believe the sun to be. We're telling you what we observe the sun doing, moving in the sky.
Yeah, so then can't
But you're saying, no, explain
chart
everything
out?
to me.
Can't
You
you
don't have to
chart
explain
out
anything.
the planetary motion of the sun and its orbit?
What planetary motion are you talking about?
On what map as well?
Again, you don't
What are
know
you
what the
talking
sun
about?
is. You don't know what the sun is. So why are you even calling it planetary?
Because it's a planetary motion.
Can you define planetary motion? You brought that up a few times now. So, what is that?
It's literally how planets move.
So the sun is a planet?
It's a star.
Okay, so then why? So what the hell are you talking about? Planetary motion with the sun?
Yeah.
Wait, he
That's
made
how
a
planets
claim.
move, but we're talking about the
He
sun.
made a claim. He said the sun's a star.
Do you think planets and stars do not behave like in
No,
the
we're just
same
addressing what you
gravitational
said.
field?
No, hell no. Look,
Well,
you don't have anything to offer besides your beliefs in a story. So we're just going off of what we observe in reality. So you notice how you were like, well, in the North Pole it does like this. That's only coming from this bedtime story. You don't actually know that. You haven't observed that. You've never been there.
have
So
you been there as well?
I'm not making the claim. You
Well,
are.
then you still can't make the claim against my claim.
No, you're just
You
making
don't need to.
claims.
My pixie dust is better than your pixie dust.
Yeah, because like that's
We're
the thing.
going
It's
off of
it's
what
the
we
whole
actually
problem with
observe in
burden of
reality.
it's the whole problem with burden of proof, right? Because if you make a claim and you don't really have any evidence for that other than the claim, nobody has to go and disprove that, right? It's like if I were to tell you there's a magical unicorn in my backyard, and if you can't disprove me, then it must be real. It doesn't work like that. I would have to provide you with the evidence that my claim is correct.
Yeah,
Right.
but all of science proves it. What are you talking about?
That's incredibly vague.
Yeah, all of science. Like
Well,
what? Like what?
specifically
And you
astronomy.
just said,
Okay, so
Specifically astronomy.
what experiments did they do in astronomy?
They observed planets.
Observation is not an
That's pretty
experiment.
hard hitting.
Name a single viable scientific hypothesis from that field.
For what?
You claimed it was science.
Yeah.
So name any single viable scientific hypothesis from that field.
For what?
You said astronomy, right?
Well, let's stick to the sun since we were talking.
What do you mean
about
for
the sun.
what? You made the claim. You
Yeah,
said
but
it's science.
for what?
Okay, you said astronomy was science, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so name any single viable any hypothesis from that field. Go ahead.
For what though?
For the sun.
If you
were
don't
talking
have
about
that,
the
then
sun,
it's
right?
not science, ding dong.
Well, that's just your claim to
No,
being
Quark,
science.
Quark,
Scientific method.
Quark,
You
you were
have to have
talking.
a hypothesis.
Quark, you were talking about the sun, making claims about what it's doing, what it is. How did they figure that out? Because you said observation. Well, we're also doing observation. We're looking at it. That's not telling us what it is, what distance it is, how
So
it's
have you
moving, the way
charted
it's
out
moving,
the?
why it's doing that.
Have you at least charted out like the distance from
There's
us
no way
to
to
the
do
sun?
that. There's no way to do
do that.
No, how
But
would you
what
do
is
that?
Not
the
even with
sun?
lasers.
You
How
don't know
would you
what
do
the
that?
sun is.
What?
The sun is a giant gas ball. What are you talking
The
about?
hell is it? Definitely not that. It's definitely not that. So
How
we
do
don't
you
know
know
what it
that?
is, but we know it's for sure not that. That's easily debunkable.
Well, how
How
do
do
you
you
know
know
And
it's
that,
again,
Clark?
debunkable?
let's just remind you that the only
You
thing
have
you're
to
going
prove
off
your
of
claim that
is
it's
the
debunkable.
stories.
That's
You're
easy
going.
because
You have to
can't
prove
have.
that it's debunkable.
We will.
Yeah,
We
it
can do
is.
that. We can do that.
It
But
is.
let's just make sure you're aware that the only thing you're offering right now is just a regurgitation, like I said, of the bedtime stories we're all raised on. Let us
Well, yeah,
know when
that's
you actually
observer
have something to
dependence
go
for
off
you.
of. No. Let us know when you actually have something to go off of. You're saying the sun is a giant burning ball of gas. You haven't determined that on your own. You're reading a book and saying, "Yep, that's what the book says, so that's what it is." We
But
used
what
to
are
read
your
those same
claims
books
against the
and
sun, though?
believe those same books. Let's just keep this clear. We used to believe those same things. So just telling us the claim again and again and repeating the claim isn't actually verifying
Right.
what the sun really is.
Right.
Yeah,
You seem
how
to
would
think
you
that.
verify
Hold
the
on.
sun's locality?
You're making the
to
claim.
think.
No,
You seem
you're
to
making
think
the
that
claim that it doesn't
Oh, Jesus.
exist.
No, I'm not.
No, nobody said the sun doesn't exist.
Viral.
Yeah, you did.
Come
What are you
on,
talking
Clark.
about?
Clark, come on, dude.
This is
Hold
the
on,
second time you said that. Earlier you said, "Oh, well, the sun is definitely real." No
Just
one's
clear it
saying
up
the sun
right
is
now.
fake.
Real.
We
What do you mean?
Quark,
It
Quark,
is real.
guys,
How is it
Quark,
not
hold on,
real?
guys, hold on, because it's turning into a mess right now. Quark, do you remember that I told you that I see the sun moving in the sky?
Yep.
Okay.
From your
how is that?
observational viewpoint.
So hold on. How is that me claiming that the sun is not real when I can tell you that I see it?
That's a straw man argument, sir.
Exactly. So why are you saying we're saying that it's not real when
No,
we're saying
now you're
we can see
conflating
it?
my words.
No, I'm not.
You are.
You didn't
No,
say it
I'm
in
not.
Chinese. It was in plain English. You can just rewind the tape.
Yeah, but you may have
play it back for
misheard
you.
me.
No,
I
we
didn't
heard you
mishear
clearly.
you.
Well, get your
That's
ears
because you
checked.
said it twice. You said it twice. You said.
Well, yeah, because that's true.
So the sun is.
Because
the sun
hold
is
on,
real.
I think you're confusing. Like we're saying that the story that they've told you about the sun, there's no way.
I never heard of any
hold
story.
On. Can you?
Yes, that's
Can
what
you
you're
please
talking about.
hold on? Can you? If you're not gonna let me talk for at least 10 seconds, I'm just gonna mute you because it's getting really annoying to talk to you. Right? So I heard that. So. Yeah, if you're just here to take the piss out of us, then you can just leave.
Yeah,
right?
he
If you don't
checked
wanna have a
out, dude. He
conversation-
checked out.
You don't want to have a
I actually
conversation.
did check
let's
out
just
like
end
a
it right
long
here.
time ago when you guys started.
All right. Well, there you go.
Martoth, we're on the same exact page. We see the sun in the sky. You have a story attached to it. We don't.
Right. And we're telling you that there's no way that we can really test or verify that that story is true. That doesn't mean that we're saying the sun doesn't exist. That's just silly.
Yeah, maybe you should get your brain checked because we all heard you say it twice. We can't walk back now. It's all recorded.
Like you're welcome. You're welcome to stay here and have an actual conversation with us. But if you're just here to take the piss now, then that's not really going to work for anyone.
I think we can all tell that he's just going around in circles and trying to get a reaction. So he's not listening. He's
I
not
kind of
taking
get it because
anything
like
in.
we've covered a lot of topics and like there's been a lot of information dumped on him, so he might just be like mentally exhausted at the moment.
I don't know, Martoth. Timbo,
But-
that might be observer dependent.
From your perspective.
You say that one more time.
Like, but Clark, would you like to continue having a conversation, or would you just like to do something else now?
It's a lot to chew on, man. It really is.
So, Clark, what'll it be?
I'm taking my ball and I'm going home.
You got to take all the balls that go with it too. It's just a lot of balls.
Yeah, it's just it's definitely in my top 10 pet peeves when people feel like just repeating the claims is doing it. That's not doing it. All right. So probably everyone in this VC was raised the same way as this Quark guy. The sun is a ball of gas, North Pole, South Pole, yada yada yada. So just what is it? What is saying it one more time? Is that proving? It's definitely not proving anything. So we have to go off of reality, not what the book says, just because it says so. Oh, well, the book says it, so no need to even go outside and check.
I also think it's very telling, like when they say, well, all of science and everything in science, and then when you ask them for anything specific, they have no idea what to say.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
like,
so
how did they
astronomy
determine
is science?
distance
Go ahead
to
and
the
tell us
sun?
about science, right?
How did they determine distance to the sun? You would have to Google something and then give us a half-ass explanation for how that might have worked.
Triangulation, dude.
The thing about science is you should be able to repeat the test. It should be retestable.
Right.
You should just be
Verifiable,
going off of what the book says.
repeatable, falsifiable is also very important.
And I, like, just since we're on the back end of this now, like, we were all told that story. The sun is huge and it's 93 million miles away. What
if
do
it's
I
the other way
have
around?
to, right? What do I have to believe? Why do I have to believe that it's 93 million miles away when I'm looking at it right there? It can do this. If it's that size on a flat plane, why would it light up the whole Earth? Not the size 93 million miles away, the size that it is in my sky. Just like what Martoth was saying about the lamppost. Why doesn't the lamppost light up the entire neighborhood?
Bro, that was such a good example. I don't know how dude couldn't figure that out. No, but that doesn't explain anything.
I think he actually did figure it out because he was with the explanation, and then as soon as I made the correlation, like, okay, so what about the Earth? That's when he started to spiral.
Yeah,
I think that was a big jump. Like, one lamppost can't light up a whole neighborhood, and I think that might be a better correlation on a smaller scale. But
yeah, but I mean, it's exactly what he was talking about. Because he was like, well, if it's a flat surface, then you can't have one part light and dark. And it's like, well, okay, here's a flat surface with exactly that. So what's your issue? Yeah, well, the planetary motion.
Right.
That's where the disk in space with the sun shining on it comes in, because that's we've heard this. We've all heard that a million times. Well, if it was flat in space in a disk, then it would be light everywhere.
Yeah. And I'm surprised it never went to, well, what about the other planets? Like, dude, man, who's verified any of this?
And that's
all
why
story.
That's why I lead them into, like, okay, if you're saying that like the flat Earth should be different, it should be like this and that and the other. That's why I'm chiming in, like, the Earth is the way it is. Right. So you go outside and you say that Martoth brought up the plane moving across the sky. You would never think that you were moving instead of the plane. But when it comes to the sun, they do that flip. Oh no, I'm moving, not the sun.
Right. Now suddenly it would be logical to assume the opposite of what you observe. Like, no, that's not logical at all.
And then what about all those other round objects in the sky, like Mars and Venus and Jupiter and Saturn? It's like, what do those round objects have to do with what we're standing on? We were told the story. Somebody else correlated what we're standing on to those round objects up there, and say, oh, well, what if we're all spheres? That's the story. Nobody has ever verified any of that. That's just a story. And I'm glad that you nailed that, CB. I wanted to go down into that, but I'm also driving, and so I would have roboted out. Everybody would have been like, Gizmo, you're roboting.
Well, it's just, dude, like, it's definitely annoying to go to the book, well, the book says this, guys. Like, we know what the book says. Let's go and find out if what the book says is true or not. So just keep reading the lines over and over from the book. That's not doing anything. Well, look, it says the sun is 93 million miles away, so prove it wrong. It's like, well, when did they ever prove that to be correct, my man?
Exactly.
And that's why Martoth brought up the unicorn in his backyard.
I believe he has a unicorn in his backyard. I don't think he's lying.
No, if you don't disprove that it's there, then it's definitely there. It's like,
Yeah, I made the claim, so therefore the claim is correct, right?
When Martoth went into the street lamps, and he kind of spiraled, I kind of knew it was over then. It was like, he's not going to go any further with this.
Yeah, that's when I started to blow a gasket.
Yeah, the cosmology. Nah, but the sun would light up the whole disc. You go, what are you talking about, mate?
But here's the thing: it's important to take him down that road and make those comparisons because he's new to it. You know, like everybody comes in here and they're like, "Oh, I can debunk flat Earth," and they're brand new to the conversations of people like us. So I think it was important for to go down that road, even though we knew.
Yeah, it's also very common for them to try to mix cosmologies. It's like it's part of the way that like we're taught about it, right? We're taught about the Earth, and then the Earth is existing within something larger, the solar system, and that is existing within something larger. So then, if someone says that the Earth is something different, they still think of it within that reference frame.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing to let go.
Yep.
You know, it's you still because since a young age, that's what you've learned, and that's what it's always been. That's what it's for a lot of people. That's what it's always going to be. So yeah, it's a flat Earth. Okay, in the solar system, but they can't get it out of the solar system because it's imprinted in your brain. That was the hardest thing for me.
Yeah, it's like you're lying there in the crib with like this little toy and thing spinning around above your head, showing you a solar system.
Right from birth.
But then that would mean that there's those galaxies and all those other planets in those galaxies.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's a great point. I think I found the way to put it in text. I've been saying this in the chat a lot. You can't put Halo 3 in a PlayStation 2.
Yeah,
they don't go together. Yeah. So these guys try to put a flat Earth into outer space. They are not compatible.
But I've seen someone playing Halo 3 on a TV.
Someone did say that. Oh, actually, you can. Someone tried to say like you can mod it or whatever. I'm like, all right, dude, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, but this is a common thing. Like they'll put the disc in outer space and then just fire up the simulation. Well, see, look, the sun would be illuminating the whole Earth.
Can't put a CD in a tape deck.
Yeah.
You can try, but
so maybe that question has to come up a bit earlier. Not a CD and a tape deck, but what do you think the universe is, and how have you confirmed that? Just to kind of go, okay, well, what they've told us about the universe is only speculation. Speculation. It's a made-up story, and how much they actually know about how that came about. I know it's a long kind of question, but maybe that needs to be had as well.
Or I mean, that's on a grand scale, but like just the sun, like who verified that the sun was 93 million miles away and that it was that big in the solar system?
Oh, it's the transit of Venus. Don't you know that, Gizmo? Come on, mate. The transit of Venus, because Venus is the same size as Earth. We know that. So, it's fucking ludicrous.
Like seriously, Venus is the same size as Earth. Who verified that?
Well, who measured Earth in the first place?
Right.
That's where you keep on
Well, you can just make an assumption. You can
Hang
just
on,
make an assumption. That's it.
All of astronomy verified that Venus is the same size as Earth.
Yeah, all of science.
Like, how did they do that? Well, they looked at it.
Yeah, that's literally what it said. It didn't even talk. I was like, "Are you?" I was like, "Dude." So that's when I got my Nathan up. I'm like, "Dude, so what's a scientific method, or what's a scientific hypothesis then?" What? He got confused real quick.
So what you're saying is the sun isn't real.
Right. I never said that.
But it's all right for them. It's all right for them to observe, but when we observe, it's not.
Yeah, right. That's just your personal. What did he say? What was his line?
Yeah.
That's just your personal viewing point, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, you nailed it before, but I've forgotten it as well.
I know, right, dude? I was like, you say that one more time, I'm gonna freaking flip a lid.
The sun doesn't exist.
But then asking him his personal viewpoint, like, what's your personal viewpoint? And then he'll give you some long-winded book answer. And it's like, no, what's your personal viewpoint?
Well said, Gizbo.
What are
That's
you
not your
seeing?
personal viewpoint.
I think his personal viewpoint was I'm on Google Earth and then I zoom out.
Dude, when he said that, I can't believe he said that. You were like, what do you
That's
mean
why I asked him what he meant when I heard zoom out. I was like, what are you talking about? Because I know that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, of course, because Ken made the example of the zip line. He's like, well, if I zoom out, then I can see what's happening. You can't zoom out with your eyes.
It's like when you,
Google
when you
Earth
say like a God's view, Oh, we got a God's view of Earth. Just zoom out. Zoom out from where?
So he's getting on us about our personal viewpoint. He's talking about this impossible perspective that no one has. Right. Stop it.
But it's also kind of weird that he kept bringing that up because, like, what was he even trying to say with that? Like, I observed something, but because it's my personal observation, therefore it's incorrect.
Right.
What?
We had to beat it. Like, I felt like we had to beat the point over multiple times. Like with the, I used the hill in your front yard example. It doesn't matter what your personal viewpoint is. That hill's not going anywhere. You could, like I said, you could die. It's still going to be there. It doesn't matter what your personal viewpoint is, dude. You could turn around and not see it at all.
And he actually conceded to that. Like the same when I gave him the example with the car and the guy behind it. It's like, well, yeah, that can't happen. You can never see the opposite. Well, okay, then it's game over. That can't happen on the Earth either.
Well,
but even with
it depends on your
even
personal
with Miggy, even at the start with Miggy, when Miggy was trying to explain, okay, so it's disappearing before the horizon, so it's obviously not the horizon that's making it disappear. He still couldn't get that part. So right from
That's
the
because
start,
it's not real.
Yeah. It's personal observation.
Gizbo, I love that picture you posted. That's the freaking like the kind of hippie dude with the pencil stash, and he's like, "Well, if it's flat, then you need to explain everything." Like that's exactly the vibe. No, I'm not explaining Jack to you. Like you're asking me questions as if I made the Earth and the sun. Sorry, but I didn't make the Earth, so I can't tell you. I don't know, and I don't need to make anything up either. Explain it to me. Hell no.
Like sometimes I just want to walk down their rabbit hole with them when they say, "Well, the Earth is the third rock for the sun." Who figured that out? Why did they figure that out? What gave them the notion that was what was going on? Like I just want to sit there and ask them why? I don't know. Well, because you don't know. That's the whole point. You don't know. No one knows. But the one thing that we can do is we can go out and observe long distance locations that should be obscured by a physical horizon, but they're not. That was the whole point. Oh, did you see what I tagged y'all in? The Google Earth and the maps on iPhone?
Let me check. Yeah.
It's right there at 403 or 3 after. I mean, look.
Wow.
Both
So you think
of them.
maps updated?
Yeah, maps you can zoom out too on your iPhone. You can zoom all the way out, and this is what it looks like.
I'm gonna try it right now. Oh, you're right. Wow. When did they do that?
I'm guessing after they did Google Earth.
Wow. This one's super cartoony.
I think it was Texas Bear in the text chat who brought that up. It's like, well, when you use like things like Google Maps and Google Earth, if you like at the street level, it's all pretty accurate, right? Because it's based on like photographs that they took and stuff like that. But then people think that because that's accurate, it means the entire thing is accurate.
Right.
So then when you zoom out, that's also accurate.
It looks like
Yeah,
it's funny the people that take it serious because it does look really cartoonish. Sorry, go ahead, Timbo.
No, that's right. I was going to say it stops being accurate when you zoom out and it turns into a cartoon, and you get away from like plane photography from above, or helicopters from above. Then they can distort whatever they want because you got no reference frame.
Yeah, the fakeness starts to appear when you zoom out and it reframes itself.
Yeah. It's not that far up either.
It's not. Like you'll see it turn into a bunch of boxes and it'll all get reframed, and then the thing that you're looking at is no longer there.
Well, you notice even when it goes to streets, it starts turning into like a cartoon version, still with the houses in it, but the houses are now square cartoon blocks. So it's only like 100 meters up. 200 meters up.
All of Google Earth is fake now. Like if you you can zoom down in on like your area or whatever, and if you rotate it to a flat plane, it looks like a painting, man.
Yeah. I was doing it the other night. Like it's got a good view from like if you was in a helicopter, like that kind of view.
Right.
It's quite clear, and then you zoom in further, and you go right down to the ground on top of a house, and it's a painting.
Yep.
Whew. And don't get me started on that goofball in the chat, Alan or whatever. He was acting crazy earlier. What do you mean by radius? I don't know what that means.
He's an idiot, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm like, dude, you pseudo-intellectuals can't at the same time pretend to be dumb.
No.
Pick one. Are you the intellectual or are you the dum-dum? Like, you can't.
So you're saying refraction can't exist without an R value? Is that what you're saying? Any times, mate? Like, your refraction needs an R.
So what you're saying is
it can't exist. So you're saying it doesn't exist? Oh man.
To give them the benefit of the doubt,
all you have is 7/6.
Yeah. 7. Which is 0.
You know, the weird thing about refraction too is, like we always tell them that you don't understand refraction. What do you mean I don't understand refraction? Like refraction is distortion, and in every aspect of distortion, it's taking energy away from the energy that's being projected out. So it's just going to get like more and more and more distorted as it comes to your eyes. So like to say that it's refraction over 10 miles or 20 miles or whatever, that's ridiculous. If it was really refraction, we wouldn't even be able to see 3 miles based off of what they're saying. I don't know. That probably doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I want to tell you guys, refraction actually corrupts the image. Doesn't make it more clear in any way.
Right. That's a pretty accurate way to say it right there.
Well, to them, it picks up a perfect picture and puts it in a place further than it should be and represents another perfect image.
That's why it was so important when somebody was asking what kind of atmosphere or what kind of weather would have to have that kind of atmospheric refraction where it would pull the image of the Earth over the curve up and appear. What kind? I mean, because it seems to me like we can see further when you have like clearer visibility. Like you can see further because you don't have all of the refraction obstructing your view.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was trying to say. Like the more refraction, the more distortion, the more corruption of the image getting to your eye. But did y'all see the screenshot I took the other day of the location that I was at in Jal, New Mexico? When it was talking about the visibility index. I'll post it again. Like, what kind of visibility index is 19 miles?
On a curved surface.
And I'm not, it's over land, so I'm not saying like, you're going to have some terrain elevation and valleying going on. But like out there in West Texas and East New Mexico, it's generally pretty damn flat. Like,
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, it's 23 here. No, I was just going to say that I was shocked, blown away because I'm from the Midwest and I've been here my whole life. And so I went to California and I saw what you're talking about with this, like these vast spread open lands. Very, very cool. I think I know what you're talking about. But yeah, it says a 23-mile visibility index here in Ohio at the moment. But you don't get that here. It's like I live in a valley. There's trees everywhere, so you can't really look one direction and see super far like you can probably in Texas, New Mexico, or California, or whatever.
There's a road from Gainesville to Jacksonville in Florida that's completely flat. Completely.
Nice.
You can see all the way down.
Here's the tricky part, CB. So you can, if your terrain area is generally really, really flat, right? There's no like there's not a huge difference in sea level rise and fall, right? And the terrain is generally flat. If you get right above the general tree height, it would be no different than looking over like a flat surface. Like, let's say your average tree height in the area you're living in is like 40 feet high. All you gotta do is go up to the 4th or 5th floor, and now you're only 10 foot above the surface, 15 foot above the surface. I mean, that was an observation that I made here in the Dallas area, the DFW area, from a hospital looking all the way out to Cowboy Stadium. Now there were some play from
There's Robot Gizmo.
you know, you can make the argument for
robots.
MR robot. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Robot Gizmo.
I think I went to a valley. Am I still roboting?
No, you're good.
You in CB's valley. I am a robot.
I know.
You know, I remember your picture from your hospital. I remember seeing that. That was really good.
Yeah.
You're doing it again, Gizmo.
Maybe he still is remoting.
Let's see. Am I roboting still? I'm gonna talk.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 25 miles, and I was on the 5th floor, and I used my iPhone to take a picture.
Yeah, I remember you posting that. That was a good one. I'll try to find some of the pictures that I have from like somewhat of an altitude, but yeah, they're not good. It's trees galore out here in Ohio, but let's see what I can post. It's kind of cool though. When you're in downtown Cincinnati, you can see across the river to Kentucky, but then there's even more hills over there. So it's like you can't really see, like you're not seeing that far really. Just hills and valleys everywhere up in this mug. Okay, here we go. I found some pictures. I can get a taste of Cincinnati here.
Also, guys, something about this topic about refraction. The Globers are claiming that there's refraction happening that's making you see over the curve of the globe. People like Ruhif will tell you that refraction is bending around the globe to 706R, but I'm not willing to give them that. I don't think refraction is doing that. I think refraction will corrupt the image. I don't think it's going to bend over. They took the Snell's law and then bastardized it. From 2 mediums, they put it in 1 medium and say that the light's bending around the curve 706R. How did they get that?
But from that, wasn't he claiming that R was something else from the radius of Earth? Didn't he change the definition of it? He claimed that R was radius of something else.
Ruhif is one of the people I'm talking to. He's claiming there's a standard refraction that always happens. They give 706R, and he'll give you some kind of balloon data to prove it. I don't think that's happening. I don't see how they can prove that.
Yeah, because I remember watching his. He did like a not a demonstration. He did a slideshow thing, and I think he was claiming R was something different from the radius of Earth. I don't know what it was, but
yeah, he's claiming Snell's law, and he's claiming 706R, which is bigger than the Earth.
Yeah, what radius?
They're taking the radius of Earth, given radius 3959, and they're doing 706, which is bigger than that, right?
Did you ask him how we got the radius?
He'll give you this. I don't know what he said. I think he's going to Eratosthenes. I'm not sure.
All this modern day equipment, and we're still going with a guy in a book. Measured some shadows and got his mate to go over a hill to a town, to a city 500 miles away.
And they somehow coordinated to make an observation at the same time.
Yeah, because if they're both going off sundials at that stage, then the sundials would be showing a different time, so they would have got the times different as well. How do you measure 500 miles over hills and valleys? And
Yeah, they claim Eratosthenes was only 14% off, but some guy in Canada took a GoPro and confirmed Eratosthenes to the mark.
Oh, is that the dude with the bicycle?
Oh
Yeah. They show his friend. They show him on the phone with his friend. Yeah, so you're giving me the red meeting. Oh, the measurement's perfect. So we have a globe.
Didn't they show? Wasn't there a discrepancy in the shadows before he even started? I remember watching a debunked video.
Yeah, it's like basically the first it's like a parking lot that they're in.
Yeah,
They take the shadow, and then there's already two different shadows in that parking lot.
Can you post that, because we need to break that down?
Was it Indio that did it? I think Indio did it. Or maybe Indio was talking about it. Oh, Helio, actually.
I call bullshit on it because the guy was on the phone to his friend, and his friend was telling him that these numbers, but we don't know. We can't verify what numbers his friend's telling him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Which is a problem Eratosthenes had, because how do you confirm something 500 miles away at the same time that you're somewhere else? It doesn't make sense. By the time he moves to that location, the sun has moved.
Yeah, we've also got to. Where are they getting the parallel sun rays from, too?
Especially since no one has ever seen parallel sun rays.
That's another one of those like mental gymnastic things that they do. It's like they'll try to argue perspective, and like they use examples like buildings and railroads and things can be parallel and not look like that. But it's just logically not very consistent, because like, okay, you can say parallel lines can appear to be divergent. That's cool, but it doesn't mean that all divergent lines you see must therefore be parallel, because there are also just divergent lines, right? So like just because you see divergent lines doesn't mean that they're parallel. You would have to measure them. Oh wait, we can't do that. So it's just an assumption then.
Just more catch-22s, that's all.
Yeah. That's like the thing that really frustrated me when I started to look into this. Like I don't even know how many years ago now. Like, well, okay, how did they prove this? Well, okay, they used that assumption. Well, where did that come from? Oh, they used like this and that. Well, how was that measured? Just every time you're trying to answer a question, you just end up with more questions. Like, where's the measurement? Where's the data? And it's just not there. It's all assumptions and stories. And oh well, let's use this assumption to prove the other assumption, and then we can use this story to make up that measurement. Oh, Jesus Christ, what a nightmare!
Glad I'm not a Glober anymore. Who can deal with that mini circular reasoning?
They're gonna make me dizzy going in circles like that. We were going in circles with the last guy.
That's all we ever do, unless people are actually willing to have an intelligent conversation.
Maybe that's why they think they're on a curved surface, because they're all dizzy.
Oh, that's just your personal viewing point, though. Don't mind me. I might get stuck on that for like a week.
It's observer dependent. That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Can anybody confirm that light's bending around the curve? Do they have that confirmed?
Hell no.
That's observer dependent, Godric.
So go to the Google that says light bends into a denser medium. So what's up with that?
I mean, they can say whatever they want. They're saying that water is formed up into hills, so proceed with caution.
It sounds like it's just talking about Snell's law, like bending into a denser medium. Then you actually need different mediums, not like one medium with a density gradient or whatever.
They're saying 5 feet to 0 feet is denser medium, so light must bend around the curve that way. Like your Gaussian diagram.
Oh, it's actually funny because like if you were to okay, so the light is bending towards the denser, and like the closer you get to the ground, the denser it is. Wouldn't it eventually just hit the ground?
Yes, and they're saying that happens like over the observation. Can that get them around a curve or not? Let's say over 15 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles.
Oh, if that happens, then there would be a point where you can't see anything. You know what I mean? So because that light has to go into your eye. So even if you're in between that point of it hitting the ground, eventually you're not going to see it. So that doesn't make sense either.
You mean like the 275-mile mountain, like that? Like you wouldn't see that mountain?
Well, it's got to refract directly into your eye for you to see it. I don't know. I'm just having a thought. I don't know whether it makes sense or not, but. Like if that light is refracting on a curve, you're only going to be able to see it at a certain point when it hits your eye. You know what I mean? So whether you're out of that range or in further than that range, theoretically you shouldn't be able to see
far. You couldn't see far up to a certain point, then it would be hitting the ground, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not. I'm not saying that that's correct or anything, but
it seems to me like all they really have is a claim that this is actually happening in the air. Like there are a couple of guys like Mick West and people like that who have tried to make like demonstrations of like light bending around the curve, but then they have to use things like sugar water or use like temperature gradients that are like completely insane because that doesn't really exist on the Earth anywhere. And it's like, okay, cool. So you can make this happen at that small scale. That doesn't mean it's actually happening on the Earth. Like that is the conclusion that they like. Oh, I can make the laser bend in the sugar water, and there's a density gradient in the sugar water. Therefore, the laser will bend in the air.
Yeah, the sugar water is a fallacy. Is a comparison fallacy. Not happening in a natural environment.
That is correct. That's why as soon as they bring up the sugar water experiment, it's okay. Okay, now do it in the air. Do it with oxygen and carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and leave sugar out of it.
Yeah, but so how do we confirm that they could get any kind of refraction going light bending downward, and that's what we see? How do we confirm that that's happening at all? I mean, do you think light bends around the curve or not?
Of course not. There's no curve. So.
If light bends into the medium,
it's like one example in the voice test. It's like one example of what they try to do. But like the funny part about this, so like they're like, okay, there's a density gradient, like top to bottom. But the funny part is they have to actually like point the laser downwards already, like into the density gradient to get it to bend downwards. Because like when they shine it horizontally through it, nothing happens. It's just a straight line. So then they have to kind of like extrapolate this to the air Because if you're shining it horizontally through a vertical density gradient, why would there be any refraction? It's like the ray of the light is not going through a medium of different density at all. That would only happen if you're like, well, okay, the air is curved. Well, why is the air curved? Oh, well, because it's a globe. So, come on, dude. That's also in a couple of those citations that I think QE posts. Well, Andrew Thomas Young and his refraction, like they have to actually like have curved gases in the air to make that refraction happen. Like, well, that's quite the assumption, isn't it? Do we have any measurements of that? Or let me see some curved gases.
I'm just waiting for the day that when we bring up curvature and they say, well, that's just from your perspective, you have to imagine the curve. You have to imagine it curving. I'm like, I'm waiting for that day. It's coming. I know it is. The only way it works is if you imagine it.
Well, they have to imagine space, and that's why they need NASA artists to drive for it, because otherwise we can't see it.
And the like all of the space imagery really took off after the moon landing, the supposed moon landing. Like they're like, oh well, if we can fake that, then let's fake this, and let's fake this. It's all a story. Like you said, CB, and I think even Martoth kind of hinted at it a little bit, but you kind of drove it home. Like it's a story, man. Like it's a story you read in a book. That is it. And then everybody else has repeated it so much. You're like, well, everybody else is repeating the same story, so it must be true. Well, you know what? I'm going to start repeating the story that Martoth has a unicorn in his backyard. No. Martoth said it was true, so it has to be true.
I've actually claimed this like 100 times, at least throughout the years, that there's a unicorn in my backyard. So it must be true.
It has to be, dude.
Why would I lie?
I think that something that maybe everybody here could do also is just like in agreement. Yeah, no, Martoth really has a unicorn in his backyard. I heard it. I read it. I saw it.
I'll do you one better.
I saw
have photos of it. I have photos of it, of a unicorn in like a forest grass area. That's my garden.
I saw the photo too. I know it's real.
Well, I mean, like sometimes it can help to like kind of draw it into a comparison of something so silly. It's like, well, oh yeah, well, but this is basically how silly it is. They're telling you a story, they're showing you an image, and then it's like, well, okay, now you have evidence. Like, well, no, all you have now is a belief.
Yeah.
The thing that gets me is they do this with the gradient. That drives me up a freaking wall when they're like,
yes,
the claim is the proof.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Like, you can't point at your claim and now declare it to be evidence.
Right. It's like, well, what's the evidence you can have gas pressure without a container? Well, you point at the air. And it said, look, there's air, there's a pressure gradient. You just declare that there's no container. Now you have an example of no container.
They just can't
it's
see
just
it.
Silly.
They can't see it. I've explained this, I don't even know how many times to Matthew Learns, and they just can't figure it out, dude.
Yeah, that guy. I've started to do lately is try, like, obviously they're going to claim like gravity is the cause of the gradient. I just want to like ask them, what's the evidence? how would you determine that the cause of the gradient is actually gravity? Like, how would you determine that? What do you measure? What do you test? What do you manipulate? And they never have a decent answer. They're just like, well, it has to be gravity. What else would it be?
Right. Or they'll point back to the gradient again. They'll be like, oh, but there's a gradient. It's like,
and that point, like that's when you really drive home that, like, there's your story. That's the story you've been told. Nobody's ever proven that.
Yeah, but it has to work, or
Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. Globe, Earth,
the answers.
That's funny. A few of the Globers are now actually saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson is controlled opposition.
Yeah.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flat.
I'm not even kidding you. Was it the guy incognito guy?
Has Neil deGrasse Tyson ever been to space?
No one has.
He's never been to space, but he has a whole show about it. A whole show about the universe and where it's back.
Like at best, he would have been to low Earth orbit, and it's like that's not high enough to see any curvature. So yeah.
Well, I know he's not been to space, but I was saying that he's not even a claimed astronaut. He's just feeding the same story he's been told also.
Isn't he supposed to be an astrophysicist?
Yeah, what does that mean? It means you learned a bunch of stories and now you repeat the stories, basically, right?
Right.
It's not like they actually test anything about whatever's in the sky.
He reminds me of the guy that just does fun facts, and that's all he does. I've never heard him actually speak intellectually. It's more like, I got a fun fact for you, here you go. And sometimes they're true, and sometimes they're narrative.
I just kind of like public relations for science. What he's doing.
Damage control. Professional damage controller.
It's actually a good way to put it there, Giz. Because look at when he pops in. We're talking to someone new, and boom, 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 3 Globers has popped in real quick. Right? When we sat here all day waiting for someone to come in.
I would think it would be funny if he like secretly watches us on YouTube just to get his talking points.
You would think they would do better if they were doing that. But yeah, I feel you. I think there are some people that listen to us very closely.
I'm certain of it.
Like definitely a bunch of the anti-flat earthers.
That's what I find really strange, man.
Yeah, like Phil and Bob and people like that. Just like it's almost like they're in the stream just following it 24/7, and then they're complaining about how it's like a waste of time.
That's what's so strange. It's like, not to get real vulgar, but say you're, I don't know, like you're not into like gay pornos, but you're stuck watching them. Like, why do you keep watching if you're?
Yeah.
Oh, this is terrible.
I keep watching the gay porn and complaining about how awful it is, and how nobody should be watching it, but I'm watching it all day anyway.
And I'm here every day, every comment section, making accounts, alt accounts, multiple accounts. It's like, dude, you guys have an issue, because I've spent 0 minutes and 0 seconds hanging around these globe heads.
Shout out to Bendy Light out there.
Yeah, it's like the same 5 YouTube chats gang, so I gotta clock in every day. It's weird, man. Go be with your people. Just find it so strange.
I wouldn't actually mind talking to someone like Phil, because he's supposed to be an academic and a teacher, so it's like kind of good to kind of practice it on and see what they're actually saying, or
Yeah.
expose how illogical they're being. But,
I do agree with that, actually. Like, having a sparring partner is really helpful. We can sit here and hit the bag all day, but you'll...
Yeah, exactly. It's just like martial arts. I'm going to hit the bag all day. Okay, but the bag doesn't hit back.
Yeah.
You get punched twice and you're on the floor. Oh, shit.
Right. It's good practice.
But yeah, I know that, the reason Phil disappeared from here is because what he would do is he would lurk in the lobby, and every time a new person joined to ask a question, he would start DMing them. Hey, I'm a physics professor. Don't listen to these people. Blah. He would run interference constantly.
Yeah.
There's no really way to prevent him from doing that, so it just ended up banned. But it's a real shame because when he was debating in the voice chat, it was some pretty good content. I mean, sure, he was saying nonsense half the time, but that's still good content, right? Like when you have a physics professor, academic dude, satellite engineer who's just saying the most absurd shit. Well, if you pump more helium into the balloon, then it won't go up. stuff like that. It's
Yeah. I find that really funny, dude. All of a sudden, if you just increase, like a car tire, just so big, you don't even need the tire. Yeah. Things just reverse when you make them bigger. I don't know about that. I find that really funny how they'll make that claim.
Yeah.
It's like water's flat in the
He also likes to bring up the weight of the air, which is basically this idea that there are vertical columns of air that are pressing downwards. That's what's creating the pressure. So if I have a barometer, I'm getting a pressure reading. It's because all of the air, 100 kilometers in a vertical line above that, is all pressing downward. It's complete lunacy.
Yeah, Matthew has been on about this lately too. The air has weight thing. That was a head slapper. I can read out some of the conversation. Let's see who just joined. Oh, that was Martoth. Yeah, I was roboting too. I had to drop and rejoin.
Yeah, it somehow disconnected me while I was still in the stream.
All right.
Yeah, that gas, weight of gas thing, I was trying to just play devil's advocate, and it got intense pretty quick.
I remember. So this is what Matthew was saying. This is the main point of disagreement between Flat Earth and Globers regarding air pressure containment, that whether or not air has weight.
What does he mean by weight?
Yeah, well, I said, actually, I took the statement. I said, well, actually, the main disagreement is how you can have gas pressure without a container. And if so, if that can be demonstrated. He's like, oh, yeah, that's another way to put it. But he said, if air has weight, its weight can act as a container. And I said, demonstrated by...
Especially
the air, right?
It's density.
Yeah, he says the best demonstration is to look at everything else that has weight.
But it's less dense where it's supposed to be containing. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and the effect of gravity would be weaker at higher altitudes, where it's supposed to be preventing it going off in space. So it's there's so many problems with it. Not even funny. Yeah, I would probably disagree with that. Like the air having weight. 'Cause weight is already like a weird and like, oh, there is a downward force due to gravity.
Yeah, I
Like,
disagree
well,
with weight.
we
Also,
don't
I
really
think that
observe that with the air.
it's
Well, the
displacement
gradient is
when it
like,
comes to air.
okay, prove that's due to gravity. Well, no, I'm just gonna claim that it's due to gravity. No, I'm sorry. Continue.
No, I was just saying I agree with
Yeah,
you. I don't think that you
probably
should
more accurately.
describe air with weight.
Right.
It's got like
And I mean, like the
it's like a
fundamental
displacement. It
issue
like
is just,
buoyancy. Sorry.
well, I mean, like you're right. I mean, it's like just tell them to get a scale and put some air on it, see what happens. And it's pretty weird that Matthew would say that that's like the fundamental disagreement, though. Like to me, the fundamental disagreement would be: is there a finite volume or not?
Yeah, I'd say density and displacement describe air very well.
Yep.
I thought the fundamental disagreement is it round or is it flat?
Yeah. It's not it's not like a disagreement though. The main claim is that it is a globe, and we can't seem to figure that one out, why they would say such a thing, because there's no physical curve to the earth.
Well, didn't always believe in flat Earth. And I'm sure many others didn't either.
Well, when you present that no one has ever directly measured this curvature of the Earth that gave us this radius value, you got to start wondering how are people gonna, you know, like have any kind of retort for that? Like, go find us who did that. And if you can't find us who did that, then understand our point of view. Reality.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Hear you loud and clear, God.
All these people with nothing to say. Don't make me talk, man. I'm talking
All
about
of these people with no curve in their way.
But that's what they see, they say, on a bright sunny day across the bay. but there's no curve in their way.
Boom.
Chicka boom, chicka boom, chicka boom.
Is it Flat Poets Day?
I didn't bring my Flat Earth poetry book with me. I am sorry. I only have what's off the top of my head.
Wait, do you actually have a Flat Earth poetry book?
Flat Earth songs. I mean, it's not just Flat Earth. I have a bunch of Flat Earth songs I've written, though.
Are those on YouTube or anything?
Some of them are on SoundCloud. Let me see if I can find the link.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I heard one that was made mocking that Adele Hello song, and that was pretty good, but I can't find it again.
Let's see.
I just checked in 2 people. Let me send them a message.
Nirvana had a Flat Earth song. It was called On a Plane.
I'm about to share them in the voice text, just so everybody knows.
All right, appreciate it.
What I miss?
Well, there's a 7 Glober army.
They're gonna need more than that.
Fight them all. Glober army couldn't hold me back. I will debate them all. Let's see.
Is that your song?
Yeah, I produced and wrote all of it.
Oh yeah.
Talking about White Stripes? Or did you do a parody?
That is a parody. I do have, not all of what I have, like freestyling is, or even like self-written is about Flat Earth, or some of it is, but it's just not one thing, you know. This one is the Flat Smackdown. And my Special Boy parody of Soldier Boy.
No.
I'm motivated by Wits that always called everyone a special boy, and I thought it was so funny, so I wrote a song about it.
Like Soldier Boy or something else?
Special boy up in this. Oh, watch
yes.
Yes. Questions. Watch at home all night long. This we go. I don't know. It's been a minute. Yeah. I don't remember all the lyrics.
That's
a while back. But
oh man, I'm gonna go on mute and listen to that.
Someone... Yeah, man. Play it for everybody if you want. If you can, I don't know if you can. I have a couple more on YouTube, but the YouTube, I don't usually. I'm not even. It's like a separate YouTube channel that I have from the one I normally use. I love sharing. Sharing is caring. Sometimes daring.
Bro, this is so funny. Even in the first second, rude. Oh, you're
what? You gotta add on 3 times. Ignore the
Yeah, you
questions.
gotta
Start
ignore
a
all the
fight.
questions. Yeah.
Can we just play it in the live stream?
Sure. We might as well.
Yeah, if you can.
You gotta crank that.
We need to get a video, man. Like we need some Flat Earth music videos soon. Crank that special boy.
I would love that shit, bro. Oh man. Yeah, I mean that one probably could be remastered for sure. That was all. It sounds pretty good, but that's all me singing with the music in the background, singing over the music, and then I just found the perfect spot to stand and for to hold the mic for the mute. Like it was all orchestrated. And now I use Audacity and I just lay the lyrics or the vocals over the music. But like at first, when I was first starting a couple years ago, it was tough.
I get what you're saying. All right, well,
CB.
Yep.
Hey, instead of crank that Soldier Boy, do crank that Glover noise.
Remix.
Hey.
Crank that
Dude, we really could. If you write some lyrics in there, we could switch out some verses and we could do a remix. Because, like I said, that song needs to be remastered. So,
all right, well, let's go ahead and play it, folks. Here's Crank That Special Boy from our friend Brandon here.
Rude. Special Boy, tell him. Hey, I got this new dance for y'all called Special Boy. Rude. You gotta ignore the question, then add on 3 times, start a fight. Whoa. Special boy up in this globe. Watch me craft from your questions. Watch me ad hom all night long, just trolling as we go. Rude, crack that ad homie. 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 Special boy up in this globe. Watch me crack from your questions. Watch me ad hom all night long, just trolling as we go. Rude, crack that ad homie. 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 Secret king, I love my globe. Super dumb, now let me talk. Slay forevermore. I am a complicated rock. I throw quotes from Neil deGrasse. Black Swan is devastating. When I do that special boy, I spin my globe and I start to sing. Rude. I'm talking to your flat ass. And when I do it right, then I'm blocking on your flat ass. I know the globe don't work, yet I defend it anyway. As a hater, I get mad cause that flat earth's a crazy way. Special boy up in this globe, watch me crack from your question. Watch me at home all night long, just trolling as we go. Rude, crack that ad homie. 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 Special boy up in this globe, watch me crack from your question. Watch me at home all night long, just trolling as we go. Rude, crack that ad homie. 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 I'm bouncing on my globe. I'ma ad homie some more. Try to explain gravity. Now I'ma have to ghost. Haters wanna be me, special boy. I'm trolling. I talking all that shit. I be ad homing and then man. Stupid dude. Globe man, glove's my truth. Nope, flatter can I be. So I'ma do a hit piece. Globe looks so good to me. Man, bladder is ugly. Special boy up in this globe. Watch me crack from your question. Watch me at home all night long, just trolling as we go. Rude, crack that ad homie. 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 Special boy up in this globe. Watch me crack from your questions. Watch me at home all night long, just trolling as we go. Rude, crack that ad homie. 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 Got clock this one in Discord. Things like this I do abhor. I'ma crack that special boy, then I'ma act but sore. I'ma act but sore. I know I am full of shit. Watch me special boy this bitch. They gonna try to throw me in contest. I'm a secret king, that shit. I'm a secret king. I'm a secret king. I'm a secret king. I'm a secret king. Special boy up in this globe. Watch me crack from watch me ad hom all night long, just trolling as we go. Rude, crack that ad homie. 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 Special boy up in this globe. Watch me crack from your question. Watch me ad hom all night long, just trolling as we go. Rude, crack that ad homie. 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 Every time I see that globe, I know it is no more. I think it is stupid though. Every single time you can't find the curvature of the shit that you've been touting forever. Just let it go, bitch.
Damn,
dude, that was fire. I'm talking to your flat ass.
I loved it.
The Secret King line had me rolling. I'm a Secret King, that shit. Well done.
That was great. What does it mean by crack a ad homing? I'm sorry.
Crack, like ad hominem, like attack somebody with an ad hominem.
I've heard that term before, but honestly, I don't know it. I don't know it that. I've heard the term, but I don't know what it means.
It's a logical.
It's a fallacy where you attack the person and not the argument.
right.
Oh, okay. I know what you're saying. I see that all the time.
When you reverse that, are you stupid? That's an ad hominem.
Yeah, I see that all the time.
Be right back. I'm gonna go check someone in real fast.
All right, I'm sharing one more called "Hey There," parody of "Hey There, Delilah" called "NASA's a Liar." And this is the last one I'm sharing. Otherwise, freaking is a really good one. You know, NASA's a liar. They just think the globe's so pretty. I'm 100 miles away, but I still think I see that city. How about you? Anyway.
I like that.
All right, guys. I gotta get out of here, though. I gotta go to work again.
Thanks for stopping in, man.
Yeah, what he said.
All I can say
I like
is thank you
that,
for your appreciation.
I like that Flat Earth song, that Soldier Boy song. Flat Earth Noise. That's what you should call it. Flat Earth Noise.
You gonna play that "Hey There, Delilah" on the Discord?
I don't know if they will or not, but I just wanted to say, if you write a verse or two, man, then like go to the song, the karaoke version, and just sit there on one of the verses, like second or third verse or something, and just write in the same freaking things, because it would be really cool to have somebody else in there with me, you know?
I'll see what I can do. You said the karaoke, or is it?
That was your line. I don't want to leave you out.
Oh yeah, but I mean, flat Earth noise would just be like what you're saying. Everything's ad hominem, so that's what that is. It's just flat Earth noise, or not flat Earth noise, globe Earth noise.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I gotta get going, guys.
All right.
Hey, did I miss anything? We just got back from the check-in. I just checked in Mr. Steal Your Girl. Gentlemen, watch out. Yeah, let us know if you have any questions, Mr. We're always open for questions, points, whatever. The floor is definitely yours in the future, so doesn't have to be now, but anytime you like. Welcome to the panel. I'm going to ping you in our chat that goes along with this live show. Just in case you have questions, you're welcome to type them out as well. Here's the chat. Oh, and Potatoes joined. Welcome back.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, man? So yeah, I checked in your friend, and then I checked in one more after that who had a similar story, which is cool. Delta is here as well.
What was his name?
I can check in Delta. I'd like to go to up top while y'all talk to the others.
Yeah, I'll move him up. I'll move you. Oh, he bounced. Your friend was who was your friend?
I know my friend, but who's the other dude?
Oh, Mr. Steal Your Girl. But he said he was flying solo, so he said he didn't know anyone else here.
I don't know no Potato.
Yeah, I don't know you either. Low-key, your name's kind of cringe, but we'll let it fly.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys all came here from the YouTube. So why do you guys have Flat Earth in your YouTube feed?
I don't know. It's recommended for me.
Really?
Oh yeah, like videos with 10. Is someone snoring in the background? This guy Buzz is snoring.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, so like videos with 10 views even recommend it to my YouTube. I don't know why.
Do you guys get the other like recommended like Flat Earth debunked without science? Like I'm sure you guys have
other stuff too. It's not always Flat Earth. It's other stuff as well.
Okay. Interesting stuff. Yeah, it's like I said in the chat earlier, it's a little bit of a spicy topic. So it's very interesting to see why people get involved. People come from different reasons. Oh, I'm here to troll. I have questions. I just want to interview you guys. Yeah,
I'm Mexican.
I've seen it all.
So do you start like presenting or stuff?
Sorry. What was it?
Do you start presenting?
Sure.
Like,
Do you think that the room you're in is moving?
My room?
Yeah.
I mean,
not relative to me.
No.
Of course, not
Not
relative
really.
to you, but objectively.
Yes. That's just how space works.
Is that does the other person agree?
Well, excuse me? No, I disagree.
You guys disagree?
Yeah, I disagree.
So it can't be both.
Yeah.
So which is it?
No, my room is not moving. Trust me.
I would agree with that.
But
Your,
my
your
room is
room, your room isn't moving on like in perspective
it's
to
not
like the Earth.
tiptoeing
I
down
guess.
the block.
Like if you're the Earth, it's
Yeah,
not
of course.
moving, but
the
Earth is.
That's
moving.
not the question. Yeah, that's not the question, though. Of course, the question isn't like, is your house sliding off a cliff right now?
Yeah.
Is your house moving with the Earth?
Oh. I thought you meant something else.
No, it just means what it says.
So I mean, do you think that the Earth or the sun is moving? Then is that it? Is that your?
Well, that's what you
your
see.
answer? No. I'm asking you. 'Cause,
That's
I mean,
what we all
the sun. For me, the sun, in my opinion,
Well, I have a question.
the sun is moving, and the
Is
Earth is moving.
Oh,
Everything moves.
Potato, are you a flat earther?
No.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Well, so here's the thing. We're inside of our house. We flip on a ceiling fan. You see the ceiling fan moving. How many times out of 100 times, if you flip that switch, will the room start moving?
Not quite sure what you're asking. Are you asking like torque?
When I flip a switch, I have a ceiling fan in my house. If I flip the switch, the fan starts spinning, and I look up, I see the fan moving above my head.
Mm-hmm.
So how many times, is there a certain amount of times I need to switch it for the room to start moving, or will that ever happen?
That's a fair question.
What would your fair answer be?
Well, I mean, hold on, sorry, I got a DM. It threw me off. So I mean, technically yes, but Earth is
So
such a heavy mass that
let's stay on our examples. We've got our room example with the ceiling fan. We flipped the switch. The question was, let's say we flip it 100 times. How many times out of 100 will the room start spinning instead of the fan?
Are you? It's kind of difficult because like
I'll just answer for you.
If you're saying
zero.
I'll say zero. Let me. You were asking the question. Let me answer. So, are you saying just the room, or are you talking about the room on Earth?
Yeah. So when I flip the switch, the fan itself is moving.
Yes.
All right. So let's just we can move past. I don't want you to get too stuck on this. I'll just say zero times does the room start moving instead of the fan. So let's just go outside now. So we see a plane fly across the sky. Are you moving, or is the plane moving?
Both.
Okay, so let's go back to the room then. When you flip the ceiling fan, are you moving, or is the fan moving?
The fan.
So
because you're both grounded to the same object. You're both grounded to the room.
Okay, so the fan's moving, and then you aren't. And then when you go outside, you see the plane moving, but you're also moving?
It really depends on your perspective, because if you're talking about in the realm of the universe, like if you're, like, it really all depends about perspective. If you're talking about your perspective on Earth, then really you're not moving in either
let's
example.
speak objectively, not necessarily how you perceive it. Let's just speak objectively.
Okay. Then in both examples, you're moving then.
Okay.
Because you're moving through space and time.
Okay. Okay, so then we go to the sun and we see the sun moving, but you guys will go back to saying that actually. So you're saying that it's both the sun and the Earth moving?
Yes. Because the sun is orbiting around a black hole in the center of the Milky Way.
All right.
And the Milky Way is moving still, too.
This would go to the point of how do you know that you're also moving?
Because you orbit around the sun.
Yeah, but when has that ever been?
Hold on.
Go ahead. Sorry, CB, go ahead.
No, you're good, Kim. I was just going to say, like, we're well aware of the story. So you don't have to, like, repeat it or anything. Just, like, saying, oh, well, there's a black hole. We're into, like, the proving business. It's not about what you think you know. It's about what you can prove.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to get you out of the mindset of, like, well, I'll just tell them the claim one more time. Because we're all pretty well aware, and we used to believe the sun going around a black hole and all this stuff. So let's try to shift into, like, what we can prove or verify. So how to, like, her question was, how do we know we're moving?
Well, so how are all of the other planets around us moving, and we're not? Even though, like, you can just look at the orbits of each planet, and even if we're not moving, how would that make sense?
Well, in the same way that you see your ceiling fan moving above your head in your room, and the room isn't moving, it's kind of the same thing with airplanes and the sun. You go outside and you see those things moving, and you're not moving. And we can't work backwards from assumption. So we've got to build upon a foundation. So we can't work backwards from, like, oh, well, there's black holes, and then that means there's orbits, and then that means this, and that means that's working backwards from the story. We want to build and get there if we can. So that's where we start with our room. Does the room move or the fan? The fan. All right, so let's go outside. Does the Earth move or the plane? Well, it seems like the plane's moving because you don't observe the Earth move. Same with the sun. You see the sun moving. You don't observe buildings moving across the Earth or with the Earth or anything like that. So if someone wants to claim that they are moving, let's get to it. What's the proof for that?
Well, what's your proof for us not moving?
Well, it's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Because we're not making any claims here, but you have. And, well...
So then what's your claim?
I don't have one. There's only, when you go to court, there's only one claimant at a time. There's not like, oh, well, you both have a claim. Like, there's one claim, and then that person who has that claim now holds the burden of proof. So you don't just get to shift the burden now and say, well, you prove that I don't.
Well, I can't prove it. I don't know enough about this subject, so why don't you prove whatever your opinion is on?
No worries. Yeah, no worries. That's just, you were like, all right, start the presentation. That's one of the things I usually like to start with, like, does the Earth move or not? So, we've got some other arguments we can get into. I'm sure other people have been wanting to chime in, but maybe you've heard of, like, boats go over the curve. Have you heard that before?
Yeah.
I would assume that's your position.
Yeah.
So, I would say that boats don't go over hills of water. I'll post some stuff in the chat to provide a little context. But the boat's going over, it's claimed to be going over curved water.
Mm-hmm.
When have you ever seen bodies of water do that?
When they are gravitated towards a central point.
Okay, so when have you observed this? That's what I'm asking. When do you go out and see hills of water?
In the ocean.
You visibly look out, you see a bulge of water.
Waves.
But waves aren't curvature. In the same way that, here, let me give you an example.
They have a curve.
Oh,
I'm
let me
not
give
sure
you an
what you're
example.
asking.
Let me give you an example. So, I'm on a carpeted floor right now. There's a hard floor underneath, and it's got some carpet on top. Would you say the floor underneath the carpet is flat or level?
Wow. Sure.
All right. So then we put a bumpy carpet on top of that floor. Is that curved now?
No.
Right. So same with the waves. I would say the waves are like the bumpy carpet. We've got little spiky water, whatever. But that's not Earth curvature. They're not claiming that boats go over waves. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's the Earth curve right there, that wave. No, they're saying that the water's curved. Like I posted in the chat there at 25 minutes past the hour. Very similar to a sphere. The surface between you and the ship is not entirely flat, but bulges up. That's why it has obstructed your view. So yeah, they're claiming that boat has gone over this curved water, aka a hill of water, as I like to dub. So I asked, like, when do you observe this? Because I don't go out and I don't observe bodies of water in convex mounds or hills or whatever.
Well, I mean, you can observe it with tides. I mean, it's at one point on Earth it is lower or maybe higher than on a different point on Earth.
Sure. If I get in a bathtub, the water raises up, but it doesn't become curved all of a sudden. And they don't say that boats go over low tide or high tide. So let's stay focused on like the curved water that they're claiming that boats go over. So, I mean, can we just rip the Band-Aid off and say that you don't observe hills of water?
I mean, I guess you could say that, but I mean, doesn't change the fact. I mean, you can't stare at Africa from the East Coast.
Well, duh. I mean, what are we gonna? Is this we're gonna just do obvious statement hour or something? That has nothing to do with flat Earth. Because people will say that from time to time. Oh, well, if it was flat, I should be able to see across the ocean.
But also, if you don't just
gain superhuman abilities. If tonight that you learned it was flat, and then you wake up tomorrow, you don't just start seeing different things outside. You see exactly what you've always seen your entire life. The Earth isn't going to change if you learn some stuff about it. So this whole idea of like, oh, well, you should see China, that's a straw man.
So then, what is your explanation for boats disappearing over the horizon?
They're just going away from you.
Yeah, but how are they getting, like, how are you able to see less of them, like, vertically?
Well, let's go back to our floor.
They start sinking into the water?
No. Well, that's the whole idea of a boat, is to not sink. Well, let's think of a huge warehouse. You might hear this example from time to time, but think of a big warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
You ever played pool before? You know how you kind of get low with your pool cue to get a good angle type of thing? All right, so let's get low down to the ground. We've got a brick on the surface right in front of your eyes. So you're laying down, and I'm going to start sliding this brick away from you. Is there a certain point where you might not be able to see that brick anymore?
When it goes over the side of the pool table?
Well, I'm talking about a warehouse floor. On a brick on the floor. I'm going to slide this brick. I'm just going to keep sliding it away. Is there a point where you might not be able to see it anymore?
No. I mean, if it goes behind something.
Wait. Sorry, we've got a big, open, empty warehouse floor.
Yes.
You're laying down on the ground. I've got this brick in front of your eyes, and I'm going to slide it away. I'm just going to keep sliding away. Is there a point where you won't be able to see it anymore?
I mean, it's not infinitely big warehouse, so no.
I'm looking for a yes or no.
I just said no.
So you'll always be able to see the brick, no matter what?
It depends on the length of the warehouse, and because, a brick is yay high, you know.
All right, let's swap out the book. Let's swap out the brick for a book.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you can read this book. I'm right in front of your eyes, right? And I go back. Let's say I go back 100 yards. You still gonna read that book? Can you still read the book?
You can't read it, no, but you can still see it.
Is it
It's only
obstructed?
100 yards.
But it's not being obstructed. You understand that?
Yes.
So that's the same thing with the brick. It's going away from you, and yes, it's gonna be a certain point where you might not be able to resolve it because it's at too small of an angle.
Mm-hmm.
If you stand up, yeah, maybe you'll see it again.
Well, I mean, the angle is always going to be not.
Remember,
really
you got low.
zero, but-
Remember, like a pool table, you got really
Yeah.
low to the ground. So your eyes down on the ground. I'm sliding this brick away. Yes, there's a certain point where the brick, you won't be able to resolve it, and so you're at too low of an angle. Now, if I start stacking bricks on top of that, yeah, you might see some of those bricks on top. Would you agree?
Why would you see bricks on top if it's only 100 yards away?
Well, so let's say we've got this brick and it's gotten to a point where you can't see it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then we start stacking bricks on top of that. Do you think you might start seeing some of those bricks then, even though you couldn't see the bottom one?
Yes, because of
yeah,
the horizon.
that's right.
Yeah.
Well, wait, what do you mean that's because of the horizon?
I mean,
because there's no obstruction in the warehouse. The floor isn't obstructing that brick. So you were asking, like, how do you think the boats work?
so then why wouldn't you be able to see the bottom brick, but you can see the top bricks?
Remember, your angle is too low. You don't have a good enough angle to resolve.
You were saying that I was like, you said I was laying on the floor, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, say if you stood up,
It's the same angle at every single point.
Yeah, so if you increased your observer's height, then I'd say, yeah, maybe you could see it again. But at that angle, it's too small of an angle for you to resolve it at that distance. So I would say that's how the boats work as well. They're not going, the warehouse floor wasn't curved or blocking that brick. It's just too far away for you to resolve it at that angle. So I would say the boats work in a very similar way. They're just going away from you in the same way that brick is. And then, like like I said, you start stacking bricks on top. You acknowledge that the bottom was like disappearing, right? So that's what they say: things disappear bottom up. Yeah, it happens like that on a flat surface as well. I'd say that happens with the sun and boats. They're just moving away from you, not going over any curve or anything like that. Everybody in there quiet tonight, huh? Do you feel like we got to the end of that point, or did you have any other questions about that?
No.
I'm sorry. I'm out here with the kids.
No, it's all right. I'm just, no worries. Gotcha. So you're good on the curved water thing, or do you feel like you have some more questions about that?
Nah, it still just doesn't make sense. But you're not gonna change my mind.
Oh, I'm not here to change your mind. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I think that would be beneficial if you like leave here and you're like, okay, well, this is what they were saying. We don't want you to leave here confused. So what can we do to help you understand this example?
Nah, it's fine. Let's give someone else a turn.
Okay. So what was the confusing part? What was the confusing part? Was it the bricks on the warehouse or something else?
Yeah, it makes zero sense that you're saying that you can't see the bottom brick even though you're at the same angle at any given point.
That's objectively the truth. That your vanishing point means that when you're looking down a hallway, don't you see the floor going up and the ceiling going down?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But then at that point, are you saying with enough zoom you could see to the coast of Africa from the East Coast?
No.
I mean, that's what someone was saying in the live stream voice text. It seems because they're saying, or they have a video of a ship that they zoomed in on, and you can see it, but when they zoomed out, you can't.
Just like the brick, right? So if you were laying down, you can't see this brick anymore because with your eyes. I'm talking a big warehouse. It doesn't have to be infinitely big. You don't see infinite. So it's got to a point. So you're laying down on the ground. We've got the brick. It's gotten to a point where now you can't see it.
Yeah.
So if you got a camera and zoomed in, do you think maybe that you could see it?
Possibly. It depends on the distance, of course.
Right. So the thing is that it hasn't been obstructed by any curvature.
But it can if it's far enough away.
No, because you've always been told that it
depends on the
disappears over the
situation.
Wait,
are we talking about
regardless
effects of curvature or actual physical curvature?
What?
Well, in that
Sounds
warehouse,
like you're-
there is no curve. There's nothing there to obstruct the brick except for its distance. It's just too far for you to see. There's no obstruction at all. That's what we're trying to help you understand, that in the sense of the oceans as well. The boats aren't being obstructed by a big hump of water, just in the same way that a brick is not being blocked by a hump of the warehouse ground floor. It is just too far away.
Just like imagine you let go of a balloon and watch it until you can't see it, and then you get a telescope or a good pair of binoculars or a good camera and you zoom back in on it. Nothing was blocking it. It just got too small for you to see.
You following this time?
What kind of fucking laugh was that, Globe?
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just watching a video.
I see Indio's here. Welcome, Indio.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm glad for punishment.
So, is there still some confusion?
Who are we talking to?
We've got Potato and Mr. Steal Your Globe.
Hey,
Not gonna lie. All right, turn off the echo in the background. That's annoying. Yeah, not gonna lie. Can you apologize to me for saying what's that laugh? Because that kind of hurt my feelings. Not gonna lie.
That's on you, buddy. You're the reason you get offended. I don't know what.
No, I got offended. I got offended. No, he has to apologize. Not gonna lie.
So I know how you can be less offended. Stop.
Not gonna lie. What are you talking out of? A paper.
Hey, Indigo, can you please stop being like passive aggressive? It's kind of like
I'm not being passive aggressive. No one here cares about your emotions, and also no one cares about this little shtick you're trying to pull. Yeah, literally nobody cares. You're not the first people to try this. It's not amusing. It's not cute. It's not clever. Boring, quite honestly.
I see KR9 Spy popped in. Hey, buddy. Good to see you.
See, this is a little derailing tactic.
What's
my God, I can't repeat what they said, so I'm going to try and talk about my feelings, talk about their feelings, talk about anything but the topic. So I'm going to say one thing, because this is why I came in here. So, Mr. Steal Your Globe, Mr. Potato Head. So I posted an image of a flag, right? This video was taken, if you go on YouTube and Google Round Earth versus Flat Earth, National Geographic did a thing so-called Proving the Earth is a Ball. And this is an image from it. And as you can see, the bottom stripe, right, is partially obstructed. And National Geographic said that this proves the curvature of the Earth, right, because you can't see bottom part of the flag. Problem is, the thing that's supposed to be obstructing the bottom part of this flag is the horizon, and the horizon is behind the flag. So I want to know how that's possible. Look, dude, Potato Head, you've never seen Pluto, okay? Can't see Pluto with the naked eye.
Yeah, I know, but you can use telescopes.
Okay, and how do you tell how far away it is?
A laser.
So you're bouncing a laser off of Pluto?
Yes, you can time the amount of time that it takes for light to hit an object and refract and measure the distance, because we know that.
How do you know that's an object?
First of all, that's never been done, and it wouldn't even.
What do you mean it's never been done? Have you ever seen a tank? It has a laser rangefinder.
Yeah, I'm talking about bouncing a laser off of Pluto. No one's ever
It
done
takes
that.
8 minutes for the laser to get to the sun. How long till it gets to Pluto, dude?
I don't know. I haven't done the math, but it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple physics, buddy.
But it takes 8 minutes by their math to get to the sun. 8 minutes.
So
maybe 11
Listen,
minutes.
don't cite something you have no clue what the hell you're talking about. Pretty simple physics. Okay, what's the beam divergence of a laser?
I don't know. I haven't gotten to that part of physics
You
yet,
have
but
no
it's
idea
pretty
what you're
simple.
talking about.
It's
You came
really
to the
fucking
wrong
simple,
place.
buddy.
It's actually not really simple. If it's so simple, give us the citation.
Bro.
Give us the citation of the paper.
So
give us the
how does
citation of the paper.
Hey.
Whoa.
No. Hey. You're not in charge here.
Yeah, go get the. We'll give you a few minutes to go get your citation. And put
You two eat too much estrogen products to come in here and throw your weight around. Okay, you don't have any weight to throw around. You have manginus, so just chill the hell out.
Estrogen products.
Am I lying?
Not at all.
Freaking triple soy latte.
Just pro tip, guys: stick to things that you know. So don't say things that you can't support. Of
I
course,
actually
it's been done. All right, we'll get
I got
to
a
that.
question.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
let's
Does
talk to a
anybody
new
know
person.
How long the light would take to get to Pluto?
Okay. Listen, first of all, it's never been done.
Oh
And
yeah, I know. I'm just
there's
curious.
no
It's 8
possible
minutes
way
for the
you could,
sun.
even if you took everything as true, right? You could never hit it.
I agree. I'm just curious as to the time delay.
Hey, I have
Dude,
a
that would
question.
be like trying to thread a fucking needle from like a million miles away. Dude, like, it's not happening.
So what's up, Kara9? Do you have something?
Yeah. So I see like these videos and all the evidence that the Earth is flat, but why do they all have like this weird, like color disrelation? And they
Which
say
one?
they're using like some special camera, but it's just a filter on the video.
Which one?
Can you be specific?
Oh, you mean the infrared?
Yeah.
Because infrared's not visible light.
Infrared is not in green.
No. That's how they use the. So you have typically a camera, right? When it has infrared natively, it's night vision. That's how night vision works. Infrared. So it picks up the infrared radiation, but it has to express it in a color value, and that's the color value they chose to express it in, because infrared doesn't have a color that you can see. It's infrared. It's not visible light, but they have to put it in visible light so you can see it.
But why are they doing that? Why can't they just show me the raw footage?
Because your eyes can't see infrared. What aren't you understanding?
No, yeah, I understand that, but it says RC boat is like 100 feet away from 500 feet away from camera. Like, why?
That was in visible light. I inverted the colors to add more contrast. Okay,
Well,
so the human eye, it has less sensitivity to certain color values, certain color ranges. So it's least sensitive to blue, right? So that means the rods and cones in your eye, the amount of different shades of blue it can see are less than in red. So if we change the color values to red, right, you can see more shades of red than you can shades of blue.
But I mean, why would you do that? I'm not like colorblind or anything, so I don't understand the whole point.
It's harder. Just told you the point, because it's harder to see in the native color because there's more blue.
I understand.
So I can show you the original video.
Yeah. I can see it. Pretty sweet.
Oh, there's a I gotta find it real quick. So there's a channel. It's called Sky Free. It's on YouTube. He's done a bunch of these. This isn't like the only one. Well, first I'll show you one, a different one that's in just because this is handy while I find the other one. So this is not color corrected. Nothing was changed. I mean, you don't even have to trust these videos. You can just go do this yourself. It's not really a difficult test.
I don't know why did he skip though. That was something. Like he skipped the boat getting to the other side. Now he could have just raised the camera.
Okay, when they released the video, that was an actual edit, right? So they filmed the boat again, filmed the boat again. Have you ever like made a video?
Yeah. And you can edit it and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, but typically you don't show a continuous video. You clip it into the important parts. Otherwise, it'll be like a 40-minute video and no one will ever watch it.
Didn't they do that with the Three Stripes thing on National Geographic? Or
but ain't that manipulation?
Didn't they do that with National Geographic?
Yeah, so was National Geographic like a continuous shot? No, nothing is being manipulated. Nothing in this video is manipulated. Look, you can see the boat the entire time, or you can't.
I know, but he could have just raised, right? He could have raised the camera.
Well, wouldn't you see him raising the camera?
I would have, but he cut it.
They're actually, but that's because they're two different segments. Why would he take two different segments of video and then make them look like they're one continuous segment? Why would you do that? That would be manipulation.
I don't know. He could have just fast forwarded it. He didn't have to make a cut. That's just me. Like,
you understand? You film, right? You film a clip, and then you do it again, a totally separate clip, right? And then you do it again, and then you do it again. Then when you want to make the entire video, you take the several clips you have and segment them.
Oh, so he's filming it on Snapchat?
Pass them off. Yeah. What? On
He's filming it on Snapchat? Like, yeah. On Snapchat, you can only film for like 30 seconds, and then it stops.
I would drop the goofy in front of you.
No, it's true.
You're not this stupid.
I got something on that clip being cut. If anybody that believes in flat Earth apparently believes somebody manipulated them, so anybody that believes that the flat earthers are crazy also thinks the flat earthers are trying to manipulate them also.
I mean, he sounds like, but look, he sounds like someone who's intelligent enough, but has never come across these kind of examinations. I'll say that's what it sounds like. So it's like he's like, when somebody's in disbelief and they're like, well, obviously I'm supposed to be making sense and I'm not, because there's no way in hell you don't understand that you can't see a fly from 3 blocks away with your eyeballs. Like there's no way you didn't understand that you can't see a brick forever. But you can pretend.
The brick wall analogy is very good too.
Response. But it might just be that you were uncomfortable, and in uncomfortable positions, people tell white lies. It's cool, but we're getting to the point. I mean, honestly, we should have left him alone, guys, because he did try to stop. Because it was cognitively painful, probably, because he was like, okay, I'm not understanding what, like, I came in here probably with one line of reasoning or questioning. You guys are showing me something else. Shit is getting too real. I don't have the energy to understand this right now. So let me just be quiet and you guys do what you do. Y'all didn't let him do that. So y'all got to be more compassionate.
This was somebody new, Eli. This was somebody new, Eli.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, never mind then. Rock on.
No, you're
right. This isn't. So yeah. So, but I want to jump on what you said though, because that's a good analogy. If you had a brick wall, right?
Yeah.
That's like 50 bricks high. You move that wall away from you further and further and further. What brick are you not going to be able to see first?
The bottom ones.
Yes, of course. The same thing. Same thing. Object
So
moves away from you
you're
on
a
a
glober
flat
then,
plane.
right?
Sellers and Potato couldn't figure that out.
No, it's not because of the curvature of the Earth. It's just because the angle and the angular resolution.
You said the angle?
The angle.
But if the Earth is flat, there's no angle, right?
Oh, so if the Earth is flat, there's no angle. So if I'm 6 feet tall and I look at a spot 6 feet away, there's no angle to the surface. It's parallel.
I mean, there's mountains here and there and little hills.
No, I'm just
so.
like I'm on a basketball court. I'm on the free throw line. I'm looking at the half court line. Is there an angle to the ground?
No.
No. How much crack did you ingest before you joined this server?
Why does there need
I
to
don't
be
know.
why does the basketball court need to be curved for there to be an angle?
Not though. It's not curved.
So if I drew a line from my eye from my eye to the basketball court, my line of sight does not intersect the basketball court at an angle. Parallel to the basketball court.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a retard. Okay, we're done with you. You can't be honest with yourself. Sorry.
No, I just don't really understand the question.
Yeah, you're stupid. You do understand. I hope you're recording this on YouTube, which they probably are. They think they're doing something clever. I mean, we're going there and show the flat earthers.
I agree with the flat earth.
Rage.
I agree with the flat earth, but the questions are hard to visualize if you don't understand what you're asking.
It's actually not difficult to visualize. It's super simple. You just imagine you're on a checkerboard, right? You're standing on a large checkerboard, and you see a bunch of squares, right? All the squares aren't the same shape, right? And the squares further and further away go flatter and flatter and flatter and flatter, right? You're standing on a large checkerboard. You ever seen a checkerboard? I swear to God, man, like if no one's ever left their house that's joined this server today. I got an image of the checkerboard.
And you just use an intersection. Like people understand. Like if you're like about to cross the street, those lines
there you go.
aren't equidistant. Well, they are equidistant. Well, I mean they are evenly spaced, but in your vision they don't look evenly spaced.
Yeah, Tay, leaving the chat and rejoining isn't going to unmute you. You can try, but it's not going to work. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times.
One more time, Potato.
Yeah, maybe it'll work this time.
Next time's a charm. One more.
Good grief.
I hit myself in the head with a hammer because it felt so good when I stopped. Jesus Christ. You're muted because you're playing stupid. If you're going to come back, I'll unmute you.
Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. I was double muted. I unmuted from the server, but not from my headset here. Once again,
I didn't even hear you.
I'm sorry about that. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the entertainment tonight. Sorry to interrupt the festivities, but I just wanted to share something with you because I had a very, very pleasant experience last night. There's a local street market fair that they have on Friday nights. People sell vegetables and little trinkets and stuff. And I ran into this guy that sells these bracelets that's supposed to protect you from 5G. And we started talking. And as it turns out, he's a flat earther. And there was another customer that was walking by, and they had started talking earlier. And he was a flat earther. And all of a sudden, 3 of us who had never met before all got together at the same time and got to meet each other. And I was just very pleasantly surprised. And I was happy because that's one of the reasons I joined in here, because I wanted to try to get in touch with other people that have the same beliefs and have seen the same proofs that I've seen. So I just wanted to share that with y'all. That's all.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't get the question. I'm going to meet you, Karen. Bye.
No, I didn't get the question. I mean, if you would have showed me that little
I
picture.
don't understand how you can't get it. I'll show you, like,
No, I saw the picture. I saw the picture, so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, your line of sight intersects the ground at some angle, and the farther away your line of sight, the farther away the point on the ground that's the furthest away intersects the ground at a shallower angle. So if I'm 6 feet tall and I look at a spot on the ground 6 feet away, that's 45 degrees. If I look at a spot 12 feet away, it's like 32.5 degrees. Right? So there's a limiting angle. We have an angle resolution limit. That means the smallest visual angle that we can resolve. That is 0.02 degrees or 1 arc second. Right? So the spot on the ground on a flat Earth, that intersection is where that angle or look angle to the ground is 3.24 miles away. What do you think that the globe predicts the horizon for a 6-foot man?
I have no idea.
Same value.
Take a guess.
It's the exact same value by some weird coincidence. You could just Google, check me, Google Earth curve calculator. Or you can do the calculation, which is 1.23 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Use 6 feet. It'll give you the distance in miles to the horizon. Then you can take a right-handed triangle calculator. You can type in 6 feet as one side. You can do one angle, right, the 3.02 degrees in the opposite angle, and it'll spit out 3.24 miles. Or 17,770 feet, if I remember right. So that's a hell of a coincidence that the globe Earth and a flat Earth, due to the angle resolution of the eye, predict the horizon being in the exact same location. That's kind of weird.
That is.
So, like, you have a computer screen or a phone, right? And when you look at your phone and the screen, you always, looking at it perpendicular to the face of the screen. You're looking at it dead on, right? You don't look at it from like the edge on. And why don't you do that? Because you can't see the surface of the screen from the side, right? And if you go, and as your eyesight gets parallel to the screen, right, to the surface of the screen, the flat screen, you can't see the screen no more. You can do this with a table. I mean, this is stuff we all know. Look, you figured this out when you were 2 years old. I figured it out when I was 2 years old. That's why it blows my mind that this is so hard for Globers to actually understand. Right? When you were a toddler, right, on your stomach, you had a bunch of toys. And you can't see your toys. Oh, where's my favorite teddy bear? I don't see it. It's not right next to me. What do? You stand up. And why do you stand up? Because when you stand up, you can see farther. Your freaking baby room isn't curved. It's not a big sphere in your room, right? It's a limiting angle. When you're low, you can't see as far as when you're high. This shit is not mysterious. It's like we stand up. It's why we stand on our tiptoes to see in crowds. It's why we climb a tree to see farther. It's why on the mast of a ship there's a crow's nest. Not because of the curvature of the Earth, because you can see farther when you're higher, because you're looking down on stuff, and you're not at that limiting angle. You're increasing the angle of view to the surface. You're looking at it from up above than parallel to the surface.
I still don't understand the point. Like, is that you still trying to say that the Earth is flat because of that reasoning, or what?
No. That's not why the Earth is flat. That's not the evidence the Earth is flat. That's just demonstrating that the visual phenomenon that we call the horizon, that things are supposed to go over, that's just because of how we see things. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Now, the evidence that the Earth is flat are measurements with lasers, long-distance observations, because the thing about the globe is it makes certain predictions, right? Predicts that the horizon, because it's a geometric claim, right? So we can test the geometry doing observations and tests and measurements. So the horizon's a certain distance away at every elevation. You say, okay, I'm this high above of the surface of the Earth. The horizon should be here. If this thing is 20 miles away, I should only see X amount of it, right? We can go out into the world and test that. Well, when we test it, when anybody tests it, the goal predictions do not reflect reality. I know that's hard to believe, and I don't want you to believe me. I'd prefer you just go out and test it yourself. For instance, personally, myself, right? I've done observations of a boat ship 30 miles out to sea. So at 30 miles away, the globe Earth math says that the surface of the Earth is 420 feet under the horizon. Well, there's no ships that are 420 feet high. That's a 42-story building, right? I've never seen a ship the size of a 42-story building, and they don't make one. So when I see a ship at 30 miles away, and I know it's 30 miles away because there's a website called marinetraffic.com, which tells you the position of ships in the ocean. When I can see, and it gives me the coordinates, and I watch the boat, it's 6 miles away. I sit there and stare at it for 3 hours, and track it on marinetraffic.com and watch it go out to sea. And it never disappears. It never goes over the curve of the Earth. It never does any of that stuff, right? I'm supposed to go, oh, on TV they said that that's a bunch of bullshit, and that somehow I'm looking at an optical illusion for 3.5 hours. A continuous optical illusion.
Did you get evidence that?
Yeah, I got pictures of it. Yeah,
right.
I got pictures. Put it this way, the boat was so visible, I took the pictures with a fucking iPhone.
Do you have those pictures, like, for people to see, or what?
Yeah.
It was an iPhone 5, wasn't it?
iPhone 6S. And that only has like a freaking 30 times zoom.
Give him a minute. He's got to find it. You got to realize he's going through all of
I found it already. So the first image is the curve calculator. The second image is the coordinates taken. The third image is a map. Second image is a zoom in crop of the ship, and the first image is the full image of the ship. Now, of course, I got more images than this. I also have the compass direction, right? So this is I don't like overloading people with information and like posting this shit, and then like having 55 freaking slides. But I didn't just watch this. I didn't just go, oh, look on the horizon, there's the boat. I watched it sail out of Boston Harbor when it was only 6 miles away, and watched it for 3.5 hours sail out into the ocean. Thing is, you can do this too. You don't have to believe me. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to go replicate it, because that's how science works, right?
Yeah.
You have to test the claims. And this is easily testable. This isn't like you need to be fucking Albert Einstein, mixed with Nikola Tesla in order to test the shape of the Earth. They said a Greek did it 2,000 years ago with fucking 2 sticks. So it is now 2023. I think it's within our capability of testing their claim. And what you're going to find out if you go out and test it, that their claim doesn't hold water. There's a reason that flat Earth is still hanging around. Why is it still going around since 2016? Why haven't someone just gone and got like the rock solid proof that the Earth is curving, dude? Because that's all you have to do is just prove the Earth is curving at the rate they say it's curving.
Yeah, or maybe they're making money off of it. One of the two.
There's no money in flat Earth, believe me. They censor flat Earth. So, like the YouTube, the what's her name? I can't remember her position. Her the director of public policy or whatever her name is for YouTube. And back in 2018, she testified before Congress that YouTube is censoring flat Earth.
19 minutes of remaining drive time.
So flat Earth is being suppressed within the algorithm.
Well, I know it's been around before 2016, even books from the 1800s.
Well, yeah,
even
I know. I'm just
in
saying,
grade
like,
school, they told us. Even in grade school, they told us people used to think the world was flat.
Yeah, well, there's a video about a freaking old lady that was saying that she's probably in her 80s. Yeah, Dave, Flat Earth Dave interviewed his grandmother, and she said that he was taught that the Earth was flat in elementary school, and she was like in her 80s or something. That's not the point. The point is nobody's making money off of flat Earth. Anti-flat Earthers make money. They make lots of money. So the people that go around like Professor Dave and, you know, various other so-called flat Earth debunkers, they make lots of money. Diamond Dan, who's a so-called flat Earth debunker, he had something like 800 subs until he made a flat Earth debunked video, and within 3 weeks he had 21,000 subs.
I would say flat earthers lose money because we go out and buy
money personally, but
stupid, like buying that P1000 cost $1,000 out of my pocket.
Hey, I have a point to make about those pictures. Couldn't it just be refracting?
What?
Your boat pictures. Couldn't it just be refraction?
So it's refracting perfectly to make it look flat?
I mean...
So the world's an optical illusion?
I mean, it could, but, you know, the iPhone 6 cameras are not, like, the greatest tech. You know, so it's not, like, pure.
Well, that doesn't stop. That doesn't matter what camera I'm using. It's not going to change the path of the light between the chip and the camera. Obviously, someone's just shooting you DMs and you're just parroting whatever they're telling you.
No.
No. That never happened to me. Okay,
No,
tell me what refraction is.
And it's just like the sun beaming off and casting a shadow above.
Yeah, someone's just sending you DMs.
No.
So sad, man. Dude, man, we've been doing this a while.
Why would they send me a video or a
DM? Because because that's what like anti-flat earthers that work in the server do.
You think I work in the server? Or what?
No, lurk in the server. Not you.
Oh.
Not you. You're just a run-of-the-mill Glober religious zealot.
I mean, hey, you could be right. I could be right. But there's like hundreds of rockets that take off every year, and, you know.
Yeah.
Where are those rockets going? They got to be going somewhere.
Out of sight. I mean, that's what people witness, right? They just witness the rocket going out of sight at the horizon, just like an airplane does.
You
right?
Know what I mean?
They take a parabolic arc and go out of sight on the horizon.
I mean, they keep on going. They got like cameras on them nowadays.
Well, the funny thing about those rockets, right? Their cameras, they always cut off, and they always switch to CGI.
Yeah, you gotta be.
Why do they do that?
You gotta be serious. Yeah, you could go back and watch them cut off. They always do.
Here's a challenge for you. Go find a continuous shot of a rocket to orbit.
You can't.
Yeah, there's none.
You're talking about the SpaceX ones, right? Where they land on the little ship?
Anyone from any era, from any country.
Well, rockets just started landing themselves back in like 2019. So
a camera attached to the rocket going from launch to orbit.
Yeah, just YouTube it, bro. It should be thousands.
I mean, it's SpaceX. I mean,
yeah, so launch to orbit, one continuous shot with no cuts.
I mean, what are you saying when you say it's SpaceX in response? I mean, you're the one that said that they have like this thing we're asking for. So we're like, okay, well, you said it. Go find it.
Yeah, but he said a continuous shot of it landing on the little boat.
No, I said no. I didn't say landing. I said launch to orbit.
Yeah, but like you were making
because
that point
the rocket's
before.
Supposed to be orbiting a ball Earth, right? So that's what I want. Launching in orbit. Continuous.
You know, we were
Not
talking about
cut
that
to
little RC
CGI
boat.
animation with frickin' numbers on it. I want launch to orbit.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty hard to find.
Dude, you just said they've launched hundreds of rockets a year. And it's
Yeah,
not
I know,
100.
but
That's just a
you
made up
remember what
number.
you said about the RC boat? About they cut off the boring parts?
Yeah.
That's what they do with the rockets. Because no one wants to
Oh.
see a rocket fly up in the air, you know, take 11, 12 minutes to get up there. Everybody
live?
wants to see it break apart. You don't
So
really
it's
want
not
to watch
live?
all of it.
See,
There's
there's
probably a
actually
live
a
stream.
different reason why they don't show it.
I want to see it.
There's actually a different reason why they say they don't show it, and that reason is it's a national security threat. To show any video past the second stage, they can only show up to the first stage of the rocket. This is what they say. I'm listening. I just want to tell this. This is what they say: is that they can only show video up to the first stage because it's a national security threat. Because people can take that video and use it for targeting data. This is what they say. The government says that shit.
So yeah, so your RC boat analogy is like a non sequitur because I mean, for the method that we're talking about, which is seeing something in the distance that's not obstructed. So, Rob Skiba took a boat from Lake Michigan on one side to Chicago, and it was one continuous shot the entire way. Something he shouldn't have been able to see, right? So that's like analogous to the whole RC situation without the cuts. What you're talking about, as Indio just described, is according to them, you can't see it because it's illegal. So you don't have an example of one continuous shot. So no, this wouldn't be any evidence. I mean, it'd be nice if we could see it, and they're saying, "Oh, well, we can't give you that." So how convenient.
I was also told it's illegal, that it's a violation of International Trafficking Arms Act to show video of thrust in a vacuum chamber. Thrust in a vacuum, right? Because a rocket has to be able to thrust in a vacuum to work. So I was told that that's also illegal to demonstrate. Because no one can demonstrate thrust working in a vacuum for some reason.
My thing is, if it's a threat to national security, and they're doing a parabolic over the ocean, what are they going to bomb? The ocean?
Yeah. And anyway, you're asking us for like. Their claim is we sent up a rocket and we went to space. We don't have to disprove that. They have to actually prove it. Showing a TV show with cartoons is not proof.
Oh, I'm talking about them launching it in outer space, right? And then it coming back
down. You don't see a rocket go to outer space. Nobody has ever watched from the ground a rocket go to outer space. Ever.
I mean, it's pretty hard to find, but I'm talking about the SpaceX one.
No,
that goes straight up in outer space and go back down.
Impossible to find.
No rocket goes straight up to outer space. What do you think? It goes straight up and then takes a right?
Well, I'm not saying that. I mean, it has a little curvature to get in orbit, but that's we don't need to go in that in depth.
But you can't dip. No, we do need to go into that depth, because if you're going to say we see rockets go to space, you need to see rockets go to space.
Yeah, I see your point, but my point is it going up into space and it going back down to space, touching down.
Are you policing us?
Elon Musk boosters don't go to. Hold on, Elon Musk boosters don't go to space.
Well, they gotta go somewhere.
They go straight up in the air and they come back down.
Yeah, they go up and then once they reach a certain height, they fall back down.
I mean, they're going pretty high. They're putting satellites up.
Yeah,
they don't go to space.
Dude, you're just like telling us like the story to back up the story. Like Narnia has to exist because how else could there be a talking lion named Aslan? And I know there's a talking lion named Aslan because Narnia exists.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you the purpose of the rocket.
Listen, do you think I know why they say they launch rockets in space? That they're putting satellites in orbit, like all different types, 5 satellites, weather satellites, whatever, right? GPS satellites, Starlink satellites, none of which this shit is necessary, right?
Yeah.
it's only necessary if like you had a limitation on how far you could send radio waves, but that limitation known to not have existed way back in 1918 when they were talking over the radio, the United Kingdom to Sydney, Australia in 1918, before the idea of satellites existed. No one had even thought of satellites yet, and they were doing this, right? It's a matter of public record. They were doing it during World War II. Or World War One, sorry, World War One. So, so communicate satellites and all this stuff, they're not necessary because you can communicate globe or not a globe without satellites, 10,000 miles. That's almost almost North Pole, South Pole type deal. Okay, but the point is that nobody sees satellites go to space. That's a fact. No one's ever seen one go to space. No one ever will see one go to space because it's out of sight way before it would ever be in space.
Well, I mean, they're also in the rocket. Can't really see it.
How do you know there's somebody in the rocket?
Well, I'm not saying there's someone in the rocket. I'm saying the satellites are
How do you
still
know
in the
there isn't
rocket.
3 monkeys and a dog in there? How do you know there isn't like a little Raggedy Andy dog? Like, you have no idea. They just say, you're just telling me what they told you. You have no way to
listen to
verify
someone, right?
Well, I mean, there's no way to verify it. And in Houston, they have a quote-unquote escape hatch in case something goes wrong with the rocket. There's an underground facility. You can actually go look on YouTube. It's like a house. It's fully furnished, has TVs, freaking food, everything. It's underneath the launch pad. Right? It was built during Apollo in case like the Saturn V blew up and they had to flee, right? There's an escape. And they can go under the launch pad and into this. And hang out for weeks, months, years.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I never heard of that.
Well, it exists. There's videos of it on YouTube. There's documentaries back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. The point is there's a reason why gold earthers always go to like space, satellites, space pics. Like, what do you think that reason is?
To see the Earth? I don't really know.
Because none of it's falsifiable. You can't prove it happened. I can't disprove it, right? It's just like something out there in the ether, right? It's like somebody saying they saw Bigfoot. I can't prove they didn't. They can't prove they did. Right?
True.
Oh, people went to space. Yeah, okay. How do we test that? How do we verify that? How do we do anything? Well, trust them. Why? Why would I trust them? It's a self-serving claim. It's like someone saying they saw Bigfoot and then they're writing books about seeing Bigfoot and I'm supposed to just believe them. No. This isn't like a zero-sum game where there isn't some benefit to claiming you went to space. They are deriving benefits.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, so let's analogize it to history. When you have an elite group of people who have a story that they're the only ones who have access to, from which story the majority of the paradigm of the world is based on, you just have to take it on faith. What do you usually call that type of endeavor?
Awesome.
A group of people coming down from the sky telling you how the world is, and you have to take it on faith. What do we usually call those people throughout history?
I don't know.
You know exactly what they're called. Charlatans. I mean astronauts.
I mean, they went somewhere.
They're usually called prophets, acolytes, religion, that type of thing.
The priesthood is
the priests, the mediums, visions.
Yeah, they have specialized knowledge and specialized access to go to places that mere mortals can't go. And they're going to tell you exactly what existential reality is.
And they wear all white. Uh-oh. Ooh. Icky.
Not Elon Musk. They have gimp suits. So that's... Because Elon Musk is into frickin' BDSM or something. Have you ever seen that video, Elijah?
What, Elon into BDSM?
Yeah, no, like where they're putting the astronauts in one of the SpaceX things, and all the technicians, they're all wearing like these leather gimp suits, man, like from Pulp Fiction. It's freaking.
Oh no, I didn't.
Dude, I got a video of it. I gotta post it.
Now that I'm thinking about it, iconography, like if you're in a black leather suit and you have a white mask because of some reason, right? And let's say you were Japanese and you had the red circle over your mouth representing the flag, that would kind of look exactly like a gimp suit, would it not?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so while he's looking that up, I mean, why does this endeavor and this paradigm seem to have all the hallmarks of a religious enterprise?
I think that's exactly what it has to do with.
So this screen is from. These guys are supposed to be flying in the Dragon capsule. The guys in white, but the other people with the numbers. This is like comical, dude. Like, what the hell are they wearing? Why do they have a giant number on their back? How
It
do
could be
you
a
take
movie
this
set.
seriously? But how do you take this seriously?
Well, I'm assuming they're in white costumes. So, you know.
No, the dudes in the black with the leather, whatever those are, that have metal studs in them. Like they're going to a freaking punk metal concert.
I don't know, there's probably some movie thing.
That's crazy.
They're inside. They're inside the rocket that they're launching off of. This is right pre-launch. They're supposed to be launching the rocket, and these gimps are putting the other gimps in the white suits into the rocket and checking everything. This is how SpaceX decided to dress their employees. Why? What the fuck
Where
is
is that launch? What launch is that supposed to be?
That was the first Dragon capsule launch.
First Dragon capsule. Thanks.
I'm not sure if it's the first one that they claim went to the ISS or the test launch. It was one of those two. It's either the first manned test launch or the first actually to the not actually purported to be actually to the ISS.
What year is this? Because that could have been COVID.
Oh,
That's
3
why I
years
had it
ago.
up. Yeah.
So look, I like
COVID. Why does the guy helmet up? Why is the guy got his helmet up? It's fucking COVID. Dude,
yeah, so
you're
the
open
whole,
hard, man.
the whole religious thing. The whole religious thing. Look, check it out. So the earth is spinning while we can't feel it. Oh, priest says, blase blah. Okay, curvature is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But we take out some binoculars laying down on the beach, and that blows that claim out of the water. Priest says, blase blah. You have lunar eclipses where you can see both the sun and the moon above the horizon, and they're like, well, the reason you can see it, forget why you can see it. The whole point is they're saying no, they're not actually there, but because we say so, you can see it even though it's not actually there where you're looking. Then you have, gas pressure without a container, even though everybody knows that you need containment for gas pressure. Same thing with matter in the liquid state. You need to have some kind of volume to contain it, or you don't have any. Don't cry over spilled milk, right? So it's like all of these things, but the priests are like, yeah, well, the reason that everything you experience is not indicative of a globe is XYZ, and everyone believes it like a religion. And that doesn't make you a little uncomfortable?
Pregnant pause.
I didn't know who he was talking to. He was talking to me.
You're the only one we're talking to, all of us.
Oh,
But
all right.
we're trying to be nice and talk to you one at a time. So yeah, he was addressing you.
Oh, my bad. I didn't really understand the question. It seemed it was about a religion and how gases need a containment and how water needs to be holding. But I mean, we have a thing called an atmosphere to hold the gas and the air of the Earth.
No, the atmosphere holds the atmosphere.
Hold on.
And the atmosphere of the Earth.
Hold on. That's a religious faith. That's what I was talking about. So you're beginning to parrot from the pamphlets of the religious NASA and Google links, right? Because that's what they'll tell you. But like when you realize that when they say atmosphere is just air, the air is just gas, and if you Google matter in a gaseous state, it most definitely will explain exactly what I said. But the difference between what you're saying and what I said is what I'm knowing is based off of experience. So not only is it an explanation and a description, but I know it because I've experienced it. We've all experienced it. We've all experienced something under so much pressure that it's popped like a balloon.
Yeah.
So, but what we haven't experienced is air containing itself. But that's the religious thing that you said without any evidence. Don't you feel a little weird about that?
That's religion.
Well, anything on faith without evidence, unless you have evidence that air can hold air.
I mean, can't really get evidence of something that's kind of like
that's what I mean is a religion. That's the whole thing. Like that's the whole thing about religion. It can't be evidence. So isn't it kind of weird that everything you believe falls under that category? Because when it comes to science, that's not a problem. Like, or when it becomes to just basic truths like there's a tree. I'm standing right here on the corner of this and this. And you're like, I don't believe you. And you come here and you're like, okay, I see you right there standing on the corner of this and this. And lo and behold, there's the tree. But if you can't do that, then all it is faith.
Yeah, I guess. But
if you don't feel uncomfortable about that,
that's all perspective, though. I mean,
that's what religious.
Whoa, what the heck? It's not perspective.
It's
if you don't have, no, it isn't. If you don't have demonstrable, tangible, experiential evidence of a claim, and you believe it nonetheless, you're taking it on faith. It's no longer a perspective whether it's faith or isn't faith. It is faith because it's devoid of everything that would make it not faith, categorically by definition.
I mean, I guess I don't know what to say to that.
I
can't say nothing because I proved it logically.
If there was something holding the gases into our atmosphere, then how can they penetrate that with a rocket? And if they did penetrate it with a rocket, wouldn't that let all our gas out into space and everyone die?
Who's that for?
It's just a rhetorical statement. It's really not a question.
Yeah, that's true. You don't see curvature, but oh man, it's there. You better believe it's there, even though you'll never find it because it's so elusive.
Well, that's also because it's perspective.
No, it's something that you personally can never find. And if you say that you can see too far, they'll tell you it's some la-ti-da reason why you can see too far. But we can never seem to find this actual physical curvature of this Earth that's supposedly a globe, but we see it flat and we don't feel it moving, so it's stationary. But you're told that you're moving. You're told that the curvature's there. You're told all these things that you can't figure out for yourself, and everybody's just walking around blindly believing it because they see it on the TV. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's not like we can prove any of these theories because of our perspective. You know, we can't go outside the Earth and see it. I mean,
So
yeah,
why
on
do
an
you believe it?
airplane. I mean, on an airplane, yeah, we could see the curvature, but that's also an expensive trip.
Moving
And
on.
Wait,
1.2.
We gotta
Go ahead.
we gotta move on, man. Like come on. This is not
no, I actually have a question for you, sir, because didn't you said air had to be contained, but if there's like constant rockets every year flying to outer space, and I mean there is videos from SpaceX live streams, wouldn't that kind of like whatever's holding the air in break, and then we have no air on Earth, or what?
You only saw that on TV, bro.
Well, that's a good
We have
question.
to-
Like,
we have to
how
move
can
on,
they
man.
go
I don't
through there
know.
without it breaking our atmosphere?
We have to move on. Dollar Wildin'. No, the air is not going to stay there, but then there's a rocket that goes like, no, just no. No, you don't have a whole bunch of air in the middle of a vacuum or devoid of any pressure, not going to that lower pressure. That's just not.
It's density of the different gases.
Yeah, so the lighter is, top, so it's less.
What are y'all talking about? No, you can't. That didn't make sense because it's one homogeneous mixture. It's not the density of the different gases. It's just the air is not going to space. The end. Like there's
Yeah,
no
the air is
space.
trapped. The air is trapped. It's like a vacuum around it. It's trapped.
That's what I'm saying. He has to go because I'm getting
I was
mad.
gonna say, yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he has to go. I don't know what's his name. I mean, what? Forget it. I don't know. Maybe I'll go. If you guys have fun. I don't know.
Well, he said
you also said you can see curves from
that he
space.
just wanted to listen.
But it makes sense. I mean, if you put like water and then another substance that's heavier, it's going to go below the water.
Yeah, it's just called density, bro. I don't know what point you're making here.
Yeah, right?
It's not gravity.
Clearly.
Okay.
So why can't air flow out into the void of space?
Because there's no space.
Don't play that card. So you're thinking there's like a glass dome around the Earth, or what?
Good thing I never said that.
You realize that you're claiming a spinning ball with centrifugal forces, and anytime you've ever seen anything on an object that spins, it always spins out and away, never inward.
The moon is going inward. No, it's going slightly farther away every time. My bad. So
stop. Elijah already told you to stop reading out of the pamphlet.
Yeah.
No, but he switched up the subject. But we were talking about the differences
you don't see
of
that.
air and void.
You don't see that. You don't see any change in the moon distance. That's a story.
You basically believe every story you've ever been told.
But what about you? I mean, you gotta believe in something,
We're not offering
right?
you any stories, though. We haven't offered you jack shit for stories. We're just analyzing your beliefs at this point.
Yeah.
So none of this. Oh,
clearly.
you guys are doing it too. No, we're not.
I mean, then what can we believe?
We don't believe. That's the point, bro. Stop believing in random strangers on the internet or just people telling you things from. Go and check for yourself.
Can I ask this question? Is geometry a math or a science? Sorry, Elijah, go ahead.
Belief is for personal growth and stuff. You can believe whatever you want. Like people's beliefs don't really have to conflict with other people's beliefs. It's when you're a zealot and you think that something that you believe is true in reality that can't be evidenced by anyone else. That's when it gets a little crazy, especially if you're gaining from people, off of this religious faith, like the government does. I mean,
Did you cut out?
No.
KR9, can I ask you a question, man? Is geometry a math or a science?
It's math.
Right. So it's a way to measure shape. A way to measure shapes, correct?
True.
You observe and measure shapes. So if the Earth is a ball, that means it's got curvature that's measurable.
Yeah.
And I mean, if the Earth is 24,901 miles around at the equator in circumference, you can solve for the radius. C equals 2 pi r. That's geometry, dude, right?
I guess I didn't really take that, but it sounds like you're eating it from a cheat sheet. Like, I don't understand how you remember all that.
Geometry in high school?
Took a little bit, but I didn't like it.
I mean, this is basic geometry, dude. It's not advanced. You're not dumb, dude. You're just not willing to see past what you've been told. You're not willing to take the next step and ask the questions.
So what do you want me to do? You want me to become a believer of a flat Earth?
No, I want you to go test it.
Yeah, you tell me to test it. You tell me I should go and test it. But there's already people that do that for me on the internet.
Yeah, but
and you're gonna
don't
say
wanna
it's
just
a
believe.
lot.
Well, I just told you, Crispy, or whatever your name is, that you're not supposed to just believe random strangers on the internet. I told you this in the check-in as well, that we're not here to try to make you a believer. That's not the goal.
I'll tell you something that happened to me. When I first heard about this topic, I thought it was you guys were freaking nutcases. And I looked at it for a couple days and I turned away from it for over a year. And then it was that religious stuff guy was talking about a minute ago that made me start looking back into it. And once I seen it, but before I could ever see it, I had to accept that I've been lied to ever since I was a little toddler. And that's really hard to do. Like flat earth ain't like baby level conspiracy theory. This is like the mother lode, like you have to pretty much erase your entire history and start over. So
yeah, that kind of sounds like manipulation, but yeah.
Well, it's like
manipulating
restart from scratch. We have been manipulated, and that's the whole point. But
no, I'm saying you guys are doing.
Why would you believe something if you can know it? Why would you believe something if you can know it?
We're not manipulating you, dude. People are telling you to go test things for yourself. It's far from.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. You guys say the Earth is flat, and also the water needs to be contained, the air needs to be contained.
You can see curvature from an airplane, so just relax.
No, you didn't let me finish my little.
We did hear you say that earlier, so.
No, I didn't say it earlier. So.
No, you did, because I'll rewind the tape if I have to.
Yeah, gaslighting.
Don't make me go.
We record this on YouTube, right? There's a live.
Yeah, I understand, but you still didn't.
You can't pull the whole. I didn't say that.
I didn't. I was going to say something else.
Triples down. So what? No,
you guys say air needs to be contained and water needs to be contained, but what's containing the?
You cut out what?
Sorry, hold on one second. Go ahead. I'm just going to pull up the clip real quick, but go ahead.
But what's containing the water? Air? Clearly, I don't know what's containing it. It can be a I don't know, a glass dome. But what's containing the water?
What contains a lake?
No. The bottom line is everybody understands that to have a volume of any liquid, then it has to be a volume. Like obviously. Like that's just what we know. Like you don't have any cup or anything to drink water, you're gonna have to scoop it up in your hand. Okay? And you got a cup, you got pools, you got lakes. I mean, it's all the same thing. You have the outside edge of the lake, and then you have the water that's down below that surface. Same thing at the beach. You go to the beach, you don't just walk up to a wall of water No, there's a depression in the land that you walk into. So you get so deep that hopefully you can swim, and that's the experience at a beach. Like the bottom line is water needs to be contained. You're the only one with a religious faith that it doesn't have to be. I don't. But I don't.
But at the
I don't know.
edges, shouldn't there be like water falling off? Like, what's containing the water if it's flat then?
What do you mean falling off?
Like, if the world is flat, it should be
not
going
not
somewhere.
the way you're thinking, bro. The guy earlier asked you, what is water falling out of a lake? It's not trying to go
I know
anywhere.
what you're asking. The what's been taught to us in the mainstream is that if the Earth is flat, then water's falling off the edge. That's not what we believe at all. There is a container on the outside of the Earth holding the water in. It's not just falling off of the Earth into space.
Why would it fall into space anyway? Doesn't even make sense.
That's why
Fall
the
to
picture
where?
on Google is like you can't get the picture on Google stuck to your head, or you're gonna have a wrong view.
Just like we don't believe that Mercury and Saturn are flat spinning around. Also, we don't believe that they're flat planets and flat stars and everything's flat.
But what's their shape? What's their shape then? That's
well,
my
actually,
question to you.
when I zoom in on
circles,
Elijah. So you're right about this guy.
When I zoom in on Mars with my telescope, it's actually a seven-sided shape. I don't know what shape it actually is, but from my perspective with a telescope, it's like a seven-sided object, septagon.
So it's.
Why would the water fall to space though? Like, tell me why would that happen?
Because there's nothing containing it. So like the ice
like
is,
what would it fall to? Why would it fall? Yeah, why would it fall?
Because there's nothing containing it, like you said.
Yeah, so why would it fall?
Because there's nothing containing it, it would go somewhere, right?
Space is a vacuum, dude. Why would it fall?
So water evaporates in vacuum, so it would evaporate, right?
I guess. Are you trying to compare like the globe to the flat, or what?
No, you are. You're trying to go, oh, let's take out the ball and put in a space disc.
Yeah.
Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that.
Didn't we cover this in a check-in, KR9? Didn't we go over this? I thought I told you.
No, you told me that like nobody believes of the water falling off, but I'm still confused on how the water's getting holded in though.
Listen, let me back it up. There's no outer space. Outer space is a fantasy. There is no outer space to vacuum.
There is no outer space.
So let me ask you this question: was outer space invented or discovered?
I'm assuming it was discovered because they looked at it.
Who discovered it? And where is their statue?
I don't know. Some guy. I don't know.
Yeah, nobody.
I mean, you could look up.
Space was invented in 325 BC by a guy named Epicurus. He conceptualized it. He had a
but how can you invent something that's already there?
He had no reason to think it was there. He invented the concept. Outer space is a concept. Have you been to outer space?
No, I think it'd be cool to go there.
Do you know anybody that's been to outer space?
Not personally.
Do you know anybody that knows anybody that's been to outer space?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So it's a concept. You have an idea of space. It doesn't exist in reality to you. It's just like an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a guy, he had an idea. Lived 2,000 years ago. We still use his ideas. We use his ideas called the atom. In outer space, the void. Thought that his metaphysics were the universe is matter and void. So there's vacuum and matter and not vacuum. And this is how the whole universe is composed.
So you understand that there is no disk floating in outer space, right?
Yeah, I mean, I understand now, but I just then what is it? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Hey, you have an idea that there's like the Earth, and it's embedded in this giant void called the universe, outer space. There's no evidence for that. And there's no difference between thinking that there's the Earth and that there's a giant void embedded within it. Right? So this is what's called an embedding space. When you conceptualize this, there's something, right? And there's things inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
But you think this something is a big void. Where's the edge of the void? Who knows, right? So we start asking that, where's the edge of the universe? Can I fall off? Can I take a picture? Do the stars fall off the edge of the universe? Like, I mean, we could say the same silly stuff. Like, what's space expand? They say space expanding. What's expanding into? Megaspace, metaspace, second
Who really
space.
knows?
Nobody really knows. That's curious.
Well, we haven't got that far yet.
Yeah. Well, neither have we. Because if you go south in any direction, you're going to hit what we call Antarctica, right?
Right.
This is ice that goes uphill, and it continues to go uphill. No plants. There's no animals. There's no running water. There's nothing. It's ice in every direction, as far as I can see, as far as you can travel.
Doesn't ice float?
This ice is on land.
Oh, all right.
Part of it is in the water because there's glaciers and they stick out a little bit. The thing is, you can't traverse this area because it's a natural, what you would call a natural barrier. It's inhospitable to human life.
How would you know there's land underneath Antarctica?
Because they drill holes.
Now, why would you want to believe them? That's my question. Now, why would you want to believe them drilling holes?
Well, I mean, I haven't verified it myself, and maybe Antarctica is a giant ice sheet floating on water. There's no way to know because they say that ice sheet is 2.5 miles thick. As far as I'm aware, they've never, grabbed a giant frickin' drilling rig and stuck it on the ice.
Well, there should be land because underneath Antarctica, logically, because when you catch like king crabs, for example, and they go underwater, king crabs don't swim and just float without any ground.
Well, I mean, all
and
this.
If you go to areas like Alaska and stuff, there's land.
All this shit's derivative nonsense, right?
Yeah.
The existence or non-existence of Antarctica, edge, whatever, doesn't prove or disprove the figure of the Earth one way or another.
The
only way to prove the figure of the Earth is to measure what it is, because that's how we figure out the form of things, right? Take a tape measure what it is. That's what it is, right? Doesn't matter what the lights are doing. Doesn't matter about whatever concepts you've developed in your head about what the nature of the universe is and about vacuums and voids and everything else. Doesn't matter. If I measure a table at 6 feet by 2 feet, that's what it is. Doesn't matter about anything else. The only way to debunk that or disprove that is to show that my measurements are wrong with your own measurements, right? And these are direct measurements. You're directly measuring what it is you want to know about. You're not coming up with theories about how it works or anything like that, because those are inferences. They can't actually prove anything ever, just as a matter of logic.
What do you think about the mantle?
The what?
The mantle.
What mantle?
There's core. There's like, if you keep digging, you'll find lava.
Well, that's not really what people experience. So the deepest hole I've ever dug, they didn't find lava.
So
the Kola super deep borehole dug 7.2 miles. It didn't find lava.
Yeah, but it did keep on overheating because of the Earth's core.
No, that's not why it was overheating.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're making shit up.
No, it overheated. The Russian one? You're talking about the Russian one?
Yeah, the Russian one didn't overheat.
The tips kept on overheating.
The consistency of the reason it didn't work is because the consistency of the rock, with what they called nearly viscous, because it was saturated with dissolved gases. Okay? So if you ever seen how a bore head works, right? There's 3 heads on the drill, and they actually just grind the rock away. But these bore heads, they couldn't bite into the rock because the rock was it was filled with gas, right? There's dissolved gases in the rock. So the rock took on like almost a viscous character. They said it had the consistency of honey, but it wasn't liquid. It was just, it's under so much pressure that it doesn't, like the drill head would not bite into it.
Are we talking about natural gas or liquid gas?
Actually, no. I think it was dissolved into it was like methane and hydrogen sulfide.
I mean, what about volcanoes then? There has to be a mantle, right? Beneath the earth, because that's
Why does there have to be a mantle?
Well, how else would like volcanoes spit out lava, or like underwater volcanoes, like capturing?
We go with what the actual evidence is, right? What's the actual evidence for a mantle? So, well, how about I just make up some other story and say that's the reason why there's lava, and I'll also have no evidence. So I'll give you an example. The Hawaiian Islands. Are the Hawaiian Islands on a tectonic plate?
No, I think the Hawaiian Islands are. Are they on a bunch of volcanoes? Like volcanoes?
Yeah, the Hawaiian Islands are a volcano. Lava's come out. Lava was coming out like a month ago. So where is that lava coming from?
I'm guessing
they're not on a tectonic plate.
I don't know. Probably somewhere beneath the earth. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, can't be the mantle, because the mantle is supposed to the mantle is supposed to be 150 kilometers thick at its thinnest point, and that thinnest point isn't at Hawaii. That thinnest point is supposed to be in Canada.
That's true.
Well, I mean that's true part of the story. None of that shit's true. What they told us when a teacher told me when I was in elementary school, and I asked them about this, they said, well, there's a big chunk of radioactive material underneath the Hawaiian Islands that's melting the rock. Fission going on underneath. This is what they. Well, I mean, it was.
That sounds
I can't remember
silly.
if it was 7th or 8th grade. Yeah, well,
that actually sounds so. That sounds silly. Yeah.
I mean, either way, there's no evidence for any of it. It's just all a bullshit story.
Yeah. So I have a question.
Yeah.
Well, before you get to your question, I got some receipts. So I came back. I got receipts now. So let's check this out.
So no, I didn't say it earlier. So no, you did, because I'll rewind the tape if I have to.
All right.
I mean, yeah, on an airplane. Yeah, we could see the curvature, but
What is that receipt for?
we record this on YouTube, right? There's a live. Yeah, I understand. But you still didn't. You can't pull the whole. I didn't say that. I didn't. I mean, yeah, on an airplane. Yeah, we could see the curvature.
I'm so confused.
Wait, how
no,
are you,
you're
why are
not.
you confused?
Okay.
Why are you confused?
Nah, because we weren't talking about that subject.
No,
I muted him. Forget that shit, dude. No, it's not happening anymore.
Yeah, nah, that's not cool. You can't quadruple down, right? So we called you out. You said, no, I didn't say that. Then you doubled down. You said, no, I definitely didn't say that. Now that we've got receipts, what do you have to say now? Oh, we weren't talking about that. I got you, bitch. Receipts and all.
I was talking about an other kind of plane. You're using plane out of context.
Don't pull that with me. Like, that's what the live stream is for, man. You can't say, oh, I never said that. You done fucked up.
It's okay to be wrong. All right? Now you know that you do not see a curvature from an airplane.
Well, he denied that he ever said that. So, you know how it is.
Yeah, so what are we supposed to do? Yeah,
so I want to go to Antares because he posted.
Wait.
Go ahead, Isaac. Go, Isaac. Go.
Thank you. It's just, it's important to note that, I mean, you can't be someone who woke up yesterday thinking, oh, flat earth is retarded, flat earthers are retarded, but then, coming across this conversation. You see what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make any sense. The fact that you're so turned around in a conversation with flat earthers that you would even claim that you don't know what's going on when we show to you that you did say something that you claim you didn't say. I mean, that's so many layers of I'm indoctrinated and I have priests to believe. It's insane.
And gaslighting. That shit don't work. I mean, look, like I told them a while ago, man, we've been doing this a long time. We know all the tricks. Gaslighting definitely will never work. But I want to get to Antares because he said that he said he's a flat earther, but he thinks the moon landing actually happened. I'm just curious on why do you think the moon landing actually happened? What's the compelling evidence for that?
Yeah, so, well, I don't, like you said, I don't really have any, like, direct compelling evidence. I'm just telling you what I saw, what I learned in school. I'm still in school, and basically,
Well, what if I told you, I'm going to give you some facts about the moon landing that a lot of people maybe don't know. You know the lunar lander that they landed on the moon with?
Yes.
They never tested that. It
Before
wasn't
launching
tested. It was never tested at all. Ever. In any way, shape, or form. Wasn't tested in a vacuum chamber. Wasn't tested on the ground. It was never test flown. Nothing. And the videos of they made like a machine that was supposed to quote unquote perform like the lunar lander would perform, though it looked nothing like it. It looks kind of like just like a bunch of angle iron welded together with a rocket motor on the bottom. And there's video of Neil Armstrong trying to fly it, and he had to eject to save his own life. And it was tethered to the ground, and it still almost killed him.
Wow, I didn't know about any of that.
It's whoever said excuse me. Go ahead.
I just have one thing to say. If you're looking through a plane out the window, you're not seeing curvature of the Earth. You're just seeing curvature of the window.
Yeah. That's obvious.
Was that a recording or a friend?
It was not a recording. It was me.
Who are
It's
you?
a good voice for radio.
Overlord.
Wow. Who let his daughter in? No, I'm just kidding.
I can't find this kid.
It's AI.
Yeah, another thing, Antares. The one thing that would prove they went to the moon landing, called telemetry data. It tells you the exact path that the rocket took. And it's true. They claim they lost that. All of it.
Wow.
And it wasn't like a little bit.
Really?
It wasn't like a little bit that you'd like lose in your couch or something like your remote. It's 2,400 bankers boxes, which equals 33 pallets.
No way.
Yeah, they claim they lost it or taped over it or did something. There's an official report on it. It's not like they're making it up. There's an official report. 33 pallets. Yep, 33 pallets.
Yeah, 33, right?
666 files. 660.
That's funny.
666 files per 33 bankers boxes.
I'm serious about number of files.
I just want to say real quick, he kept bringing up that whole SpaceX takeoff and landing. Dude, it doesn't go into space, man. It goes up to a certain height and it falls down. It never reaches an orbit.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
That's what I've seen here in Los Angeles with the rockets that take off from Vandenberg. I see them go up, arc over, and go down along the west coast, and they just keep going. They don't go up. They just keep going across, so I can't see them anymore.
Yeah. I just see the trace, but that's it. What are the coordinates that you mentioned, then, Dio? That you said they lost? I'm gonna search that
It's
up.
called the telemetry data. So you could just Google like lost Apollo tapes, and that will get you like a Wikipedia site, most likely, because that's usually what always pops up. But there's an actual report that they made. So NASA like investigated like where the hell are these tapes, and they went and hired people to search for them at all their facilities, Ames Research Center, some place that they have storage in Maryland, and they searched for them, and they basically said, "Oh, they're gone. Can't find them." And that would be actually, I mean, proof. I mean, of course, you could fake the telemetry data, but the fact that it doesn't even exist, like, that's totally suspect. I mean, there's all sorts of. Apollo is like the easiest thing to prove never happened. It's so easy. It's so, like, you can prove it, like, on every level. Okay, so I'm going to give you an example. Like, the door on the lunar lander, right? You remember what you know what they look like in their big-ass spacesuits with their big backpacks, and how small, like, the Apollo lunar lander thing is. The door opened in. Yeah, the door that they had to go out of is something like only 24 inches wide. Actually, someone went to the the Air and Space Museum and went and actually they're supposed to have a lunar lander that is like an extra, right? So it's at the Air and Space Museum. He went up to it and he measured the width of the door, and the width of the door isn't as wide as their backpack. So there's no way